Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Starting with the fourth Hokage, let Konoha be great again. Part 1. Hokage Office. Wind and drizzle outside the window hit the glass, but the room was incredibly oppressive. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on the sofa and sighed, his tone carrying a subtle kindness that said, I'm not targeting you, but I really am targeting you. Minato. He didn't call him Hokage, didn't call him fourth Hokage. Just, Minato. Like calling a disappointing junior. Your starting point is good. Minato Namikaze's heart skipped a beat. When he was a corporate slave in his past life, he was all too familiar with this sentence. Behind this sentence, there must be a but. However. Sure enough. The two advisors have managed the finances for 30 years, they know the village's family assets the best. Hiruzen Sarutobi said unhurriedly, although the war has stopped, Hidden Mist and Kumogakure have not yet signed a peace treaty. The most important thing for Konoha now is not to let the combat strength and reserves have a gap. After finishing, he paused, looked at Minato Namikaze's expression, and added, let's discuss the funding for the orphanage in the next quarter. Next quarter. Minato Namikaze's hand under the table clenched, then released. He often heard this kind of rhetoric in his past life. This demand is queued for the next version. We'll talk about it when there is a budget next quarter. Let's look at it again in Q3. Translated into human language, it means, forget about it. As expected of you, third. This kind of muddled attitude is the same recipe across dimensions. On the surface, he offends no one, but at critical moments, he always stands with his old friends. Okay. Minato Namikaze forced a smile. I understand, let's stop here today, meeting adjourned. Danzo was the first to get up and walked out without saying a word. This old thing walks faster than anyone else every time the meeting ends. However, he is not covered in bandages like in the original work, but his personality is just as annoying. Utatane Kaharu and Homura Mitokado were also much younger than in the original work. They followed behind Danzo, huddled together, whispering. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked the slowest, looking at the clearly dejected Minato Namikaze, knowing that this young Hokage had been dealt a blow. He is a young man after all, lacking experience. When passing by Minato Namikaze, the old man stopped, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, Minato, being Hokage is not about leading a squad. The village is too big, and the interests of all parties must be weighed. There is still much for you to learn. Classic leadership jargon. You are still young, don't be anxious, take your time. Subtext. Don't mess around. I'm fine, third. Minato Namikaze maintained his smile. You're right, things have priorities, I understand. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, wanting to enlighten the other party again. He hesitated for a few seconds. Keep it up. Then he turned and left. Looking at the back of the third as he left, Minato Namikaze suddenly remembered the day he was laid off. His old leader also said this to him. Keep it up, Xiao Wang, it will be better in the future. Then the next day, the old leader's nephew replaced him. The office door closed. The smile on Minato's face disappeared. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and the sunlight illuminated the Hokage rock until it was bright red. 4 stone faces overlooked the entire Konoha, and the one on the far right was his. Young, handsome, high-spirited. The window reflected his appearance. Also young and handsome. But high-spirited. Forget it. Yellow Flash, 4th Hokage, the man who ended the 3rd Ninja World War. The entire ninja world was spreading his name. People outside would tremble when they heard his name. But in this conference room, he didn't even have the power to allocate an extra bowl of rice for the orphans. 5 million ryo, in the face of hundreds of millions in military spending, doesn't even count as a fraction. With such a small amount of money, he couldn't even approve it. So frustrating. Minato supported the windowsill with both hands, his shadow stretched very long. Half a month. It had been half a month since he transmigrated into this world. He still remembered the feeling of opening his eyes. He was standing on a high platform, below him was a sea of people, thousands of faces looking up at him, their eyes full of worship and awe. In that instant, his brain buzzed, and his blood pressure hit the ceiling. He transmigrated. He became Minato Namikaze. 4th Hokage. Flying Thunder God. Rasengan. Cage-level combat power. He was a T0 character in the current version right from the start. A corporate slave named Wang who was pua'd by leaders, tortured by clients, urged by landlords for rent, and had 2003 left after paying rent in his past life. He soared to the sky. At that time, he just felt that God had eyes, and felt that this life was stable. Top tier identity, full strength, and he knew the plot. Never mind being Hokage, becoming the god of the ninja world was just a matter of time. He wrote a policy plan for 3 whole days and confidently brought it to the meeting. Then, it was rejected. The first time, he thought it was because he wasn't well prepared. The second time, he thought it was because his explanation was problematic. The third, fourth, fifth time, he finally understood, it wasn't a problem with the plan. It was his problem. More accurately, it was the problem of the chair he was sitting in. Because this chair was ceded to him by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Given, but not completely given. The network of relationships that the third accumulated over decades of Hokage life covered every corner of Konoha. Anbu, logistics, ninja academy, medical team, barrier squad. The shadow of the third remained everywhere. Danzo, Udatain Kaharu, Homura Mitokado, nominally advisors and assistants, were actually guardians left behind by the third. They were not assisting the fourth. They were watching the fourth. Like watching a newcomer who had just taken office and hadn't figured out the rules yet. Yes, that was the feeling. In his past life, when he first joined the company had the same structure. The boss had retired to the second line, but all the management were promoted by the boss. He, a new director who parachuted in, wanted to move someone else's territory. The relationship network that others had built for decades, what could he use to resist? Hey, he thought too much. The experience of the previous life was perfectly replicated here. Did Hiruzen Sarutobi want to hand over power? He wanted to. But he didn't want to hand over authority. He probably really felt that he was kind, helping out more so that the young man wouldn't make mistakes. The problem is, what is the difference between this method and him being a puppet? Those people around the third took the third's kindness as a get-out-of-jail-free card. They only recognized one fact: the fourth's proposal was rejected again. Once, twice, 3 times. Rejected every time. Then everyone should continue to hang out with the third. Why bet on a new Hokage who can't even approve a budget? But he, Minato Namikaze, was not a lone commander. Before he even became Hokage, a group of people had already come over to his side. Some were loyal, some were opportunists, and some were both loyal and opportunistic. These people followed him because they saw the opportunity to redistribute benefits after the new Hokage took office. But he was the number one, yet he couldn't even distribute the soup. Why should others continue to follow? Minato understood this principle too well. Although he was just a corporate slave in his previous life, he had read the Ziji Tongjian. There are only 2 results for not being able to distribute the meat. Either he is completely marginalized and becomes a stamp-wielding machine. Or the people behind him push him to flip the table with the old forces. And the consequence of flipping the table will only lead to internal chaos in Konoha. Konoha had just finished fighting, a bunch of ninjas died, and the hearts of the people had not yet stabilized. If there is another power purge inside at this time, without other villages doing anything, Konoha itself will collapse first. At that time, Kumogakure and Hidden Mist would definitely take advantage of the fire to rob. Even Iwagakure and Sunagakure, which had already signed peace agreements, would not be able to help but jump out to bounce around for a few laps. So the current situation is: charge forward. The whole village is finished. Wait in place. Chronic death. Retreat. Then become a mascot completely. 3 paths, none of which can be taken. Minato's fingers on the windowsill tightened. Even more fatal is that his wedding with Kushina is the day after tomorrow. After the wedding, the countdown to the 9-tailed incident plot will officially begin. He couldn't calculate exactly how long, but it wouldn't exceed a year. He couldn't just get married and not consummate the marriage, right? Who the hell could endure that? Minato Namikaze scratched his hair irritably. After knowing the information about Uchiha Obito, he was actually not worried about this. This brat is not strong, and he is not weak. But he is disgusting. Even if he survives the 9-tailed incident this time, what about later? There is only a 1,000-day thief, there is no reasoning for a 1,000-day guard against thieves. If he accidentally dies, wouldn't that be a wasted transmigration? So he must completely control Konoha within a year, integrate all forces, to be able to deal with emergencies. And Hiruzen Sarutobi's attitude today has completely blocked the road to a peaceful handover. Third, oh third, you should have retired completely. He whispered, you're forcing me to open a cheat, aren't you? If so, then open the cheat. At least he has to struggle. System. He muttered in his heart. A translucent light screen suddenly appeared in his field of vision. The pale gold handwriting slowly emerged. Hokage Territory System. After the system name flashed past, Minato Namikaze's vision suddenly shifted. By the time he came to his senses, a complete 3D map of Konoha had already unfurled in his mind. Then, thick fog surged out, covering most of the areas on the map. Except for the Hokage building and his own small home, which shone with a golden light, the entire Konoha village was shrouded in gray fog of varying density. Especially in the northwest corner, where the fog was thick and black as Danzo's heart. Minato remained silent for 2 seconds. He glanced at the highlighted area where he was located, and a line of text floated above it. Hokage Office, Control Level, 100%. He swept his gaze across the whole village. It was nothing but gray fog, looking like a rag that had been washed in water. Then, his gaze fell on a line of bold numbers slightly above the center of the map. Overall Konoha Control Level, 10%. Minato Namikaze. 10 percentage points. And that was even counting the deterrent force of Kushina, the Jinchuriki. In other words, he, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, the yellow flash of the ninja world, was the nominal head of Konoha. His control over the entire village was only 10%. 10%. He leaned back against his chair and suddenly wanted to laugh. This wasn't sitting on the seat of the Hokage, it was clearly sitting on the highest stool in the village. It looked impressive, but there was nothing underneath him. After mocking himself, Minato Namikaze focused his attention again. The system had 2 sections, Territory Map and Luck Mall. The territory map was currently covered by large patches of fog. The density of the fog depended on his control over Konoha. And control was calculated based on 4 factors: allegiance of the people, power infiltration, physical occupation, and public security environment. In other words, wherever people listened to him, that part of the map was bright. Where nobody cared about him, it was gray. As the host, the system gave him 2 privileges. The first was called Flying Thunder God Domain. As long as he was in a highlighted area, provided he had sufficient chakra, he could teleport at will without needing a medium or a marker. This is good stuff. That was his first reaction upon seeing this privilege. But the next moment, he felt depressed again because only 2 areas were lit up. With a place only as big as his palm, what could he teleport to? Teleport from the office to the pantry. Looking further down, the second privilege was absolute perception. Anyone harboring hostility toward him who stepped into a highlighted area would be immediately marked in red, with nowhere to hide. This one could be put to use immediately. The other section was the Luck Mall, where purchasing items required luck points. The more prosperous Konoha was, the more luck points he would get. He currently only had 10,000 luck points. Given the current state of Konoha, the daily settlement was only 10,000 points. Compared to items starting at 7 digits, the current increase was merely a drop in the bucket. He couldn't afford anything. Better clear the gray fog first. He pulled his attention back to the map to see what the situation was in each area. Ninja Academy. Control level 60%. The fog was thin. He could roughly see the outline of the school's main building and playground. 60%. This score was pulled up by the sheer allegiance of the people, which included the bonus he earned during the Third Shinobi World War. The remaining 40%. Minato Namikaze narrowed his eyes slightly. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been pushing the will of fire in the school for decades. The management, from the vice principal to the academic affairs staff, was a solid block of Hiruzen Sarutobi's people. And the principal was Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. The students admired the fourth Hokage, but the teachers listened to Hiruzen Sarutobi. 60% was the limit. Next was the hospital. Konoha Hospital. Control level 50%. The main building was barely visible, but the east wing and the underground levels were a blur. Tsunade had laid the foundation for Konoha's medical system back in the day. But after she left the village, that old woman Udatane Kaharu had stuck her hands into it. How resources were allocated and where personnel were sent were all decided by her side. He couldn't intervene. 50-50 was not bad. Looking at the residential area. Konoha residential area. Control level 80%. This was the brightest place on the entire map, aside from the Hokage building. The civilians he had risked his life to protect during the war years all remembered his kindness. This was one of his few trump cards. Minato Namikaze's mood finally improved. Civilians couldn't help him fight wars, but civilians represented the hearts of the people. They were his legitimacy. They were his confidence in serving as this Hokage. Then his gaze swept toward the residential areas of the various ninja clans. At a glance, the smile on his face vanished instantly. Sarutobi clan compound, control level 5% Inoshika Cho compound, 20%. These families had been bound together for decades and were the core circle of the vested interest group. They set the rules for resource allocation, had their share of Anbu spots, and were very well off. You wanted them to acknowledge a civilian Hokage in his early 20s. Unless he could put more meat into their bowls. But since he didn't even hold the pot, how could he distribute it? Hyuga clan, control level 15%. This clan was interesting. They appeared conservative, frankly, they just helped whoever was winning. They were typical fence sitters. As the fourth Hokage, he clearly didn't have the upper hand, so they naturally wouldn't place their bets early. However, this also meant that once the situation turned, the Hyuga clan would be the easiest to win over. Noted. His gaze fell on the Uchiha clan. The control level was also low, only 10%. This family had rendered distinguished service during the founding of the village, only to be guarded against, suppressed, and marginalized by generations of Hokage. Now they were like a trapped beast that had been locked up for too long. They were extremely eager to return to the center of power and extremely hateful of the existing ruling class. This was a double-edged sword. Minato Namikaze took a breath and zoomed the map back out to its full view. His eyes were full of gray fog. Just as he was about to close the panel, he noticed something wrong. In the highlighted area, red dots appeared. He narrowed his focus, locking his attention onto the Hokage building, and the map zoomed in, revealing the internal structure. Every floor, every room was displayed in minute detail. Fourth floor corridor. 4 Anbu guard light points were distributed in the 4 corners. These had been transferred over by Hiruzen Sarutobi yesterday under the guise of strengthening the Hokage's security. 4 points. 3 green, 1 crimson. The red dot flickered with his breathing, like a snake's tongue hidden in the dark. The system label popped up. Root Agent A4, lurking state, disguised as Anbu. Current mood, surveillance, latent hostility. Even the Anbu had Danzo's tentacles. Minato Namikaze's expression didn't change as he continued to look down. Then more red dots emerged. 1 in the security department on the 1st floor. 1 in the archives on the 2nd floor. 1 in the intelligence transfer room on the 3rd floor. His eyes turned completely cold. The intelligence transfer room was responsible for screening all documents sent to the Hokage office. In other words, the intelligence he saw every day had been filtered by others. The 4th floor secretariat, less than 20 meters from the Hokage office, had another one. 5 nails. Archive line, intelligence line, security line, Anbu line, secretariat line. 1 was buried in every line. They monitored his schedule, intercepted his intelligence, and recorded his movements. Minato Namikaze sneered. No need to think about it, they were definitely all Danzo's people. That old thing probably thought he was being very discreet. He closed the system. He didn't intend to clear out these nails right now. Leave them for now. He couldn't alert the enemy. Even if he exposed them, it wouldn't hurt Danzo at all. He leaned back against the chair and began to calculate the real breakthrough point. Danzo. He couldn't be bypassed. He knew better than anyone what this old thing had done in the original story. Because he coveted the Hokage position, he was even capable of assassinating Hiruzen Sarutobi. It could be said that this old thing had coveted it from his youth until his death. What was even more bizarre was that Hiruzen Sarutobi not only didn't kill him but also continued to let him manage the route. It was absurd. And in Danzo's eyes, he, the 4th Hokage, was a stumbling block. Should he make a move? He quickly simulated it in his mind. Taking direct action definitely wouldn't work. He was the Hokage now, and it could be said that the entire Konoha was his asset. It was just that these assets were currently locked in a safe. Violent dismantling would easily damage the valuable things inside. That would be a huge loss. Not taking action was even worse. Therefore, only one plan remained: force Danzo to make a mistake himself. Although Danzo was detestable, he always considered himself loyal to Konoha, and a weakened Konoha would do him no good either. So if he were to make a move proactively, he would definitely be careful, and more careful. Then, when he counterattacked, he could minimize the damage. This way, he wouldn't be breaking the rules, he would let the onlookers see his methods, and he would have a justifiable reason. Perfect. The prototype of the plan was already there. But execution required people. What did he have in his hands now? A few civilian ninjas still struggling at the grassroots level, who didn't even have the qualifications to attend official meetings. Loyalty was enough, but weight was not. All the ninja clans in Konoha had people who had defected to him, but their defection was like not putting all their eggs in one basket. They placed bets everywhere, so no matter who won, the family could continue. He couldn't force them to gamble the fate of their families directly, could he? The first ones to stab him in the back would be these ninja clans. A qualified leader couldn't do that. He needed a helper who had weight in Konoha, no attachments, and the qualifications to sit at the high-level poker table. And this person couldn't be one of the old fogies of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Master Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze thought of him first. Then he crossed him out. With Master's personality, engaging in political struggle, he would probably write the plan on his face and shout it out. Besides, the peace treaty with Kumogakure hadn't been signed yet, and there was still friction between the two sides at the border. He had to keep an eye on things there. Uchiha Fugaku. As soon as this name popped into Minato's mind, he shook his head and rejected it. Those old fogies who guarded against the Uchiha like they were thieves, if he tried to win him over, all the conflicts would explode on all fronts the very next moment. It would be like hugging a pack of explosives to put out a fire. Names flashed through his mind, and were rejected one by one. Until a pale face with a hint of paranoia emerged. Minato Namikaze pondered, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. This person had a high enough status. He had been deeply rooted in Konoha for decades and had an independent intelligence network. There were many shady dealings with Danzo, making him perfect for a backstab. And that person's current situation was very delicate. He had lost the competition for the Hokage position. He was being marginalized step by the higher-ups. According to the original trajectory, this person was already standing on the edge of a cliff. One more push, and he would fall into the abyss. What if he extended a helping hand to him before he fell? Minato Namikaze stopped tapping. Mutual benefit was the most stable alliance. A genius who was about to be driven to a dead end only needed a price that he couldn't refuse. Fourth Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. On the street, passers-by greeted him constantly. Minato Namikaze nodded to each of them, a gentle smile on his face. As he walked, his mind was constantly calculating how to strike up a conversation with Orochimaru. Meeting Orochimaru was not difficult. The difficulty lay in a sidelined Hokage meeting privately with someone who was currently being marginalized. Those old geezers with noses sharper than ninja hounds would go into a frenzy at the drop of a hat. So, he couldn't take the initiative to seek him out. He had to be indirect. A name popped into his head. Mitarashi Fat Bean. No, right now, it was still Anko. Commercial Street. Minato Namikaze stopped in front of a dessert shop. On a bench by the entrance, a little girl with a loosely tied ponytail was stuffing her cheeks with 3-color dango, 2 skewers in her left hand and 1 in her right. He walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Just a moment ago, he had forcibly swallowed back the words, Anko bun. Hearing the movement, Anko looked up curiously, with red bean paste still stuck to the corner of her mouth. Upon seeing who it was, she almost spat out her dango. She hurriedly chewed a few times and swallowed, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Fourth Hokage-sama. Eat slowly, no one is going to take it from you. Minato Namikaze called out to the shop, Boss, give me 5 skewers of 3-color dango. He took the dango from the boss, handed 3 skewers to Anko, and kept 2 for himself. No mission today. Thank you, Fourth Hokage-sama. Anko's eyes lit up as she happily took the dango. Teacher has been very busy lately, saying I should practice chakra control on my own. Orochimaru Senpai is indeed very busy. Minato Namikaze took a bite of the dango. It was too sweet, the war just ended, and there are many things to do. I know. Anko nodded heavily, but her tone suddenly drooped, but teacher has been in a really bad mood lately. She pinched the bamboo skewer and muttered, he used to occasionally take me out to eat, but he hasn't left the house in the last few months. Yesterday, he even punished me by making me recite the anatomical diagrams of 47 types of poisonous insects. I drew until 3 in the morning, and my hand got a cramp. By the end, Anko ate a dango in one bite, her cheeks puffing up again, looking aggrieved. Minato Namikaze, of course, knew why Orochimaru was in a bad mood. The position of Hokage was gone, his funding was cut, and he was being marginalized. Anyone would be in a bad mood. But he couldn't say that directly. Don't worry. His tone was casual, as if chatting about daily life. Once this period passes, Orochimaru Senpai won't be so tired. Anko nodded vigorously and continued to bury her head in eating dango, but her eyes glanced toward him from time to time. Are all Hokage this free? Minato Namikaze swallowed the last dango, stood up, and brushed off the fallen crumbs. Right. He acted as if he had just remembered something. I received some good tea a few days ago, and I can't finish it all by myself. Enko was stunned for a moment, not understanding. Minato Namikaze smiled without further explanation, waved his hand, and said, I'm off, give my regards to Orochimaru senpai. Oh. Goodbye, 4th Hokage-sama. Enko clutched the bamboo skewer, watching that figure disappear around the street corner. She tilted her little head. Nuti, regards. 4th Hokage-sama speaks so strangely. After muttering this, she stuffed another dango into her mouth. Whatever, I'll think about it after I finish eating. The sky gradually grew dark. The moment Minato Namikaze pushed open the front door, a burnt smell rushed straight into his nostrils. Hearing the noise, Kushina poked half her body out of the kitchen. Seeing her beloved, a smile immediately spread across her face. You're back. She wiped her hands on her apron and trotted out to welcome him. Yeah, Minato Namikaze replied gently, stepping toward the dining room. He froze before he could take a step. There were over a dozen plates on the table. Red, green, black, purple. The whole table of colors looked exactly like a guide to poisonous creatures. Minato Namikaze's Adam's apple bobbed. I'm just practicing in advance. Kushina walked over carrying a plate of fish that looked disastrous, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. Sister Makoto came over to keep me company all afternoon today, and she taught me this fish dish. You should try it. The muscle memory of a corporate slave automatically took over his facial nerves at this moment. The smile was hung in place. The look in his eyes was spot on. He took off his Hokage haori, washed his hands, dried them, and sat down. His movements were fluid and coherent, like a ritual before facing death. What to eat first? His gaze swept across the table. His sight landed on a pitch-black item beside him. At least this dish could be recognized as scrambled eggs. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece. The chopsticks seemed to be trembling. That's right. It was the chopsticks that were trembling. Kushina folded her hands on the table, leaning forward slightly, looking at him with expectation. Minato Namikaze hardened his heart and put that charcoal-like thing into his mouth. A salty taste exploded instantly, rushing straight to the top of his head, followed by a strong bitter taste. The smile he had been maintaining couldn't help but distort. How is it? Kushina's eyes were shining. Delicious. Minato picked up his bowl, pressed down a mouthful with rice, and quickly swallowed. It really suits my appetite today. A smile instantly bloomed on Kushina's face, her eyes curving into two crescents. She happily picked up a spoon, ladled a bowl of soup, and placed it in front of him. Try this too. A purple-red soup. Looking at the layer of unidentified oily substance in the bowl, Minato Namikaze calmly picked up the bowl and took a cautious sip. A sharp pain radiated in his throat. So spicy. However, in his previous life, he hadn't even changed his expression when drinking diluted, low-quality liquor. A mere bowl of soup couldn't defeat him. He put down the soup bowl with an expressionless face, wiped his mouth, and said, Thanks Sister Makoto for me. I already have. That's good. Minato paused, then continued naturally, what about Fugaku? Did Sister Makoto mention him? Speaking of this, Little Pepper's smile faded. She sighed and sat back in her chair. She didn't go into detail, she just mentioned it. She said that the security indicators set by the village lately are becoming increasingly harsh, and the Konoha military police force is catching illegal vendors on the street every day, so the civilians are venting their resentment on the Uchiha. Clan leader Fugaku is under a lot of pressure, and Sister Makoto hasn't been smiling much lately. Minato Namikaze listened and shoveled another mouthful of food into his mouth. What it tasted like was no longer important. Chew, swallow. This tactic hadn't changed in decades. Dumping all the dirty work that offends people onto the Uchiha, inciting conflict between the civilians and the Uchiha. When the conflict intensifies, the third comes out to act as a peacemaker and play the good guy. Round and round it goes, trapping the Uchiha tighter and tighter in this cage. Add to that the nine-tailed incident later on. It would be strange if it didn't explode in the end. There will be a solution. Rubbing Kushina's red hair, Minato Namikaze pulled the topic back, let's not think about this for now. Have the wedding arrangements been confirmed? At the mention of this, her eyes instantly lit up again, everything is arranged. The list has been checked too, and Jiraiya-sensei said he can make it back to the village by tomorrow evening. You've worked hard, having to handle everything. You're the Hokage, I understand. Yeah, Minato Namikaze nodded vigorously. What did he do to deserve this? In his previous life, he just had instant noodles with chili sauce, muddling through each meal alone. After getting off work and returning to his rented apartment, the fridge was empty, and the stove was cold. There was never anyone at home who had cooked a meal and left the lights on, waiting for him to return. Now he had that. This feeling of being cared about was better than any delicacy. He lowered his head and shoveled the food into his mouth, one mouthful after another. No matter the color, no matter the taste, he finished it all. This scene made Kushina incredibly happy. After the meal, Minato Namikaze took the initiative to clean up. Having chakra is so convenient. With precise chakra control, he cleaned up the leftovers in a flash. Kushina wasn't idle either. She leaned beside him, rinsing the ceramic plates with warm water, then gently wiping the water stains with a rag. The sound of running water from the faucet was very soft. The kitchen lighting was warm. After the day after tomorrow, we will be a family. Her voice was very soft. The last bit of daylight from outside the window shone in, illuminating her face warmly. Her long red hair fell from her shoulders, the ends swaying slightly. At this moment, Little Pepper was very beautiful. When watching anime in his previous life, he always thought that people in anime were truly wonderful. Always passionate, always sincere, never ground into something unrecognizable by life. Now such a person was standing right beside him, her breath warm, carrying a hint of the fresh scent of shampoo. He leaned in unconsciously. Kushina's eyelashes fluttered, and her body instinctively shrank back a little. Then a hand pressed against his face, pushing his head away. The force was not great. The attitude was firm. She quickly stood away from him, her ear roots and neck turning bright red, her hands tugging at her hem, her eyes looking at the sky and the ground, just not at him. No. What's wrong? The wedding is only the day after tomorrow. Her face turned even redder, her voice trembling, but she still braced herself and glared at him fiercely. Grandma Mito said that we absolutely must not mess around before the ceremony. Auntie Akamichi next door also said that if we are together without holding the formal ceremony, it's breaking the rules, and it will be unlucky. Minato Namikaze opened his mouth, but no words came out. He really wanted to complain. In this world, children a few years old can take a kunai to the battlefield and slit an enemy's throat with their own hands. The villagers will line the streets to welcome them and call them geniuses. But an izakaya owner will never sell a drop of alcohol to this genius before he comes of age. Killing is okay, but drinking is not. Even kissing is unlucky. What kind of logic is that? But looking at the firm Kushina, he immediately swallowed back the complaints he wanted to make. Although he didn't understand, he respected it. And he had personal experience of what it was like when Kushina got angry. It was uncertain if the nine-tailed could even withstand it. All right. He raised his hands in surrender. Kushina quickly walked to the entryway, squatted down to change her shoes, her back to him, her ears so red they were almost dripping blood. Before leaving, she turned back and glared at him. Go to sleep early, don't stay up late. Her tone was fierce, but the end of her sentence softened, carrying a thin layer of coquetry. The door opened. Kushina turned back, looking reluctantly at little son, idiot. I will work hard. The door closed. The sound of footsteps trotted all the way and gradually faded away. The house suddenly became quiet. Minato Namikaze stood by the window. The sound of insects outside the window became clearer, and the shadow of the old locust tree outside the courtyard spread inside. The night deepened bit by bit. I don't know how long it had been, but the sound of insects outside disappeared. Then he felt a chill. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. The system interface popped up silently. Home. Control 100%. On the edge of the highlighted area, a yellow dot was clearly marked. Outside the courtyard, behind the old locust tree, just pressing on the boundary line. Motionless. Just stopping there. Minato turned and walked into the kitchen. He washed the kettle and boiled water. Boiling water was poured into the cups, the tea leaves tumbled, and white steam rose. Soon, 2 cups of hot tea were placed on the coffee table. Minato Namikaze opened the door. Outside was a twilight scene. The moon hung emptily in the sky, looking so lonely. No sound of wind. No sound of insects. Nothing at all. Looking at the thick night, Minato Namikaze smiled. Orochimaru senpai. Please come in. A lamp. 2 cups of tea. Separated by a small tea table in between. The steam from the tea rose between the two. Orochimaru leaned back in his chair, his cold chakra fluctuations spreading silently. He made no effort to hide the scrutiny in his eyes. Facing Orochimaru's scrutiny, Minato Namikaze remained composed. After all, the other party had once been a strong contender for Hokage, only to lose to a junior in his early 20s like himself. It was only natural for him to feel unbalanced. It was just that there hadn't been an opportunity before. Since he had come tonight, he would let him probe to his heart's content. In any case, he wasn't afraid at all. To put it bluntly, Orochimaru's killing intent wasn't even as oppressive as Little Pepper when she lost her temper. This tea was sent by the Akamichi clan. Minato Namikaze completely ignored Orochimaru's killing intent, acting as if he were hosting a neighbor dropping by for a visit. They have a tea plantation in the southwest of the Land of Fire. They grow it themselves. The yield is small, and you can't buy it outside. Try it. Orochimaru didn't move. Minato wasn't in a hurry either. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the monotonous ticking of the wall clock. Orochimaru stared at him for a good while, then reached out and pushed the teacup to the very center of the tea table. Fourth Hokage. As he spoke, his killing intent receded. I'm very busy. One sentence blocked all pleasantries. He couldn't even be bothered to make up an excuse. Fine. Then let's not beat around the bush. Cooperation, Minato Namikaze said. I will establish an independent research institution in Konoha. It will be called the Konoha First Scientific Research Institute. Orochimaru listened quietly, his face expressionless. Special funds will be allocated directly by the Hokage office. Once I reclaim the power I should have, it will no longer need approval from the Advisor Council, Minato Namikaze continued. It will be directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction, operate independently, and will not be interfered with by any department. The research direction will be completely free. He paused here, glanced at Orochimaru, and then added, the director can be you. Orochimaru was taken aback. He had imagined the possibility of Minato Namikaze seeking him out. But he never thought of this. Building him a completely autonomous laboratory. Heh. After a brief moment of astonishment, Orochimaru laughed. The laughter was grating, with no attempt to hide the mockery within. Minato. He used his first name directly, not even bothering to call him fourth Hokage. Are you kidding me? Orochimaru looked at the young man opposite him, his eyes full of sarcasm. Do you have some misunderstanding about your own situation? Minato Namikaze remained silent. Pardon my frankness, Orochimaru sneered. A Hokage who can't even approve a 5 million ryo appropriation. How can you bypass those old fogies? By relying on your title as fourth Hokage. Heh. The words were blunt and bitingly accurate. Every word was stabbing right at Minato Namikaze's weak spot. You're right, Minato Namikaze nodded in admission. Right now, I'm just a stamping machine, my orders can't even leave the Hokage building. As someone tempered by all kinds of sarcasm from clients, he was long immune to mere verbal attacks. Being able to know the content of today's meeting shows that your intelligence network is still running, you're better than me in that regard. Your intelligence network is still running, which means you haven't been completely kicked out of the game, you're better than me in that regard. But only by that much. Orochimaru was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to not only avoid getting angry but also retort. This kind of tactic was either incredibly stupid, or it was another kind of cleverness. And Minato Namikaze didn't give him time to judge. He wanted to help the client in front of him analyze his pain points. This was much more effective than bragging about the product's selling points. Isn't it just about being cutting? As if he didn't know how to do it too. You lost the Hokage election, the third Hokage is wary of you, and the advisors are squeezing you out. Root spies are hanging around outside your laboratory every day. Plus your project funding has been cut. How much longer can you hold on? Each sentence was more cutting than the last. Orochimaru's gaze became incredibly cold at this moment. Minato Namikaze didn't stop, continuing on his own. The prison security has been strengthened recently. With a shortage of funds, a lack of materials, and experiments that can't be stopped, what will you do? Target people from the same village. Hey! He mimicked Orochimaru's sneer. If you dare to do that, the first person to strike at you will be the third Hokage. Did you ask me here just to belittle me? The smile on Orochimaru's face disappeared completely, his voice dangerous. Of course not, Minato Namikaze shook his head. I'm just analyzing our situation. You competed for the position of Hokage and lost. And me, looking glamorous on the surface, fourth Hokage, yellow flash, outsiders see it and go, wow, so amazing. But in reality, I can't even make decisions about the funding for the orphanage. We are both losers. Orochimaru didn't respond, but his attitude became much more serious. I have no real power in my hands, and you have no resources in yours. Minato Namikaze spread his hands, palms up. Two losers, each with their own trump cards, each with their own enemies to deal with. Separately, we are both dead ends. But together. He interlaced his fingers and clasped them together. At least we have a fighting chance. Since there's nothing left to lose. Why not cooperate? The living room fell silent again. The ticking sound of the wall clock seemed to grow louder. Orochimaru was silent for a long time, so long that the tea had gone cold. He re-examined the young Hokage in front of him. Short blonde hair, azure blue eyes, a gentle smile, he looked no different than usual. But he had an indescribable, strange feeling in his heart. This didn't seem like Minato Namikaze. At least not the Minato Namikaze in his memory, the one who would giggle when saving companions and blush when teased by Jiraiya. It was more like a calculating politician. A disguise. Or was he pushed to the edge? No matter which one it was. Orochimaru licked his lips and found that he didn't dislike this change. What do you want me to do? He said. Very good. The client started asking for a plan, which meant the pain point had been hit. Next, it was time to enter the product introduction phase. Danzo, Minato Namikaze said straightforwardly. I need evidence of his crimes. You want to make a move against Danzo? Orochimaru was first surprised, then shook his head and sneered. It seems you still don't understand. Danzo is the root of this tree called Konoha. As long as he doesn't betray the village, even if you pile the evidence of his crimes in front of the old man, he might not even glance at it. You surely understand this, don't you? Minato Namikaze certainly understood. And he also understood another thing. Orochimaru's interests were deeply tied to Danzo, half of his experimental projects were secretly funded by Danzo. Asking him for evidence of Danzo's crimes was equivalent to making him hand over the leverage himself. This kind of thing was something anyone would have to weigh carefully. I don't care about yours, I only want the ones about Danzo. I want everything that can nail him down. As for how to move, and when to move, that's my problem. Orochimaru fell into thought again. He was assessing the risks. After a long while, he shook his head and said, not enough. Betraying Danzo was equivalent to offending half of Konoha's upper echelons. Even if he could really topple Danzo, he would definitely be dragged down with him. Once he failed, he wouldn't even be able to keep his current position. A laboratory that wasn't even certain to be built was not enough for him to gamble on. Minato Namikaze paused, then re-listed, laboratory, funding, independent authority. Aren't these exactly what you've always wanted? Orochimaru didn't speak, nor did he deny it. Silence was the best rejection. Minato Namikaze read this look, his hand unconsciously rubbing the teacup, his brain beginning to operate at high speed. He had stated the pain points and presented the plan, but the client still wasn't buying it. It meant the price wasn't high enough. What did Orochimaru really want? The day the third Hokage chose him to be the Hokage, Orochimaru's last expectations of the third Hokage were shattered. The bond between master and student, the friendship between fellow disciples, decades of companionship, all returned to zero. Since then, all of Orochimaru's energy had been poured into research. Especially immortality. So, what the other party needed wasn't just a laboratory. He also needed experimental materials. A large amount of experimental materials with special physical constitutions. Bloodline limit. Konoha's bloodline clans couldn't be touched, he could only look for them outside. Thinking of this, Minato Namikaze quickly adjusted his strategy. I can propose that you serve as the supreme commander of the eastern battlefield. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. Minato Namikaze saw it and continued, Hidden Mist lost on the front lines, but they are relying on the fact that we cannot cross the sea to fight, and they refuse to sign the peace treaty. There are still small squads of Hidden Mist active along the coast to this day, which is very troublesome. If there were a commander with enough seniority and outstanding ability who could make Hidden Mist sign the document, or drive those fleas into the sea. Orochimaru still didn't speak. Just the title of commander wasn't enough to make him agree. What he wanted was never just a title. Minato Namikaze narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile creeping onto his face again. Although Hidden Mist Village is closed and xenophobic, they are also conducting a blood mist purge internally. But they have many bloodline ninja clans. And the Eastern Front commander oversees all military affairs. He stopped here. Some things don't need to be spelled out, spelling them out actually lowers the value. Orochimaru's breathing frequency changed. Eastern Front commander oversees all military affairs. Blood mist purge. Bloodline ninja. He knew better than anyone what it meant when these words were strung together. Lord Fourth Hokage, he licked his dry lips, his voice actually sounding a bit airy. You really understand me very well. Minato Namikaze returned a smile. One last question. Please go ahead. How can you guarantee that I will definitely get this position? Based on a compensation mentality, Minato Namikaze answered quickly. The Hokage position is settled, and the third Hokage feels guilty towards you. As long as you express your willingness, he will definitely agree. I don't need to analyze this for you, do I? And I will also strongly advocate for you to take the field. Orochimaru fell silent. That's right, that's exactly the old man's personality. If he owes you, he compensates you, if the compensation isn't enough, he continues to compensate. The only thing he won't do is face the problem itself. With my seniority, coming back to his senses, Orochimaru said coldly, I can get that position without your proposal. Giving me something I could have obtained anyway, you're very cunning. That's right, Minato Namikaze nodded, admitting it readily. With your status, you can indeed get that position, and I can't stop you, but I still have the ability to spoil things. The atmosphere in the living room instantly tightened. Orochimaru suddenly felt that this young Hokage was terrifying. The other party not only saw through his situation and his desires. Even the subtle master-disciple relationship between him and the old man had been calculated clearly. This kind of insight was hair-raising. However, this is interesting, isn't it? Orochimaru leaned back in his chair again, an unsettling smile reappearing on his pale face. Deal. Happy to cooperate. Minato Namikaze extended his right hand. Orochimaru glanced at the extended hand. Then reached out and shook it. It touched and separated instantly. Give me 2 days. I'll await the good news. The next day. 6:30 a.m. Minato Namikaze pushed open the door to the Hokage office right on time. It was half an hour before official office hours. It wasn't because he was particularly diligent, but because he had to keep up appearances. 3 stacks of documents were neatly piled on the desk. He picked one up at random. As expected, they were all matters that had already been decided, he just needed to stamp and sign them to complete the process. He didn't even need to read the content carefully. Because these things had likely already been vetted by Hiruzen and the consultant elders. Whether he signed or not, the result would be the same. But he had to sign. Because the process required it. After brewing a cup of tea, Minato Namikaze transformed into a stamping machine right there. Whenever he encountered requests for funding, regardless of the amount, he forwarded them to the advisor council for review. Whenever he encountered matters needing a decision, he replied by asking Hiruzen to make the call. His strategy was to respond to everything but decide nothing. And indeed, he couldn't decide anything. These documents had passed through the Intelligence Transit Office, so by the time they reached his desk, all content involving core secrets had been stripped away. What remained were all trivial matters. Minato Namikaze signed expressionlessly. Isn't it just about attitude? Isn't it just signing and stamping? I'll sign, I'll stamp. Let everyone see that although the fourth Hokage cannot make decisions, he is absolutely cooperative with the work. He would not leave any handle for people to claim he was neglecting his duties. Let those who pick faults have no faults to pick. Even so, by the time he finished signing everything he could, it was 2 hours later. Once he held power in the future, he would delegate these annoying tasks. As long as he held personnel and finance in his hands, that was enough. As for the rest, let whoever wants to approve them do it. Minato Namikaze yawned and began to slack off officially. He took out a blank sheet of paper and pretended to be writing at his desk. In reality, he opened the system. Luck value. Currently increasing by 10,000 per day. This was the gain after he lit up the 2 highlighted areas, the Hokage building and his own home. Every additional area he lit up in the future would definitely increase the earnings. But the system didn't say exactly how much. He opened them all and took a peek. Any random item inside made one shrink back. Close it, looking at it affects his mood. It was like you, with a monthly salary of 3,000, opening a luxury car configurator to calculate the on-the-road price. You'd only feel worse after calculating it. The road ahead is long and arduous. Just as he was thinking, the door was knocked. Come in. The person who pushed the door open was Hiruzen Sarutobi. The first thing the old man saw upon entering was Minato Namikaze working at his desk. He nodded with satisfaction. His gaze swept over the sorted piles of documents on the desk, and he flipped through them casually. The signatures were neat, the annotations were clear, the format was standard, and there were no omissions. He was even more satisfied then. This kind of satisfaction was like the expression of relief a leader shows after checking work and finding no errors or omissions from a subordinate. Minato Namikaze was all too familiar with it. He only heard Hiruzen Sarutobi say in a kind tone, "Tomorrow is the big day for you in Kushina, yet you're still working so hard today. As Hokage, daily government affairs cannot be delayed." Minato replied respectfully, "They are all just trivial matters, they are quick to handle." "You've worked hard." Hiruzen Sarutobi showed that expression again. "You've made great progress during this time, and this old man is happy to see it." Minato maintained a polite smile and nodded in agreement. "All right, you get busy, I won't disturb you." Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a few more instructions about the wedding process before pacing out of the office. Before leaving, he caught a glimpse of Minato Namikaze bowing his head to right at the desk again. His face showed satisfaction once more. The young man had suffered setbacks but hadn't quit, instead, he remained diligent in his affairs. Although they were trivial matters, it showed his temperament was steady. After a few more years of tempering, he could truly retire home and live a leisurely life. Once the door closed, Minato Namikaze tossed his pen aside, stretched, and began to zone out. The whole morning was spent in a daze. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He left the Hokage office on time. North corner of the commercial street. The oldest formal wear custom shop in Konoha. The owner was a thin, old tailor. It is said that the first Hokage's wedding attire was made by his grandfather. He was very famous in Konoha. The layout of the formal wear shop was elegant, and there was a faint scent of incense in the air. Minato Namikaze pushed open the wooden door with wind chimes hanging on it. As soon as he walked in, he saw Fugaku Uchiha sitting straight in the outer room. Combined with his face that was so serious it looked like he was still in a war strategy meeting, the sense of oppression was quite strong. But on the low table in front of him, a fabric sample book was spread out. How to describe this scene? The sense of incongruity was off the charts. Minato Namikaze was slightly surprised. Clan leader Fugaku is here too. Fugaku Uchiha stood up and nodded briefly. "Makoto asked me to come." Minato Namikaze understood in a second. Married men are all like this. Saying, "She asked me to come," implies, "I didn't want to come, but I didn't dare not to." Just as he was about to exchange a few pleasantries, Kushina's voice came from the inner room. "Minato." Minato couldn't care about politeness and walked straight in. He lifted the curtain. Kushina was standing in front of a full-length mirror, wearing a shiromuku. The belt hadn't been tied yet, the collar was loose, and one hand was holding the lapel. Her long red hair was draped over the white fabric, like fire spread out on snow. Seeing Minato come in, Kushina was startled, her face turned red instantly, and she chided, "Why did you come so early? It's not ready yet." She quickly pulled the clothes together with her other hand. "Didn't you call me?" Minato Namikaze looked at the clock on the wall, and it's already 1:10. "I didn't tell you to come in." Kushina glared at him. Minato Namikaze immediately made a gesture of surrender. Watching the interaction between the two, Makoto Uchiha smiled and nodded to Minato Namikaze, Lord 4th Hokage. "Sister Makoto." Minato Namikaze returned the greeting, "Thank you for your help in managing all this." "It's no trouble." Makoto smiled and waved her hand, glancing towards the outer room. "Fugaku is off today, so I just dragged him here to help." Kushina leaned into Minato Namikaze's ear and whispered, "Clan leader Fugaku has been here for over half an hour. And he hasn't said a word, just flipping through the fabric catalog there." Minato Namikaze smiled and nodded. This Uchiha clan leader always put on airs in front of others, but a single word from his wife made him come. Once here, he didn't know what to do, so he had to pretend to study the fabric. This kind of awkwardness was something he had seen in his past life when helping friends at a wedding planning company. "Shall we start?" Makoto Uchiha clapped her hands. Then Minato Namikaze was kicked out by his little pepper. "Get out. Don't come back in until I call you." The curtain was flung directly into his face. Minato Namikaze rubbed his nose and retreated to the outer room, sitting down opposite Fugaku Uchiha. Two grown men, sitting in silence. The conversation between Makoto and Kushina came from the inner room. "Lift your arm, the cuffs need to be taken in by another 2 points. So tight. Bear with it, the bride has to wear it all day on the wedding day." "Ah, that long. You'll get used to it. I wore it for 12 hours on my wedding day, and I couldn't even straighten my back." 12 hours. Then going to the bathroom. That outfit has to be worn all day. How much suffering will little Pepper have to endure? Minato Namikaze suddenly felt a hint of fear about tomorrow's wedding. Fugaku stared expressionlessly at the teacup on the low table. Obviously, he heard it too. But neither of them spoke. Half an hour later, the curtain to the inner room was pulled open. Minato looked up and held his breath. The shiromuku was on. The pure white formal attire draped from her shoulders all the way to her feet, and the layered fabric outlined a graceful figure. Her red hair was styled up, mostly covered by the white hood, with only a few stray hairs visible at her temples. Kushina lowered her head, her hands folded in front of her, a flush rising on her cheeks. In her eyes, which she lifted secretly, was undisguised shyness and love. Does it look good? Her voice was soft and thin. Minato Namikaze opened his mouth, finding his throat a bit dry. It looks good. He said it very seriously, and emphasized it again, very good. In the past, when he attended weddings, he only thought about how to earn back the gift money. He never felt that such a scene would have anything to do with him. But now, the woman in the shiromuku in front of him was smiling at him. That smile was for him. Only for him. This feeling was very strange. And very good. I told you this set would suit Kushina best. Makoto helped adjust the hem of the skirt and turned to look at her husband, right? Fugaku Uchiha was called out. Yes, it fits well. After a pause, he added, when you wore this back then, it also looked very good. Who said rigid people can't say sweet things? Makoto Uchiha covered her mouth and chuckled, clearly pleased. Fugaku Uchiha's face remained unmoved, but the tips of his ears turned red. Minato, you go try yours too. Kushina urged him. Clan leader Fugaku picked for quite a while. Minato Namikaze turned to look at Fugaku Uchiha. He cleared his throat and pointed to a set of black formal kimono hanging on the side. There aren't many styles for men's formal attire. I looked at a few, and the fabric of this one is the crispest. Thank you for the trouble. Minato Namikaze took the formal wear, went into the partition, and came out after changing. The black set off his tall and straight figure, and the tailoring was just right. The usually gentle face suddenly revealed sharp angles after putting on this outfit. Kushina looked at the little son who had changed drastically, her eyes shining. Good. Fugaku Uchiha nodded, rarely saying an extra sentence. I also wore this style back then. Makoto Uchiha smiled and added, your hands were shaking when you were trying on clothes back then. That didn't happen. It did. He stopped talking and watched quietly as Minato Namikaze got into the fitting process. Shiromuku and black formal kimono. The two stood side by side in front of two mirrors. She peeked at him from the mirror. She was caught. She quickly turned her face away, her ears turning bright red. He also looked at her from the mirror. Just looking like that. Kushina bit her lip and then glared at him. Fiercely. With a smile in the corners of her eyes. He also smiled. Makoto pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with reminiscence. She had once been like this too. Fugaku Uchiha stared expressionlessly at the ceiling. The whole process lasted for over an hour. After confirming that all sizes didn't need to be altered again, Makoto took Kushina's arm. Let's go pick out some jewelry. Okay. Kushina changed her clothes and instructed before leaving, don't go back too late. Got it. Arrive at the venue before 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, no lateness allowed. Understood. And, she stopped at the door, hesitating for a moment. Then she turned her face away, her voice suddenly becoming small. See you tomorrow. After saying that, she ran away. Makoto looked at her husband and said with a smile, you stay with Minato for a while, we'll be back soon. Without waiting for an answer, she followed Kushina and left. The shop suddenly quieted down. The owner tactfully retreated to the inner room. The originally crowded formal wear shop suddenly became empty. Lord Fourth Hokage. Fugaku paused, seemingly wanting to change how he addressed him, but ultimately used the safest title. Just call me Minato in private. Minato raised his hand and tapped the wall. A layer of imperceptible chakra ripples spread along the surface. Don't worry, no one outside can hear us. Sister Makoto should have mentioned to you that the pressure the Konoha military police force has been under recently is heavier than ever. Fugaku's lips moved, and he chose a relatively decent way to phrase it. The security quotas issued by the village have tripled compared to the same period last year. Minato listened quietly without interrupting. It was clear that he had been holding these words in for a long time. He wore an awkward expression, clearly needing help yet desperately trying to maintain his dignity. It was just like those people who came to borrow money from him in his past life, They were so poor they could only afford instant noodles, but the first thing they'd say was, "I'm a bit tight on cash lately." Wouldn't it be simpler to just say they had no money? If everything continued as it was, this man would still be preaching about the big picture, even when his own son held a blade to his throat in the future. Pathetic and infuriating. Clan leader Fugaku, Minato interrupted. Sister Makoto and Kushina are companions. So I won't beat around the bush with you today. There is something I've been holding back for a long time. Fugaku sensed that something was wrong. You are a good husband, Minato said. At just a word from Sister Makoto, you can sit idly in a dress shop for over half an hour. I am very grateful that you could come to help today. Fugaku's expression softened slightly, and he wanted to say, "You're too polite." But some things are more serious than the Konoha military police force's quotas, such as Itachi. Fugaku froze. The politeness that had just surfaced vanished without a trace, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Lord Fourth Hokage, this is my family matter. It is indeed a family matter, Minato said, unyielding. How old is Itachi this year? 4. A 4-year-old child, and you take him to the battlefield. Fugaku's hand, holding the teacup, tightened abruptly. He didn't understand what the problem was. Itachi was a genius. A genius recognized by the entire clan. Geniuses should receive a genius's method of education. What was wrong with that? What are other children doing at 4? Minato didn't wait for him to defend himself. Chasing butterflies, playing with mud, crying for half a day after taking a tumble. What is your son doing at 4? Looking at corpses on the battlefield. Itachi is an Uchiha genius, Fugaku said, enunciating every word as if reciting lines he had long memorized. Every word rang with conviction. He awakened his chakra at 3, and by 4, he was already capable of completing the clan's basic patrol and shuriken throwing training. His talent should not be wasted, right? Minato finished for him. Has this not been said more than once within the clan? The corner of Fugaku's mouth twitched slightly. Having someone else say what he wanted to say in advance made him very uncomfortable. Minato sneered inwardly. He had heard too many words like these. A child in the neighborhood could recite multiplication tables at 3, and his mother would tell everyone that her child was talented. At 4, he was enrolled in advanced math, at 5 in programming, and at 6, he was attending 3 tutoring classes simultaneously. Then at 8, he started to hate school, at 10 he started smashing things, and at 12, he completely severed ties with his parents. The talent wasn't wasted. The child was ruined. Can you distinguish between education and pressure? Minato challenged. To make a toddler who can't even hold a kunai steady face the cruelty of the battlefield. What do you want him to see? Severed arms. Or the eyes of people before they die. That is to make him understand the value of peace. Fugaku's voice suddenly rose, then he quickly lowered it back down. The soundproofing here wasn't good, and he didn't want others to hear. But the anger in his voice was uncontrollable. There are no cowards among the Uchiha. He must awaken his eyes early, this is the price of bearing the Uchiha name. And also the Uchiha's pride. Minato took the words again. Fugaku was choked up, veins throbbing on his forehead. Good grief. Making a toddler whose mind hasn't matured witness the cruelty of war, and then having him write a reflection on the value of peace upon returning. How does that saying go? You're not raising a prodigy, you're blowing him up. Pride. Minato put away his smile and chewed over the word repeatedly. Since this pride is so important, then why are you sitting in front of me today? Fugaku froze completely, as if he had been slapped in the face. Regarding the security quotas, have you talked to the third? Have you talked to the consultant elders? None of them, right? Minato pressed on step by step. You didn't go to anyone, yet you came to me. Why? Fugaku's chest heaved violently. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, when had he ever been pointed at and spoken to like this? Never. He couldn't even remember the last time someone dared to speak to him like this. And yet, he couldn't refute it. You came to me because others wouldn't pay you any mind. Minato continued to tear it down. The third won't pay you any mind, and the consultant elders won't pay you any mind. You know clearly in your heart that in the eyes of those people, the Uchiha have never been companions, but a group of troublemakers. Fugaku's pupils constricted. They throw the dirty work to you, and if you accept it, it's only expected. If you don't accept it, it's being ungrateful. Enough. Fugaku gritted his teeth. Feeling aggrieved. Feeling that the village is unfair to you. Minato didn't stop at all. If he didn't tear this bullshit pride apart completely today, he'd change his last name to Uchiha. Then why don't you protest? Is it because you don't want to? It's because you don't dare, right? I am doing this for the village. Fugaku finally couldn't hold it in, his face turning bright red. He lowered his voice, but it was more powerful than a shout. The war has just ended, we cannot have any more infighting. If I don't concede, the methods of the Council of Elders will be even more radical. This is called looking at the big picture. He said it all in one breath, his chest heaving violently. We are conceding, he continued, suppressing his anger. We are using our actions to prove the Uchiha's loyalty to the village to the high-level officials. As long as we get through this difficult period, everyone will eventually see our sacrifices. His voice grew quieter and quieter toward the end, like a fist hitting cotton. He had said this too many times. He said it at clan meetings, at home, and to himself when he was alone. He had almost started to believe it himself. That is the problem. Minato's voice wasn't loud, but it pointed directly to the root of the issue. In another month, it will be the year 51 of Konoha. In these past few decades, have they seen it? Fugaku's face stiffened, as if he had been doused with cold water from head to toe. Minato sighed. A clan that had achieved great military merit was forced to carry the blame for decades because of the mistake of one person. They waited year after year, endured year after year, and shouldered the burden year after year. In the end, what they got in return was alienation from the entire village. He didn't want to be this harsh. But some things had to be said bluntly, or the other party would always hold on to fantasies. Then he asked a question. Do you know why a dog exposes its belly? Fugaku's eyelid twitched. Because after doing it once and realizing it didn't get beaten, it thinks it works. Then, whenever it encounters trouble, it does it again. But after doing it for too long, it forgets that it originally had teeth. Fugaku understood. His hands, resting on his knees, gripped his trousers tightly. Do you know why the Uchiha are having such a hard time? Minato went full throttle. Because they know that if they step on you, you will only concede. You concede, you compromise, you look at the big picture, and you call this, bearing humiliation for the greater good. But others only think, so what if I hit you? You wouldn't dare fight back anyway. Next time, they can hit even harder. Fugaku's face turned pale, bit by bit. He had been the clan leader for so many years. The radicals within the clan called him weak and said he had disgraced his ancestors. He endured it. He believed that his clansmen would understand his good intentions. The high-level officials of the village guarded against him, throwing all the dirty and tiring work at him. He endured the two. He firmly believed that his forbearance was valuable. One day, the high-level officials would see the sincerity of the Uchiha and accept them back. But, it had been decades. Did everyone see it? No. Not even once. Getting hit but not daring to fight back. Yes. What he thought was looking at the big picture was, in the eyes of others, nothing more than a dog that had exposed its belly. Fugaku's fists clenched, relaxed, and clenched again, over and over. You say the Uchiha have pride. Minato's tone changed, no longer aggressive. His voice began to have warmth. I believe you. Fugaku raised his head. The anger in his eyes was still there, but there was more exhaustion. On the battlefield, I have seen the Uchiha's pride more than once. Before they fell, the companions they protected behind them would not suffer the slightest harm. Their comrades in arms could safely entrust their backs to them. That is the true pride of the Uchiha. Fugaku didn't speak, his shoulders slumped. I am not saying these things to you today as the Hokage, Minato slowed his rhythm. I just feel that the child, Itachi, shouldn't be like this. He is only 4. A 4-year-old child should be innocent and carefree. These things, he will never have again. Fugaku closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. In those scarlet eyes, black patterns slowly rotated. The smile on Minato Namikaze's face froze instantly. This actually works. The Mangekyo Sharingan that suddenly appeared in Fugaku's eyes left Minato Namikaze stunned. He awakened his Mangekyo just from being talked to. I only talked to you for a bit, didn't I? Is it really that serious? Could it be that I, Minato Namikaze, am the legendary king of Taijutsu? Thinking about it carefully, Fugaku awakening his eyes isn't that surprising. Because all the things he had suppressed for so long were suddenly brought to the surface. Decades of forbearance. Decades of self-deception. Decades of, wait a little longer, endure a little more. It was all smashed to pieces by a metaphor about a dog rolling over. So it's no wonder he awakened them. Minato Namikaze silently gave his Taijutsu a title. Taijutsu. Mangekyo Awakening Technique. Usage condition. The target has long-term emotional suppression. Trigger effect. After being precisely blasted by a corporate slave's pua, the emotional critical point collapses, forcing awakening. Side effects unknown. One can only say that the Uchiha eyes are indeed too easily pushed to their limits by emotions. As expected of the Uchiha. Once the emotions hit, even the system has to make way for it. On this side, Minato Namikaze was still muttering to himself. On the other side, Fugaku seemed unaware, his Mangekyo spinning twice before slowly fading away. But in those eyes, there was only bewilderment. It was the feeling of, what exactly has he been holding onto all these years? Minato Namikaze had the same look in his eyes after being laid off in his past life. Fugaku lowered his head, was silent for a long time, and then spoke again. About the public security quotas. I can't approve it. Minato Namikaze replied very straightforwardly. You know my situation. Whether I say it or you say it, the result is the same. Fugaku was not surprised. He didn't expect a Hokage who had been sidelined to be able to do anything anyway. But trying is better than not trying. Minato Namikaze stood up, picked up the Hokage cloak that he had draped over the back of the chair when he entered, and put it back on his shoulders. With a sweep of his arms, the cloak was draped over him, and he looked down at Fugaku. But I won't be unable to approve it forever. No wonder you could become Hokage. Fugaku stared at him for a long time and said self-deprecatingly, you really do have more courage than me. I'll take that as a compliment. If it were you. Fugaku's voice was low and hoarse, how would you lead the Uchiha? I can't see the path anymore. The dignified Uchiha clan head saying such things. If the radicals in the clan heard this, they would probably go berserk on the spot. Outsiders cannot save the Uchiha. Minato Namikaze said while adjusting his collar. Only when an egg is broken from the inside is it called rebirth. If it's broken from the outside, it's just food. You are the head of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku opened his mouth. Minato Namikaze had already walked to the door, his hand on the doorknob. He pulled it open. Sunlight poured in, as if draping a cloak of light over him. Think about it carefully, the number one ninja clan of Konoha. The wind chime at the door was set in motion, emitting a series of crisp sounds. He had already walked away. Fugaku sat back in his chair, pressing hard on his brow. So the fourth Hokage knew everything. It turns out that this new Hokage, who appeared sunny and gentle to the outside world, had such sharp insight and saw things so thoroughly. On the street, Minato Namikaze walked down the street, just as he had when he arrived, with people greeting him constantly. He kept nodding and smiling. But in his mind, the system notifications were flashing. Uchiha clan territory, control level, 10% right pointing arrow 50%. Power infiltration increased. Clan heads will has shifted. Control level skyrocketed. Minato Namikaze almost laughed out loud on the street. One conversation exchanged for 40 percentage points of control. This efficiency is much higher than signing documents. If he had known that chatting could also increase control levels, he would have wanted to open a Hokage psychological counseling room. Of course, such an opportunity is rare. Fugaku could be persuaded because the Uchiha were already standing on the edge of a cliff. Laughing aside, Minato quickly calmed down. The Uchiha control level rising to 50% meant that Fugaku had already made a choice. But the clan head is one thing, and the whole clan is another. The people inside the Uchiha might not necessarily buy what he says. From 50% to 100%, what stands in between isn't as simple as a few words. It is tangible benefits. It is letting the Uchiha people see that following him means they can eat meat. But at least a start has been made. Thinking of this, the smile on Minato Namikaze's face became even gentler. So gentle that passers-by turned their heads one after another. Lord Fourth is in such a good mood today. Yeah, he's smiling like he found money. Minato Namikaze couldn't be bothered with that, his attention was still on the system. Because the Uchiha clan's control level exceeded 50%. The daily luck value obtained also increased by 2,000. It increased from 10,000 to 12,000. According to his observations, it seems that only when the control level reaches 50% does the corresponding area begin to contribute luck value. In other words, there is no need to rush to grind every area to 100%. First, push as many areas as possible past 50%. Once the base luck value goes up, he can afford things in the store. Once he buys things, his strength can be solidified. Once his strength is solidified, he will have the capital to chew on the remaining hard nuts. Cast a wide net first, then focus on breakthroughs. Isn't this the same approach as doing projects in his past life? Get the MVP running first, and add more weight once the data looks good. Perfect. In the sunset, Minato Namikaze's steps were light. The Uchiha are moving closer to him. The luck value is rising. Orochimaru has reached a cooperation agreement with him. He is getting married tomorrow. 3 happy events at once. No, it's 4 happy events. After tomorrow, he won't be the only one at home anymore. He needs to get a good night's sleep tonight. Thinking of this, his steps became even lighter. Then he suddenly stopped. Right. Tomorrow, he still has to wear that outfit all day. The image of him trying it on earlier couldn't help but appear in his mind. Even someone with a poker face like Fugaku could pull it off. What if he loses control of his facial expressions halfway through? Given Little Pepper's temper, she would definitely hammer him onto the Hokage rock, the kind that can't be pried off. Thinking of Kushina throwing a temper tantrum while wearing the nine-tailed chakra cloak. He shuddered. His good mood was instantly discounted. He pushed open the door. Minato Namikaze paused just as he was about to change his shoes. He closed the door, hung up the Hokage cloak, and said, "Senior, I remember I didn't invite you into my house, did I?" The window wasn't locked. Orochimaru spoke from the shadows. Minato glanced at him. In fact, when Orochimaru stepped into the yard, the system had already marked him. Fine. Ninjas don't seem to like using the front door. Minato Namikaze sat opposite Orochimaru and poured himself a glass of water. Has it been sorted out? No. What happened? Tonight, I have to perform a surgery on Danzo. Orochimaru said slowly, I think you might be interested. Is he injured? Who did it? No. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. He wants me to transplant an eye for him. Minato's brow twitched, and the image of Danzo wrapped in bandages automatically popped up. A Sharingan? He asked. Orochimaru smiled and said, it seems the 4th Hokage knows quite a lot. Minato Namikaze didn't take the bait. He originally thought that Danzo's large-scale body modification was something that happened after the Uchiha massacre. He didn't expect Danzo to have started so early. But upon further thought, it wasn't surprising. The fact that Danzo had always coveted the Sharingan was not a secret. The Third Ninja World War had been fought for so long, and quite a few Uchiha clan members had died in battle. There were always loopholes in corpse recovery, and the people from Root were active on the battlefield all year round. Snatching a few eyes back was just a simple task for Danzo. But the good news is that at this point in time, it's impossible for Danzo to have a Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui is only 8, Itachi is only 4, and Sasuke hasn't been born yet. As for Uchiha Madara and Obito, those 2 masters are causing trouble in the shadows. If they don't jump out on their own, Konoha doesn't even know they are still alive. An ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan still can't change the overall situation, but this matter itself is already fatal enough. Just because he can't flip the table now doesn't mean this debt can't be recorded. But he still confirmed, whose? What Tomo level? 3 Tomo. I don't know whose it is, Danzo didn't say, and I wasn't interested in asking. Minato Namikaze nodded, having a rough idea in his mind. Is that the only reason you came to see me? Danzo will also attend your wedding tomorrow. Orochimaru changed his sitting posture, his eyes gleaming with a faint light. Someone who has just finished a transplant surgery can't be in very good shape. This is a good opportunity, don't you plan to do something? Minato Namikaze thought for a moment and shook his head. With the 3rd Hokage present, having only one Sharingan of unknown origin, the chain of evidence is too thin to nail him down. Besides, tomorrow is my wedding with Kushina. I don't want her to see that kind of mess. Orochimaru stared at him for a moment, his golden-slit pupils narrowing slightly. If this were said in the past, he would have believed it. Seeing that Minato Namikaze really didn't intend to continue, Orochimaru slowly stood up. Fine, suit yourself. Danzo is still waiting for me, I'm leaving now. Take care. Minato Namikaze lifted his chin slightly. Use the front door. Orochimaru paused, his foot that had stepped onto the windowsill pulled back. He turned around expressionlessly and left through the front door. TCH. The moment the door closed, Minato Namikaze seemed to hear a very faint sound of disdain. This guy. He really doesn't want to use the front door even once. The next day. 5:30 a.m. It was still dark, and the air was cold enough to pierce the lungs. Minato Namikaze stood in front of the full-length mirror, tightening the last strap of his black Monsuki Haori Hakama. This outfit is very heavy. When you wear it, you have to stand up straight, otherwise, the clothes will force you to. Used to casual clothes that are easy to move in, wearing this is really awkward. And I have to wear it for the whole day. Thud. A muffled sound came from the windowsill. Yo. Jiraiya jumped in, covered in the dust of travel. Haha, you look very spirited today, Minato. Minato Namikaze's temple twitched. Does not a single one of the Sannin like using the front door? Teacher, you finally returned. Ha ha ha, my own student is getting married, I can't be absent. Jiraiya laughed heartily. He hadn't had time to change his armor, which had scratches on it. How is the situation at the border? Still the same old story. Kumogakure has been tearing into Iwagakure, but they still have troops stationed at the border, neither attacking nor retreating. They probably refuse to admit defeat. I estimate a large-scale war won't break out, but we must be on guard against them pulling small tricks. Don't worry, I'm guarding against them. Jiraiya walked up to Minato, looking him up and down. Not bad, very handsome. As expected of Jiraiya's student. That's true. Minato's expression was gentle. But seriously. Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious. The burden of the Hokage is heavy. After you get married, the responsibility will be even greater. If you can't carry it, tell me. Don't try to tough it out alone. I understand. Minato nodded. Let's go. Jiraiya stood up, placed his large hand on Minato's back, and pushed him toward the door. Kushina is much fiercer than you. If you're late, she'll throw you off the Hokage rock. Don't jinx it. The two walked out of the house side by side, facing the rising morning sun, and headed toward the wedding venue. The main roads of Konoha were draped in red silk ribbons. From the village entrance to the Hokage building, a new red lantern was hung every 10 meters, making the entire street look as festive as the Lunar New Year. There were far more pedestrians along the roads than usual, all surging in the same direction. The wedding venue was set up in the Konoha Auditorium on the east side of the Hokage building. Logically speaking, marriage is a matter between two people. At most, you invite some friends and family, have a drink, celebrate a little, and that's it. But he was the Hokage. He was the nominal leader of this violent organization, Konoha. Could the leader's wedding be simplified? Naturally, no. Furthermore, the bride was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The union of Konoha's supreme leader and its ultimate weapon was a political event of the highest order. Hiruzen and the consultant elders set the tone immediately. The wedding had to be grand to demonstrate Konoha's heritage and cohesion to the other ninja villages. This was the only decision since Minato Namikaze took office that he did not resent. He also wanted to give Kushina a grand wedding. But to put it bluntly, the essence of this wedding was a court assembly accompanied by gift money. The distribution of every invitation and the arrangement of every seat was a reaffirmation of the power hierarchy. Who sat in the front row, who sat in the back, who sat next to whom, and who sat far from whom. These details were a true test of one's mettle. However, all of this had nothing to do with him, a Hokage without real power, so he didn't need to worry about it. A row of Anbu stood on both sides of the main entrance to the auditorium. Anbu patrolled the perimeter, the Konoha military police force controlled the street corners, and the barrier team had set up a sensory net at the four corners of the auditorium. Hiruzen was always meticulous in such situations. It was just unclear which budget this security expense was coming from. When Minato Namikaze appeared at the entrance of the auditorium, a burst of enthusiastic cheers immediately erupted inside. Lord 4th Hokage. Congratulations, congratulations. Wishing you and Lady Kushina a happy marriage. He wore a gentle smile, nodding to the crowd around him. The auditorium was already more than half full. Long tables were set up on both sides of the main hall, covered with white silk and decorated with flowers and ribbons, arranged with great care. It was said that these were the fruits of 2 days of hard work by Bawako Sarutobi, who had led a group of clan matriarchs. Minato Namikaze swept his gaze across the room. The high-ranking advisors and the heads of the various clans sat in the front row. In the middle were the representatives of the Jonin class. The back rows were packed with Chunin and Genin, and there were even people peering in from the doorway. Good grief. The biggest wedding he had ever seen in his previous life had only been 20 or 30 tables. Now, at a glance, it looked like nearly 1,000 people were attending. If he collected gift money according to the rules of his previous life, he could probably make up for the funding gap for the orphanage. He continued to scan forward. In the middle of the front row, Hiruzen Sarutobi was wearing formal attire today, his pipe resting by his hand, his face glowing with health. Utatane Kaharu and Homura Mitokado sat nearby, the two of them whispering something to each other. Minato Namikaze was already used to it. Wherever these two went, they whispered. They whispered while eating, and they whispered during meetings. He figured they could probably even whisper to each other across the men's and women's restrooms if they were desperate. Further to the side was Danzo. His right eye was already bandaged. Orochimaru had only just mentioned last night that he would perform the transplant surgery for Danzo, and today the bandages were already on his face. There was almost no interval between the surgery and attending the banquet. This old man's obsession with power and authority was even heavier than he had anticipated. Minato Namikaze didn't linger on Danzo, his gaze sliding past naturally. You brat, you've really done it. Jiraiya stood beside him, looking around, his tone carrying an indescribable hint of envy. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to speak, a familiar voice came from his right. Minato-sensei. He turned to look. Kakashi was leaning against a pillar, his face still covered by his mask, his silver hair groomed more neatly than usual, but his eyes still held that dead fish look. Standing next to him was Might Guy. Might Guy was also wearing formal attire today, but that aura of youthful passion couldn't be suppressed by mere clothing. His teeth were still gleaming. Kakashi, Might Guy. Minato Namikaze walked over, smiling as he looked at the two who were still in their youth. Kakashi said in a low voice, Minato-sensei, congratulations. Ah, thank you. Minato Namikaze looked at him and sighed softly in his heart. The matter of Obito and Rin Nohara always weighed on Kakashi. One was hiding in the shadows, drifting further and further away from Konoha. The other could never return. Kakashi knew nothing, yet he lived while carrying the weight of guilt. Fortunately, the gloom on him had faded a little compared to before. That was a good thing. Lord Fourth Hokage. Might Guy suddenly clenched his fists, his voice passionate, please, you and Lady Kushina, use the blood of youth to ignite the flames of marriage. Kakashi silently moved a step to the side. Minato Namikaze smiled. Jiraiya was amused, reaching out to pat Might Guy on the shoulder, not bad, that's the spirit. Then he looked at Kakashi, sizing him up, on such a big day as your teacher's wedding, you won't even take off your mask. I'm used to wearing it. Kakashi didn't even lift his eyelids, besides, it's my teacher getting married, not me. You brat, being this dull, be careful you won't find a wife in the future. That's fine, saves trouble. Kakashi leaned back against the pillar and pulled a book from his pocket. Minato Namikaze glanced at the cover, confirming it wasn't some strange reading material, and felt slightly relieved. Good. He hadn't been corrupted by Jiraiya yet. Just then, the wedding drums began to beat. The steady drumbeats sounded one after another, and the noise in the auditorium slowly died down. The whole place went silent. Even Might Guy shut his mouth. The priest took the stage. Ninja weddings still followed ancient rites. The blessing included ancient names of gods, legends of the Six Paths Sage, and the will of fire established after the founding of Konoha. Minato Namikaze stood to the left of the priest, his back straight, the black-crested kimono and hakama making his figure look even more slender and tall. Then, the door on the right slowly opened. Everyone in the auditorium looked over. Kushina walked in, accompanied by Makoto. Wearing a white shiromuku. With a sunokakushi. Her red hair was styled in a bun. She took small, careful steps. The usually fiery little pepper was so quiet today that she seemed like a different person. Minato Namikaze had already seen her wearing this outfit at the formal wear shop yesterday. But today was different. Yesterday was just a fitting. Today, she was here to marry him. Makoto led Kushina to the right of the priest, stood still, then let go and stepped back. Kushina's ears were red, and her eyelashes were trembling uncontrollably. She looked incredibly cute. The priest began to read the blessing, reciting a long string of ancient text that made many people's eyes glaze over. Minato Namikaze stood straight. Bow, rise. Bow again, rise again. Whatever the priest asked him to do, he followed suit. No matter which world you are in, wedding ceremonies are always a hassle. The 339 times cup ceremony. The attendant brought the sake cups. When Kushina reached out to take it, her hand trembled slightly. Minato Namikaze noticed it. He whispered, "It's okay, I'm here." Kushina looked up at him. He smiled at her. Her hand suddenly steadied. She raised the cup, drank 3 sips, and handed it back. Immediately following was another round. 339 times, back and forth 3 times, 9 sips in total. Every sip had its significance. Then they exchanged vows. The priest handed over the tamaguchi. Minato Namikaze received it with both hands. He walked to the altar and placed the tamaguchi squarely on the offering table. Then he turned around to face the girl beside him. Kushina also stepped forward, her steps much steadier than before. She offered the tamaguchi and stepped back to his side. When she returned, her eyes were a little red. Minato Namikaze didn't speak, just squeezed her hand. She tightened her grip in return. Below the stage, Jiraiya looked up at the newlyweds. Those were his students. They were the children he watched grow up. That kid from back then, with the bright smile who would listen to him intently, was now wearing a black formal suit, standing beside the girl he loved. He was still as gentle as ever. Only, he had grown up. Jiraiya smiled and clapped, the applause growing louder and louder. In his 30-plus years of life, he had never stood in that position. And he probably wouldn't have the chance in the future either. But seeing his student standing there, he actually felt that this was not bad at all. Bless you, you brat. His voice was very soft, drowned out by the surrounding applause. The ceremony is complete, the priest announced loudly. The whole room rose to their feet. Applause surged from all directions. Petals drifted down from the dome. White ones, pink ones, falling on their shoulders, falling into their hair. Minato Namikaze took Kushina's hand. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. His monthly salary wasn't high, and he rented a small 12-square-meter room. After work, he would stare blankly at his phone until the screen automatically went dark, only then realizing the room was black. No one ever waited for him to come home. In this life, he was Minato Namikaze. He was the fourth Hokage. He was still constrained by old forces, and there were many unseen enemies behind him. But at this moment, he was holding the hand of the most beautiful girl in the world. Your palms are sweating, Kushina suddenly whispered, her tone both fierce and soft. I'm nervous. Idiot. Yeah, she didn't speak again. But she gripped his hand even tighter. Sunlight shone in from the auditorium's high windows, passing through the fluttering petals, and fell upon their clasped hands. It was very warm. After the elaborate ceremony, the wedding moved into the banquet phase. They ate from noon until evening. Toasting, small talk, listening to blessings, then more toasting. Facing the endless stream of blessings, Minato Namikaze's face was stiff from smiling. The latter half of the wedding was purely endured through the expression management he'd learned as a corporate drone. Fortunately, there were no major mishaps throughout. There was only one minor incident that almost ruined the atmosphere. It started when the young couple went to Jiraiya's table to toast, and everyone at the table stood up and raised their glasses. Only Orochimaru remained seated, perfectly still. Neither standing nor raising a glass. At the time, everyone thought Orochimaru was trying to embarrass the new Hokage in public because he had lost the Hokage competition. Little Pepper almost rolled up her sleeves. Fortunately, Orochimaru offered an explanation of, time passing too quickly, I was momentarily distracted, and then toasted. This cleared up the misunderstanding. Aside from that, the atmosphere of the banquet was generally smooth. Jiraiya got drunk, put his arm around Kakashi's shoulder, and bragged that he was almost chased by 5 female ninja confessing their love back in the day. Orochimaru had already left. Danzo also left halfway through the banquet. The third Hokage, however, stayed until the very end, saying things like, live a good life, and so on. He looked kind and very much like an elder watching a junior's joyous occasion. When not discussing power, the third Hokage was indeed a good elder. But only when not discussing power. After seeing off the third Hokage, Minato Namikaze fled directly into the dressing room backstage of the hall. For 14 hours straight, his waist had a red mark from being cinched, burning hot. The moment he took off his formal attire, he deeply understood what it meant to regain freedom. Fugaku even said he wore it all day without changing his expression. Nonsense. Kushina changed even faster than him. She shoved the discarded dress into Uchiha Makoto's arms. Only the hair ornament on her head remained, her red hair half loose, half tied. After changing into her casual clothes, she visibly came alive. By the time the guests had dispersed, it was completely dark. The two of them left the hall. The red lanterns outside were still lit, their red glow spreading all the way to the end of the main street. There were still residual petals and confetti on the road. On the way home, every few steps, Kushina would secretly glance at him. When caught, she would immediately look away. You've been peeking at me a lot today. Who's peeking at you? The patrolling ninja saw the two and instinctively stood straighter. Fourth Hokage-sama, Kushina-sama, happy wedding. Little Pepper's face instantly turned red, and she secretly pinched his arm. Thank you, you've worked hard. Minato Namikaze nodded, subtly walking away before asking, why did you pinch me? It's all your fault. What did I do? You, why are you smiling? I'm happy to have married you. Kushina's steps paused. She turned her face away, pressing her lips together twice, but couldn't hold back her smile. Idiot. These two words had appeared quite frequently today. Minato Namikaze thought that this would probably become his exclusive appellation from now on. After their playful banter, the street became quiet again. The moonlight stretched their shadows long. The distance between their hands grew shorter and shorter. They touched once, then quickly pulled back. Minato Namikaze didn't look back, and simply grabbed her restless hand. Your hand is so cold. She didn't struggle, muttering. I've been standing all day, so my blood circulation isn't good. Excuses. Yes, excuses. Neither of them spoke after that. When they reached their doorstep, Kushina suddenly stopped, her hand slowly tightening. Minato Namikaze noticed. Tired. No. She answered quickly, as if she had prepared it in advance. Minato didn't expose her, and used the key to open the door. A faint floral scent wafted out. It was from the fresh flowers on the shoe cabinet in the entryway. On the living room coffee table were two white porcelain cups and a pot of warm sake. Next to it was a note, which read, Minato, Kushina, happy wedding, only one cup allowed. The signature was Bawako Sarutobi. Kushina poked her head out to look, and her face turned red again. They changed shoes and entered the house. Kushina followed him in, her movements much lighter than usual. Normally, when she came home, the whole house would hear her movements. Today was different, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. He closed the door. The room instantly fell silent. The two stood there, neither speaking first. Their gazes met, then simultaneously moved away. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. His social experience from his previous life told him that this situation required an ice-breaking action. Minato Namikaze asked, thirsty? Kushina nodded. He quickly poured 2 cups of water. Kushina took a gulp and choked. Cough cough. Slow down. Minato gently patted her back. As soon as he touched her, she stiffened. Minato Namikaze's hand stopped in midair. Am I scary? No. Kushina quickly shook her head, biting her lip, not knowing how to continue. Minato Namikaze glanced at her, then directly reached out and lifted her into his arms. Kushina let out a small gasp, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. She protested softly, my clothes will get ruined. We're home already. He carried her to the bedroom and set her down in front of the dressing table. He began to help her remove the hair ornaments from her head. His movements were gentle, and chakra flowed through their skin contact, helping to soothe her muscles that had been tense all day. Kushina watched him in the mirror, her gaze flickering uncertainly. Minato. Am I too heavy? She made small talk. I don't feel anything. He spoke truthfully. The last hair ornament was removed. Her red hair cascaded down. Looking at little Pepper in the mirror, she was beautiful. He pushed the chair to turn her towards him, then squatted down and reached for her feet, wanting to help her take off her shoes. The warmth from his palm came, and her instep instantly arched. I'll do it myself. She tried to pull her feet back. Don't move. Kushina stopped moving, her breathing becoming rapid. Minato Namikaze looked up at little Pepper, her face as red as her hair. Are you scared? Of course not. A very unconvincing statement. Minato Namikaze smiled, as if girls always love to say the opposite when nervous. No need to be nervous. He pulled her into his embrace. Kushina buried her face in his chest. The steady heartbeat reached her ears. After a while, she said in a muffled voice, are you nervous too? Of course. You're the Yellow Flash. The Yellow Flash is also getting married for the first time. Kushina blinked, and her shoulders relaxed a little. Minato Namikaze released her and went to the living room to pour 2 cups of sake. Bawako-sama said, only 1 cup is allowed. Why are you so obedient? Elders' words should be heeded. Then what about my words? Highest priority. Kushina pursed her lips and smiled, smooth talker. Just the truth. The rims of the cups gently clinked. The sake was a little spicy. So many people came today. She began to change the subject. Jiraiya-sensei almost fell over when he was drunk, did you see? I saw it. Kakashi actually congratulated me today. Ah, he told me too. Did you know Sister Makoto cried? Her voice slowed, and her fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the cup. She suddenly cried when she was helping me change backstage. She said it reminded her of her own wedding day. She stopped talking. Minato Namikaze watched her quietly. After a moment of silence. Minato. I'm here. Do you think I'm too rough? Why do you ask that? It's just. I always hit you and speak fiercely. She lowered her head, her ears starting to turn red again. Today, Bawako told me that as the Hokage's wife, I should be dignified. Don't listen to her. You just said to listen to elders' words. You don't have to listen to this one. Kushina glared at him, her lips barely holding back a smile. You're talking strangely today. We're married, you see. He changed the subject. I'm happy today. Liar. Really. You always make that expression when you lie, but. Kushina looked at him, no matter what you're like. Smiling, angry, secretly scheming something. You are the one I chose. This was the first time in both his lives combined that someone had said such words to him. Before, he only heard, do you have a house? Do you have a car? What's your monthly salary? After getting the answers, those women's eyes were colder than Donzo's. Minato Namikaze didn't know what to say for a moment. Kushina's voice softened a few more degrees. Her fingers twirled a strand of hair. Also, do you think I'm troublesome? I have a bad temper, and my cooking is terrible. I can't control myself when I get angry. She paused and then said, and I'm the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The candlelight flickered. Minato Namikaze didn't rush to reply. This question couldn't be brushed off with a joke. She was asking seriously. And he had to answer seriously. Kushina said, everyone was laughing today, wishing us well. But I know some people aren't looking at Uzumaki Kushina. They're looking at the nine-tailed fox. They're looking at the village's weapon. Her voice grew softer and more serious. I wasn't afraid of these things before. Really. I always thought that as long as I was strong enough, fierce enough, no one could bully me. But today, standing next to you, I suddenly got scared. She looked up, her eyes a little red. As a Jinchuriki, my life doesn't belong to me. I'm afraid of dragging you down. You are the Hokage, and you will face many enemies in the future. If someone wants to use me to deal with you, she bit her lip, or if the village needs me, I may not be able to grow old with you peacefully. If one day I'm really gone. She suddenly grabbed his hand, very nervous, will you regret marrying me? Minato Namikaze looked at her. In her eyes, there was a little girl who had known since she was 6 that she was a vessel. Taken from her hometown. Taught to be strong. Told that her life belonged to Konoha. All her feistiness and toughness were merely a shell to protect herself. The person inside the shell was terrified. Kushina. Minato interrupted her, you are never a burden. But the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox is the nine-tailed fox. He held her hand tightly in return. You are you. What I like is the Uzumaki Kushina who laughs loudly, gets angry, and blushes for a long time after being praised. Not a weapon, and certainly not a tool. As for someone using you to deal with me. He smiled, that means they have good taste and know exactly what I care about most. What kind of talk is that? The truth. Minato Namikaze stroked her hand as he spoke. The Hokage position is very high, so high that many people only see the hat, not the person. You are different. You see me, Minato Namikaze. Kushina's tears fell. She turned her head to wipe them. He had already wiped them away for her. Then what about you? She asked softly, her voice thick with emotion. What do you see in me? Minato Namikaze looked at her. He had actually thought about this question many times. His rented room in his previous life. The Hokage office in this life. All that loneliness, fatigue, scheming, endurance. All faded into darkness at this moment. You're the most brilliant light I have ever seen in this life. Kushina held her breath and buried her face in his arms. Idiot. Who says things like that at a time like this? Next time, at a different time. Don't change it. Okay. Don't forget it. Okay. Don't lie to me. Okay. After a long while, she finally sat up from his embrace. Her face was tear-streaked, her nose red, and her eyes red. She glared at him fiercely. She secretly glanced at the bed. Then quickly looked away again. She began to panic. Grandma Mito said those rules, the ceremony is over, so being together isn't taboo anymore. But I don't have much experience. If I don't do well, you're not allowed to laugh at me. What else needed to be said? Minato Namikaze picked her up and placed her on the bed. Be gentle. Looking at the person getting closer, Kushina's words were almost inaudible. The door gently closed. The bed curtains fell. Her long red hair fanned out on the pillow. Suppressed sniffles echoed in the room. The moonlight was blocked outside the window. The system interface quietly appeared. A new prompt popped up. Special bond established. Partner. Uzumaki Kushina, bond level 100%. Konoha overall control, 10% right pointing arrow 15%. But Minato Namikaze didn't even have time to glance at it. Distraction at a time like this was a man's disgrace. Early morning. The curtains were not drawn tight. A beam of sunlight snuck in through the gap. When Minato Namikaze woke up, Kushina was still asleep. Her red hair was spread across the pillow, she had hogged most of the quilt, and her leg was resting on top of him. Minato Namikaze stared at the girl in his arms for a good while. Suddenly, he thought of two peculiar men. Shu Xian and Ning Kaichan. Their wives were a 1,000-year-old snake demon and a ghost, respectively. Now, he could be considered one of them. The person in his arms stirred. Kushina opened her eyes groggily, saw him, and froze for a moment. Then, her face slowly turned red. She pulled the quilt up, her voice muffled inside. What are you looking at? Looking at my wife. Idiot. Once these two words were out, Minato knew that her state was stable today. What time is it? Almost 7. Do you still have to go to the Hokage building today? Yeah. Kushina frowned. Going to work right after getting married. Can't be helped, even the Hokage is just a wage slave. After saying this, Minato Namikaze fell silent himself. It was a sad story. Once he was fully in power, he would have to add marriage leave to the village regulations, no matter what. Then will you come back for lunch? Probably not today. Then I'll bring it to you. No need to go to such trouble. As soon as the words left his mouth, a killing intent immediately struck. Think my cooking tastes bad. Hiss. Did he have to face such a life or death question so early in the morning? The best response was action, so Minato Namikaze immediately pulled her into a warm embrace. After cuddling for a little while, Minato Namikaze got up. Before leaving, Kushina stood at the entrance, helping him adjust his collar. Her movements weren't skilled, but her expression was very serious. Come back early. Okay. Don't get too tired. Okay. If anyone bullies you, tell me. Kushina clenched her fists. I'll go reason with them. What a way to reason. A physical philosopher, Kushina, has arrived. Minato smiled and kissed her on the forehead. She blushed and pushed him away lightly. Hurry up and go. The door closed. Minato Namikaze stood outside, the smile on his face fading slightly. The system panel appeared silently. He hadn't had a chance to check last night's system notifications yet. Special bond settlement complete. Partner, Kushina, bond level, 100%. Overall Konoha control, 15%. Detected that partner possesses traits of an extremely high energy carrier. Unlocked exclusive passive ability, nine-tailed sensing. Ability description. Host can ignore standard barriers and spatial obstructions to perceive the real-time fluctuation state of the nine-tailed chakra within Kushina. No distance limit. Will automatically warn when the seal is interfered with by external forces or when nine-tailed chakra overflows abnormally. Will automatically warn when abnormal spatial curvature fluctuations occur within 10 meters of the nine-tailed energy entity. Minato stopped walking. Abnormal spatial curvature. These 4 words instantly struck his nerves. In the original story, Obito made his move while Kushina was giving birth, when the seal was at its weakest. Konoha's barrier team could only detect strong external chakra intrusions. Once faced with Obito's intangibility, the entire Konoha defense system was effectively useless. This was the reason the opponent could approach without anyone knowing. Minato Namikaze was completely unafraid of this. He knew the characteristics of Kamui perfectly well. The first encounter kill effect had already been largely neutralized. However, he couldn't just let the plot follow the original story. Because of this, the butterfly effect would inevitably occur. This was something he had been worried about before. But now, it was different. With this ability, he had an extra layer of insurance. Very good, it seems last night wasn't in vain. Hokage building. As soon as Minato Namikaze entered, he felt the atmosphere was off. Especially the gazes of some married men, which felt particularly lecherous. If not for his status as Hokage, they probably would have crowded around to tease him already. Minato Namikaze walked into his office with a straight face, and before he could turn into a stamping machine, there was a knock at the door. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato, how did you rest last night? I slept very well, thank you for your concern, third Hokage. Bawako came back yesterday and praised Kushina for being sensible. It was everyone's help. I'm quite relieved that you two could settle down. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on the sofa, like an ordinary elder visiting. If his control level hadn't remained unchanged, he would have almost believed him. How is Kushina today? Still resting. Is her mood stable? Hearing this, Minato Namikaze paused and looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage's expression remained kind, and even his tone hadn't changed much. She is very well. That's good. Hiruzen Sarutobi chose his words carefully. Kushina's status is special, the village cannot afford any accidents. You are the Hokage, you need to be more cautious about many things than before. I understand. Minato Namikaze nodded, feeling cold inside. Yesterday, in the auditorium, he had just offered his blessings. Today, as soon as he started work, he asked if the nine-tailed was stable. As for his marriage with Kushina, in the eyes of the higher-ups, it was nothing more than the Hokage binding with a strategic weapon. How foolish realistic. Minato Namikaze couldn't help but retort, Kushina is not an accident. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned for a moment. Minato Namikaze smiled and added, she is my wife, and I am her husband, so I will protect her well. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him, and after a moment, he also smiled. Newlyweds, don't overwork yourselves. He took a sip of tea and didn't continue the topic. After chatting about a few administrative issues, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up and left. The door closed. The smile on Minato Namikaze's face completely faded. His gaze fell on the Hokage seal on the desk. This thing was reminding him, you haven't truly secured this position yet. The system panel popped up. Nine-tailed status, stable. Kushina status, happy, slightly fatigued. Seeing that Kushina was in good condition, Minato Namikaze's mood improved a little. He had to speed things up. Glancing at the system, Minato Namikaze continued to bury his head in stamping documents. By noon, the office door was pushed open again. Kushina carried a bento box and walked in confidently. She was wearing casual clothes today, her red hair tied into a ponytail. Minato, it's time to eat. Okay. Minato Namikaze replied with a smile, but secretly glanced at the members of the secretariat at the door. Their desire to record was practically written on their faces. Thank you for your hard work. Hurry and taste it. Kushina opened the box, and it actually looked decent. Minato Namikaze was shocked. Did Sister Makoto come over again today? Yeah, she watched me make it from the side. No wonder, so there was a supervisor. He picked up a piece and tasted it. It's delicious, Minato Namikaze said seriously. Kushina's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Really? You aren't lying to me. Not this time, really. What do you mean, this time? Why did he slip up? The people from the secretariat outside were bowing their heads, writing something. Sweeping his gaze over, Minato Namikaze didn't stop them. Let them record. The more detailed the records, the better. If Danzo wanted to see, he could let him see enough. A newlywed wife bringing lunch to her husband. If something like this could be classified as a threat, then Konoha shouldn't be called a ninja village, it would be more appropriate to rename it to a mental asylum. After finishing the meal and packing up the bento box, before leaving, Kushina urged, come back early tonight. Okay. I'll cook. Okay. Having received his reply, she left satisfied. And after she left, that red dot responsible for recording also suddenly stood up and left. Minato Namikaze's eyes flickered. He opened the map and discovered the red dot entered the first floor security department, talked with one of the red dots there for a while, and then hurried back. Minato sneered, Danzo, oh Danzo, you really are a model worker, never willing to relax for even a moment. Underground. Root base. A root ninja was giving a report. There was a lingering smell of medicine on Danzo's body. Report, sir. Kushina entered the Hokage building at noon and stayed for about 37 minutes. She brought a bento box. During this time, she was alone with the fourth Hokage. No nine-tailed chakra leakage was detected. As he spoke, he handed over a recording scroll. Danzo opened it and took a look. The scroll was recorded in great detail. It was so detailed that what the two said, what they ate, and even Kushina urging Minato to go back early before she left, were all written down word for word. Danzo closed the scroll expressionlessly. Continue recording. If necessary, initiate the Jinchuriki risk contingency plan. 7 p.m. Minato got off work on time. When he pushed open the front door, the lights were on. Kushina was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron. You're back. Yeah. Minato changed his shoes and sniffed the air. Very good, no burnt smell. Her cooking skills had improved. Soon, 3 dishes and 1 soup were placed on the dining table. The presentation was much more normal than last time. Was it Sister Makoto again? What do you mean? I made this myself. Kushina first expressed her dissatisfaction, then proudly lifted her chin. She said I have a lot of talent. Sister Makoto really is a good person. Halfway through the meal, Kushina suddenly stopped using her chopsticks and glanced out the window. Minato's heart stirred. As a survivor of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Little Pepper's sensory abilities were naturally not weak. Her reaction clearly meant she had discovered something. Kushina lowered her head to eat, her movements slowing down as she picked up food. Minato didn't ask. The system panel opened silently. Home. Control level 100%. At the edge of the small courtyard, two red dots appeared. Labels popped up. Root operative Yi Chi, lurking state, current emotion, surveillance, alert. Root operative Bing San, lurking state, current emotion, surveillance, hostility. Minato's eyes instantly turned cold. Surveillance during the day was one thing, but squatting at his front door at night. Are they binge-watching the soap opera, The Newlywed Hokage and His Nine-Tails Wife? There's someone outside. Kushina also put down her chopsticks, her voice muffled. I know. When I went to deliver food to you during the day, someone was following me too. She gripped her chopsticks, trying hard to suppress her disgust. Their aura is very annoying. Little Pepper didn't lose her temper, but that was more serious than losing her temper. Because she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. From childhood to adulthood, the first thing she was taught was not to cause trouble. It happened before too. Kushina lowered her head. Just not this close. I can tolerate it during the day. But now. She stopped there and pursed her lips. Minato held her hand and said, now we are married. Home is home. It's not a root observation room. Kushina looked up at him. Minato was already walking toward the entrance. Don't kill anyone. Kushina quickly stepped forward. Don't worry. Opening the door, Minato returned a reassuring smile. I'm reasoning with them today. The courtyard was very quiet. The moonlight fell on the ground, covering it in a layer of thin frost. Come out. No movement. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'm taking action. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3, there was still no movement. Minato didn't waste words. With a flash of golden light, he had already appeared under the eaves on the east side. He pressed down with a large hand. Bang! A black shadow was dragged out of the darkness by him and pressed into the wall. In the shadow under the tree, another root ninja was hiding. The opponent was just about to retreat. Minato disappeared again. When he reappeared, a kunai was already pressed against the opponent's neck. Who gave you the order? The root ninja didn't answer. Very good. Stubborn, just like Danzo. This is the Hokage residence. Minato gradually applied pressure with the kunai. The fourth Hokage and his wife live here. You are lurking and conducting surveillance here. I can treat this as an assassination attempt on the Hokage. This was fatal. The root ninja's breathing clearly faltered. Assassinating the Hokage. If this label were pinned on them, even Danzo would lose a layer of skin. The root ninja who had been pressed into the wall quickly struggled out and knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama, we were ordered to protect Lady Kushina. Protect. Minato was almost amused. You're protecting her by coming into my house. Even property management knows to knock before checking the water meter. You root members are something else, squatting by the window. The professionalism is touching. Go back and tell Danzo. From tonight on, any root member who approaches this place without my permission, I will treat it as a hostile attack without exception. Get lost. The two root ninjas didn't dare to say more. With a flash, they quickly disappeared. On the system map, the red dots completely exited the highlighted range. Minato stood for a while, making sure no one else was coming, before turning to enter the house. Then he saw Little Pepper standing inside the door, holding a spatula in her hand. She was ready to slap someone with that spatula. They left. They left. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned. Will this cause you trouble? Yes, Minato said. So tomorrow, I'll go and cause them trouble first. The corners of Kushina's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but laugh. You're getting worse and worse now. I learned it from you. Nonsense, I'm not bad. Yeah, you just like to carry a spatula when you're reasoning with people. I'm doing this for self-defense. Right, self-defense. It is self-defense. Yeah. That night, Root did not come again. The next day, Hokage office. Minato had just finished processing a stack of waste paper that needed stamping when Danzo barged in. Minato. He didn't even call him fourth Hokage. Minato didn't even raise his head as he said, Advisor Danzo, you should knock before entering the Hokage office. I have something to ask you. Danzo didn't stop his steps. Knock. Danzo's steps paused, his gaze very oppressive. Minato was unmoved, continuing to write and draw with his head down. A few seconds later, Danzo turned around and walked to the door. Knock, knock, enter. Danzo walked back in, looking very unhappy. This made Minato feel a little better. It was very stress relieving. Last night, you expelled Root. Danzo got straight to the point. To be precise, I expelled 2 suspicious individuals lurking near my home. They are responsible for protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina is my wife. She is also a Jinchuriki. So you can squat outside my window. Danzo's voice was cold and hard. The safety of the Jinchuriki is higher than personal privacy. What about the safety of the Hokage? Minato didn't give an inch. Root sneaked into the Hokage residence at night without notification. Can I understand this as Root having the power to bypass the Hokage guard and monitor the Hokage's daily life? You are exaggerating the problem. You are the one who made the problem big. Minato stood up straight, looking directly at Danzo. During the day, when Kushina enters the Hokage building, you record it. At night, when she goes home, you record it too. Advisor Danzo. When my wife and I engage in marital relations, do I also need to write an observation report for Root? As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled sound came from outside the office, like someone hitting a wall. Danzo's face twitched. This question was too dirty, so dirty that he couldn't even respond. What kind of observation report on marital relations? If this got out, people who didn't know would think he, Danzo, was a pervert. You shouldn't use such words to discuss the village's safety. Danzo suppressed his anger. Then you shouldn't use such methods to approach my wife. The two were confronting each other when a voice intervened. Minato, Danzo, both of you calm down. Hiruzen had arrived, wearing that same kind face. Ding 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 ding, the professional peacemaker makes a shining entrance. I heard about what happened last night. Hiruzen first looked at Minato. Kushina's status is special. Danzo is worried about her safety, which is not unreasonable. After finishing, he looked at Danzo. But the Hokage residence is not an ordinary area after all. Close surveillance at night is indeed inappropriate. Danzo said coldly, once the Nine-Tails loses control, who will be responsible? Of course I will be responsible. Minato said as a matter of course. I am the Hokage, and I am also her husband. If there is any abnormality in the seal, I will handle it immediately. Acting on emotion. Danzo sneered. Minato didn't argue. He pulled open a drawer, took out a scroll, and threw it on the table. This is the record of Kushina's seal status. Hiruzen can take a look. Hiruzen opened it and glanced at it. It was densely packed with professional terminology. Seal strength, chakra fluctuations, emotional changes, and a series of other contents. It was clear at a glance that this wasn't something that could be rushed in a day or two. Reliable. Minato, you are well prepared. Hiruzen's expression softened a bit. I just know better than some people that Kushina is not a weapon that needs to be kept in a warehouse. This sentence didn't sound good. But Hiruzen couldn't refute it. Mainly because Minato's reasoning was too legitimate. He was both the husband and the Hokage. And a genius in sealing arts. Every point held up. How about this? Hiruzen pondered before speaking. During the day, necessary peripheral alerts can be maintained, but they must not approach within 50 meters of the Hokage residence. At night, the Hokage's direct guard will be responsible, and Root will withdraw. Danzo's face sank, wanting to refute. Hiruzen. Danzo. Hiruzen interrupted him directly, his tone heavier. This is to avoid misunderstandings. Well said. Minato really wanted to suggest Hiruzen write a book. Call it, The Art of Misunderstanding. However, Minato didn't push his luck. What he wanted was boundaries, not to push Danzo to the edge. A small victory was enough. Danzo looked at Hiruzen and habitually said, you will regret this. Hiruzen hadn't had time to speak yet. I am the Hokage. Minato had already followed up naturally. Hey, it was very smooth. Danzo was stunned for a moment, feeling something was strange, but couldn't say what. Finally, he snorted coldly and slammed the door as he left. The door, bang. Hiruzen was equally awkward inside. The sense of deja vu from that conversation was too strong. He sighed and advised, Minato, Danzo is sometimes too hard-headed in his actions, but he is also doing it for the village. That shouldn't be a reason to offend my wife. Minato didn't give him any face at all. Alright, I will talk to Danzo again. That night. After hearing the results, Little Pepper took the initiative to offer a kiss. A reward for you. Is that all? What else do you want? I think we can increase the stakes. In your dreams. Saying she didn't want to, but her hands didn't let go. Hey, women. The couple was just about to engage in some marital exercise when a cold chakra suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Kushina's perception was triggered instantly. Without a word, she picked up her spatula and was about to go out. Minato hurriedly stopped her. Wait for what? Didn't you say? It's Orochimaru. Kushina was stunned for a moment, then became even angrier. Can't he use the front door? That's a good question. Minato silently made a note for Orochimaru in his heart. He opened the door and said directly, Senior Orochimaru, I remember I didn't invite you tonight. So I didn't go in. It seems he already knew about what happened during the day. The speed of this intelligence gathering. Tisk tisk. Alright, please come in. When Orochimaru entered, he saw Kushina wearing pajamas. It seems I've come at a bad time, Orochimaru said, his tone devoid of sincerity. Minato stepped aside, offering a smile that felt like a nuclear threat. If you had arrived 10 minutes later, that truly would have been a bad time. Kushina blushed and kicked him lightly. Orochimaru remained expressionless, pretending not to see it. Minato led him into the living room. Kushina put the spatula back in the kitchen and brought out 2 cups of hot tea. Orochimaru senpai. She placed the tea in front of Orochimaru and said with a serious expression, I don't know what you and Minato are doing. But if you harm him, I will definitely not let you off. The words were very direct. Orochimaru laughed instead. The threat of a nine-tails Jinchuriki carries a lot of weight. Not a nine-tails Jinchuriki, Kushina corrected him seriously, his wife. Minato immediately felt proud. Getting married was worth it. The feeling of being protected by one's wife is just great. Orochimaru glanced at the person who was inexplicably smug and twitched his lips, you're lucky. I've always thought so. Kushina said nothing more, knowing the two had business to discuss. Be careful. Don't worry. Once the door closed, the atmosphere shifted in a second. Orochimaru took out a sealing scroll. This is the first batch of information. Minato didn't rush to take it, is Orochimaru senpai's efficiency always this low? It depends on the target. Then I am honored. Orochimaru didn't take the bait and tapped the scroll. The account books of the loot intercepted by Root during the war. Including ninja tools, medicine, explosive tags, intelligence scrolls, and a batch of chakra metal captured from the Iwagakure front line. On the books, these items have already been turned over to the logistics department. In reality, a portion went into the Root warehouse. And another portion was resold to black market merchants within the country. Minato opened the scroll. Lines of accounts came into view. Time, location, quantity, and the person in charge were recorded clearly. Even the street code was there. Minato asked, is the information authentic? Orochimaru replied, of course. Not enough. Minato closed the scroll and shook his head. This can disgust Danzo, but it won't nail him to the coffin. He can easily push out a scapegoat. It won't hurt him in the slightest. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice, you really do understand. Is this a test? Cooperation needs to be gradual. Minato understood. Translated into human language, it meant, I'll give you some scraps first to see if you have the ability to use them. Previous partners gave data the same way. The first version is never complete. If you don't follow up, the other party acts as if it never happened. If you don't know how to use it, it means your ability is lacking. So, Orochimaru asked, how do you plan to use it? If collecting evidence of Danzo's crimes was a test of Orochimaru's ability, then this scroll was a test of Minato's ability. Very good, that's how cooperation should be, give and take. If you meet an incompetent teammate, that's a real headache. Minato thought for a moment, spread it out. Just like that. Just like that. Orochimaru's eyes dimmed slightly, you just said this wouldn't nail him. I didn't say I was only spreading this. You want to add more. Add what? Minato relaxed his body, rumors. Orochimaru listened quietly. Minato continued, Danzo's way of doing things is actually very simple. If they are weak, kill them. If they are hard to kill, smear them. If you can't kill the body, kill the reputation. Orochimaru's eyes shifted. He heard something else in Minato's words. Tsukumo Hatake, Minato said. Once that name was mentioned, Orochimaru's expression finally changed. Why do you mention him? I don't believe he would commit suicide easily. A man who fought his way through the battlefield, a man who could make enemy ninjas retreat just by hearing his name, would he commit suicide because of a few villagers, gossip? He saved his comrades, and the mission failed. Then the whole village started blaming him. Even the people he saved stood up to bite back. The timing is just too perfect. Orochimaru was silent. Minato continued, the power of rumors lies in the fact that they don't need evidence. As long as it's repeated enough times, people will believe even the lies. When enough people believe it, the person involved has to prove their innocence. But the act of proving one's innocence is itself a trap. The more you explain, the more they think you are guilty. So Tsukumo Senpai didn't explain, he used his death to tell certain people that he was worthy of the will of fire. At this point, Minato showed a cold smile. Orochimaru Senpai, do you think this method resembles Danzo? Orochimaru lowered his eyes. When Tsukumo Hatake died, he was already a member of Konoha's high-level leadership. There were some things he wasn't unaware of. It's just that no one investigated. White Fang was dead. And the matter ended there. The village has already vindicated Tsukumo Senpai, Orochimaru said. That's because they realized they went too far. The vindication was just a means to cover up their own mistakes, not because they knew they were wrong. What do you want to do? Dig up Tsukumo's past? No, Minato shook his head. I can't topple the culprit now, it would only implicate Kakashi. But I can use this to probe. And let Danzo have a taste of it first. Orochimaru finally showed an interested expression. Be specific. Get your people to spread the news. For example, someone says Danzo embezzled supplies during the war. Someone says Danzo sold frontline medicine to the black market. Someone says Danzo used public funds to keep 3 women. Orochimaru's eyelid twitched. Someone else says there's something wrong with Danzo's body. And some say, he doesn't actually like women. Orochimaru. You really are. He was silent for a long time before finding the right word, insidious. Thanks for the compliment. I wasn't complimenting you. That's not the point. Minato waved his hand. The point is to hide the real stuff among the fake stuff. 10 rumors, 9 outrageous, 1 real. If they want to investigate, they have to investigate everything. If they want to suppress it, they have to suppress everything. The more they investigate, the more people will think it's true. When more and more real things appear, people will no longer doubt it. This is called, Minato put down his teacup, public opinion pollution. Orochimaru sat up slowly and repeated the term. He hadn't heard of it, but he understood. Muddy the waters. Break the truth into pieces. Drag the opponent into the mud. Let the darkness Danzo excels at, in turn, drown Danzo. Aren't you afraid of implicating yourself? Orochimaru asked. Why would it implicate me? You are the Hokage. That's exactly why it won't implicate me. Minato's tone was very natural, rumors suddenly appearing in the village targeting the advisor. As Hokage, I must take them seriously. I will ask the third to preside over the situation. And demand that all departments investigate strictly. I will also personally comfort advisor Danzo. Look. At this point, the smile on Minato's face became even gentler. How considerate I am. Orochimaru looked at him. His face was still as sunny and bright as ever. But the words coming out were dirtier with each sentence. He suddenly felt that Danzo might have met his match this time. Outside, the wind blew through the yard, making a rustling sound against the leaves. After a while, Orochimaru put away the scroll. I can do it for you. Not for me, but for us. Whatever, what I want to know is, what are you going to do next? I'm not a god, Minato shrugged, his attitude very open, since it hasn't happened yet, how would I know what Danzo's reaction will be? Orochimaru nodded, so you are waiting for him to make a mistake. I have always been waiting. Minato, you are becoming less and less like Jiraiya's disciple. Then who am I like? Like a Danzo wearing a Hokage robe. Minato shook his head, not the same. How is it not the same? He uses dirty tactics to drag others into the darkness. I use dirty tactics to drag him out of the darkness and into the sun. Orochimaru stared at him for a long time, then laughed, I like that. He warned, you'd better not touch the matter of Tsukumo Hatake. I know. The people involved are more than you think. I also know. How much do you know? Minato smiled and didn't answer. Orochimaru didn't press further and stood up to leave. This time he left through the front door. After the door closed, Kushina poked her head out from the bedroom. Finished talking. Is what he brought useful? Useful. Dangerous. Also dangerous. Kushina walked over and wrapped her arms around his waist. Minato. The way you spoke just now was a bit scary. Scared you? No, Kushina shook her head quickly. I just wanted to tell you, don't go too far alone. I can keep up, but I'll be worried. This sentence immediately touched the softest part of his heart. I know. Kushina looked at him seriously. After a long time, she said, you're lying. Not this time. You say the same thing when you lie. Minato was speechless and could only reach out to hug her. I won't go too far, I'll wait for you. Really? Really? Then what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? Is the topic changing this fast? It's so unexpected. Minato almost twisted his waist. Anything. What do you mean by anything? Kushina narrowed her eyes. Danger. I love whatever you make. HMPH, that's better. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw a flash of playfulness in her eyes. Ho. Being naughty, huh? Looks like I need to discipline the household. Minato scooped her up by the waist and walked towards the bedroom, scaring me. I'll let you know how powerful I am in a moment. Ah, you dare to bully me. Little Pepper didn't admit her mistake, but her hands honestly wrapped around his neck. Then came a fierce and long battle between husband and wife. The battle was as intense as the defense of Konoha. That same night, several messages, seemingly true or false, began to spread in Konoha. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Starting with the fourth Hokage, let Konoha be great again. Part 2. Rumors are like weeds. If you ignore them, they can grow from the east side of the village to the west. In the past 3 days, the name Danzo has spread throughout Konoha. Even the landlady selling dumplings could recount 3 different versions. The worst part was that there were people who believed every single version. Commercial Street. A long line formed in front of the dumpling shop. The landlady lowered her voice while collecting money. Have you heard? Advisor Danzo is privately withholding medical supplies from the front lines. Why did I hear he's embezzling chakra metal? You're both wrong. My nephew heard at the Kabukicho district last night that Advisor Danzo is using public funds to keep 3 women. 3. Can he even handle that at his age? That's why people are saying there's something wrong. Ha ha ha. A group of people burst into laughter. Laughter is more contagious than the flu. By noon, the rumors had evolved to suggest that Danzo hadn't been near women for years and was suspected of having a hidden medical condition. By evening, the latest version took another turn. Some said Danzo was actually a woman, using bandages to bind her chest, and the male identity was a disguise. Others said there was a secret vault under root filled with loot intercepted from the battlefield. Truth and lies were mixed together. The whole village was eating up the gossip, and they were enjoying every bit of it. Hokage office. The Konoha F4 were gathered, all with bitter expressions. Minato Namikaze was ostensibly reviewing documents found by the Anbu, but he was secretly observing. If these old foxes were collectively getting a headache, it meant the outside world was already in chaos. This transmission efficiency, perfect. 3 days. Danzo spoke first. The rumors have been spreading in the village for 3 days. I suggest letting the Anbu intervene immediately and strictly investigate all spreaders. Such speech slandering high-level village officials cannot be tolerated. Udatain Kaharu frowned and asked, how do we investigate? What do we investigate? Are we investigating who spread the news about medical supplies, or who spread the news about the chakra metal? Investigate everything. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Homura Mitokado looked pained. The whole village is currently discussing how many women you're keeping. Do you want the Anbu to investigate that? Danzo's mouth twitched. I also heard a version saying you have a hidden medical condition. At this point, Udatain Kaharu coughed and looked away. Ahem, are you sure you want to investigate that? The others subconsciously glanced at him, then immediately looked away. Danzo's face turned green. Who spread that? What? The last one. Danzo's tone was extremely serious. Who spread it? Now is not the time to pursue one specific rumor, it is. I asked who spread it. No source has been found yet. Homura Mitokado sighed. The rumors are spreading too fast, and there are too many versions. We can no longer find the original source. Then let Root take over. Danzo's tone was tough. Just catch a few ringleaders, and the rest will naturally shut up. No. Udatain Kaharu immediately opposed. Mass arrests will only make things worse. Then what do you suggest? Let them continue slandering me. I didn't say we should do nothing. Udatain Kaharu suppressed her anger. My point is, the more you investigate, the more people will think there's something fishy going on. If we don't investigate, they'll think it's even more true. That's why we need to use a different approach. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. We should treat this with cold detachment. After a few days, it will naturally dissipate. Correct. Udatain Kaharu quickly agreed. Have the Konoha military police force strengthen patrols and forbid public discussions. Homura Mitokado echoed. On the surface, we stop pursuing it, but secretly, we warn the most active agitators. The three exchanged words and reached a consensus instantly. Danzo's expression became even uglier. He naturally knew what these old colleagues were thinking. Suppressing it wasn't for him, it was for the overall image of the high-level officials. What if someone actually believes it? Minato Namikaze, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. All four looked at him. I think Advisor Danzo makes a good point. Minato Namikaze said seriously. These rumors are not just attacking an individual, they are shaking the villagers' trust in the high-level officials. Leaving it unchecked is a slander against the village. Danzo's eyes flickered. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also surprised. Minato was actually speaking up for Danzo. A few days ago, they had a major conflict over the matter of Uzumaki Kushina. Udatain Kaharu frowned. Fourth Hokage, this kind of thing. Advisor Kaharu. Minato Namikaze interrupted her, speaking righteously. If you were the one being attacked today, I would still insist on a strict investigation. Udatain Kaharu's lips moved, but she couldn't find a response. Minato Namikaze continued, Advisor Danzo has worked for the village for decades. Just because he is unwilling to stand in the sun, does he deserve to be slandered? Although I have disagreements with Advisor Danzo regarding the matter of Uzumaki Kushina. At this point, he looked at Danzo with a very sincere tone. Danzo straightened his posture slightly. But these are two different things. I will not sit back and watch the show on something like this. The hearts of the villagers cannot be allowed to scatter. The office was quiet for a moment. Danzo didn't speak. But the way he looked at Minato Namikaze had indeed changed. There was less hostility. There was more scrutiny. After a long silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and denied it. Minato, your intentions are good. But, here it comes. The familiar recipe. Minato Namikaze was laughing internally. Danzo, look closely. I am supporting you, it's the third who won't allow it. He only heard Hiruzen Sarutobi say, the root of this matter is not with the people spreading the rumors. The more you arrest, the more you prove that what they are saying is true. You would be falling into the rumor monger's trap. Udatain Kaharu immediately agreed. The third is right. We've seen too many of these cases. Cold detachment is the best method. Minato Namikaze fell silent. His face showed unwillingness, while his eyes hid helplessness. The Oscars owed him an Academy Award. Danzo didn't speak, he didn't agree. But the third, Kaharu, and Homura were all unwilling to escalate the situation. The outcome of the meeting was already set. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed, his good guy persona coming online again. Since Minato raised a different opinion, let's consider it again. Two elders, what is your opinion? Cold detachment. Agreed. And Danzo? I disagree. Danzo gritted his teeth, but since the three of you have decided, let it be so. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Then let the Konoha military police force execute it. Homura, you go notify them. All right. The meeting ended. Several people left one after another. When Danzo reached the door, he paused and said in a low voice, Fourth Hokage, I have noted this. After speaking, he turned and left. The system interface popped up quietly. Root. Control level 5% right pointing arrow 8%. Reason. Some root members identify with the host's fair stance. Just because I spoke up for him twice, the hostility from root decreased. Minato Namikaze suddenly felt that Danzo looked like a classic tsundere trapped in a villain's skin. Ah, so cringy. Minato Namikaze casually called over a shadow guard member, quietly gave some instructions, and let him leave. Just as he was about to continue being a stamping machine, the system popped up another message. Uzumaki Kushina status. Happy, expectant. Nine-tailed status. Stable. This status. Most likely she invented a new dish. Sure enough. Not long after, the office door was pushed open. Uzumaki Kushina walked in generously, carrying a bento box, her hair tied in a high ponytail, a smile brighter than a flower on her face. Minato, time to eat. Good. Uzumaki Kushina opened the bento, and the aroma of food wafted out. It actually looked quite good. He picked up his chopsticks and was about to start eating when he saw Uzumaki Kushina lean over and whisper, "I heard." Shish. Don't spread baseless rumors. TCH. Uzumaki Kushina pouted, scooped a bowl of soup, and pushed it in front of him. Pretentious. Minato Namikaze pretended not to hear and picked up a piece of fish. There's improvement. Uzumaki Kushina immediately beamed, and her little mouth pecked his face. She was wearing a light-colored top today with a low neckline, and when she bent over, there was a sense of something about to burst out. Minato Namikaze's eyes went straight. Does it look good? Looks good. Good boy. She smiled like a cunning little fox. You can see more when we get home tonight. Minato Namikaze suddenly felt that the afternoon's work wasn't important anymore. Little Pepper was getting better and better at handling him. And he was a sucker for it. He really wanted to skip the afternoon work and go home to see his wife. Hokage. Whoever wants to be it can be it. Leaving the Hokage building, Homura Mitokado soon arrived at the Konoha Military Police Force Station. Uchiha Fugaku came out to greet him. Homura Mitokado got straight to the point. The rumors are completely baseless. The Konoha Military Police Force is responsible for maintaining order. You need to come forward and clarify this clearly. There cannot be room for misunderstanding. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes darkened. They were being assigned dirty work again. Homura Mitokado acted as if he didn't see his expression and continued, "Be careful with the boundaries. Don't incite public grievance, just disperse those gathering to discuss it." Again. Can't incite public grievance, but must disperse those gathering to discuss. What? Is there a difficulty? No. The Konoha Military Police Force will execute it. Very good. Homura Mitokado left, satisfied. As soon as he left, someone else approached Uchiha Fugaku. Upon seeing the person, Uchiha Fugaku knew they had used a transformation jutsu. The two didn't talk for long before the person left. Uchiha Fugaku immediately summoned his trusted aides for a meeting, which lasted for most of the day. By now, the sky had turned dark. The Konoha Military Police Force still had its lights on. Uchiha Fugaku gathered with his trusted aides in the office. Hearing their clan leader's instructions, the Uchiha ninjas looked at each other. Uchiha Fugaku scanned everyone. If you have any questions, speak up. Clan leader, do we really have to write it like this? An Uchiha ninja asked. Advisor Homura requested us to clarify the rumors, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Uchiha Fugaku's tone was calm. Since we are clarifying, we must clarify it clearly. Just write it like this. The aides were silent. The logic was sound. But, once this notice was posted, could it still be called a clarification? Uchiha Fugaku naturally knew what they wanted to say. In fact, when he heard the person's suggestion in the afternoon, his first reaction was to delete a few of the items. But the person said, if you are going to debunk the rumors, you must debunk them completely. Uchiha Fugaku thought it made sense, and looking at it now, it still made sense. It was just a bit costly for Danzo. Remember, every item must be written clearly. Fugaku reminded. Tomorrow morning, every bulletin board in the village must have it posted. There can be no omissions. Understood. Any other questions? A young Uchiha ninja raised his hand. Clan leader, if someone asks if the content is true or false, how should we answer? Uchiha Fugaku was prepared. If they ask if the content is true or false, answer that the content is a rumor. If they ask if the notice is true or false, answer that the notice is accurate. Tell them the Konoha Military Police Force has issued a clarification notice as requested by the Advisor Council, and villagers must not believe or spread rumors. What if someone asks who verified it? Just say the Konoha Military Police Force is only executing the order to post the notice. Clan leader, doesn't that mean we didn't answer? Uchiha Fugaku glared. What do you want to answer? Ah, nothing. Another person raised their hand. Clan leader, what if someone asks whether Advisor Danzo's body is actually capable or not, how should we answer? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes twitched. He felt that in his many years as clan leader, he had seen his fair share of storms. But tonight's questions were truly exhausting. He tried to maintain his dignity. Regarding Advisor Danzo's physical condition and personal preferences, the Konoha Military Police Force has no authority to investigate and will not comment. At the same time, remind the villagers to respect the advisor's personal privacy. Everyone scribbled down notes. Just as Uchiha Fugaku thought all the questions were asked, another one stood up. Clan leader, if the other party continues to press, who has the authority to investigate? Fugaku's face twitched, and he got angry. Tell them to go ask Root. Everyone responded in unison. At this moment, the way they looked at Fugaku had changed. Before, they thought their clan leader was too steady, too patient, and too concerned with the big picture. Now they realized. He doesn't make a sound, but when he does, he shocks everyone. He is worthy of being the clan leader. Looking at everyone's strange yet admiring gazes, Uchiha felt inexplicably complicated. Ever since a certain blonde Hokage scolded him awake, he always felt that the whole world had become a bit wrong. Remember. Fugaku tapped the table. Tomorrow morning, all bulletin boards in the village will post it simultaneously. All Konoha military police force members must have a unified response. Must not argue with villagers. Must not explain on your own. Must not add fuel to the fire. We are only ordered to clarify the rumors and maintain order in the village. Everyone responded in unison. Early the next morning. Many villagers had not yet woken up, but the first piece of gossip had already been force-fed to Konoha by the officials. Clarification notice regarding recent unfounded rumors in the village. The title was very proper. The content was explosive. Minato Namikaze finished breakfast and prepared to head out. In the kitchen, Kushina was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. The way her apron was tied around her waist gave her a domestic charm that made it hard for people to look away. Minato Namikaze leaned against the doorframe, watching in a daze. Kushina, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, turned and glared at him. Still looking. You'll be late if you keep staring. It's worth it even if I'm late. Go to work. She grabbed a pair of chopsticks, pretending to strike him. Minato Namikaze immediately raised his hands in surrender, laughing as he left. Before leaving, he said, remember to bring my bento at noon. Got it, so annoying. Her words were annoyed, but her eyes held a smile. Stepping out of the house, the smile on Minato Namikaze's face faded slightly. The plan had reached a critical step. The clarification draft sent to Uchiha Fugaku last night should show results today. As it turned out, the results came even faster than he imagined. As soon as he stepped into the Hokage office, Shiranui Genma appeared via body flicker, handing him a document. Lord 4th, the Konoha Military Police Force has released a notice. Minato Namikaze took it and read it, nearly laughing out loud. The title of the notice was very official. Clarification notice regarding recent unfounded rumors in the village. He read the body text. First, Advisor Danzo Shimura embezzled frontline medical supplies, verified as rumor. Second, Advisor Danzo Shimura trafficked chakra metal, verified as rumor. Third, Advisor Danzo Shimura embezzled public funds to keep women, verified as rumor. Fourth, Advisor Danzo Shimura has abnormal physical functions, verified as rumor. Fifth, Advisor Danzo Shimura actually doesn't like women, verified as rumor. Sixth, Advisor Danzo Shimura uses bandages to hide his true gender, verified as rumor. The last line. All villagers are requested not to believe or spread rumors, and to maintain the good atmosphere of Konoha together. Minato Namikaze almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Uchiha Fugaku, oh Uchiha Fugaku. Usually looking like a stone, he really didn't hold back when executing. Is this debunking? This is feeding the whole village a giant piece of gossip, and thoughtfully feeding it right to everyone's mouths. Shiranui Genma kept his head down, pretending to see nothing. As a member of the Shadow Guard, he was strictly trained not to laugh no matter how funny it was. Unless he couldn't help it. Minato Namikaze coughed lightly. Understood, return to your post. Yes. Shiranui Genma vanished. 8 a.m. Bulletin boards throughout Konoha updated simultaneously. Commercial district, hospital entrance, residential area, ninja academy, even the bathhouse entrance, all posted the same notice. The entire Konoha military police force was mobilized. Standing by the bulletin boards with straight faces, looking as serious as if guarding against an enemy attack. Soon, the board in the commercial district was surrounded. A vegetable-selling ant approached, looked, and was instantly energized. Oh my, what's this written here? Advisor Danzo Shimura embezzled frontline medical supplies. A merchant nearby corrected her. It says right there, verified as rumor. Is it fake? The ant asked the nearby Uchiha ninja. The Uchiha ninja nodded, fake. The ant raised her voice, is it really fake? The Uchiha ninja looked serious, really. The ant told the merchant, he said really. The merchant said, he said the fake is real. The ant asked, so is it real or fake? The merchant said again, he said really. The Uchiha ninja's brow twitched. I mean, the notice is real, the content is fake. The ant realized, turning to call the others, everyone come look, the notice is real, the content is fake. The crowd squeezed in tighter. What? Speak clearly. The Uchiha ninja's temple veins throbbed. Please do not believe or spread rumors. A young man pointed excitedly at the notice, embezzling funds to keep women. Didn't this version only come out yesterday? It's already debunked today, so efficient. The owner of the izakaya next door covered her mouth and chuckled, do you know what high efficiency means? The young man cooperated, what does it mean? The proprietress smiled, it means they're in a hurry. The Uchiha ninja reminded, this is an official clarification. The proprietress nodded quickly, understood, I won't spread rumors, I'll go back to the shop and remind guests to study the official clarification carefully. That also counts as spreading. Then can I mutter to myself. Not recommended. You Uchiha really have a wide reach, controlling even my mouth. This is requested by the advisor council. The proprietress gave a thumbs up. Then thank you for your hard work. Please thank advisor Danzo Shimura for me, business will be great today. The Uchiha ninja felt life was hard. Harder than catching thieves. Outside the ninja academy. A group of students surrounded the notice, reading out loud. Advisor Danzo Shimura has abnormal physical functions, verified as rumor. A fat kid touched his chin, what does abnormal physical functions mean? His companion thought for a while, should be that his body isn't very good. Where isn't it good? The notice didn't say. Why debunk it if it didn't say? Because someone is spreading it. Why is someone spreading it? Because someone thinks he isn't good. The chubby kid was even more confused. So is he good or not? The guarding Uchiha ninja's temple veins throbbed. Children shouldn't discuss this. The chubby kid looked up. Uncle, do you understand? I don't understand. Then why are you standing here? Executing a mission. What is the mission content? Prevent you from discussing. The fat kid thought very seriously, but you won't let us discuss, so everyone wants to discuss it even more. The Uchiha ninja took a deep breath. Whose child is this? Why so annoying? Just then, a ninja academy teacher passed by with textbooks. Seeing the content, their face changed, quickly dispersing the students, go back to the classroom. Don't gather here. The students dispersed with a roar. But their mouths didn't stop. The notice says advisor Danzo Shimura has no problems. Really? The notice is real. Oh, got it. The guarding Uchiha ninja was completely numb. No, you didn't get it at all. But the whole village seemed to start to get it. Outside the residential bathhouse. The location of this bulletin board was clever. Left for women's bath, right for men's bath. Many people coming and going. A middle-aged man who just finished bathing came out in a robe, and after reading the notice, was more energized than opening the 8 gates. Advisor Danzo Shimura doesn't like women. An old man next to him corrected, it says later, it's a rumor. Then why debunk it? Tisk, you really shouldn't say. Both turned simultaneously to look at the guarding Uchiha ninja. The Uchiha ninja was expressionless. This is a clarification task issued by the Advisor Council. The Konoha military police force is only responsible for posting. The middle-aged man was amused. In other words, the higher-ups asked to post this. Yes. The notice is real. Yes. The content is fake. Yes. Then we discuss the notice. Does that count as spreading rumors? The Uchiha ninja was silent. He didn't want to answer this question. The old man looked enlightened, patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. Let's go have tea. Talk about the notice. Talk about village politics. Got it. The Uchiha ninja closed his eyes. Destroy it. This job can't be done. Konoha Military Police Force HQ. Uchiha Fugaku listened to the feedback from various places. The Commercial District Board has the most people, no conflicts found yet. Someone at the hospital entrance used the notice to discuss the flow of medical supplies, already persuaded to leave. Students at the Ninja Academy asked many questions, teachers have dispersed them. The bathhouse, discussion heat is high. Uchiha Fugaku asked, what are they mainly discussing? Mainly revolving around the 5th and 6th items. Uchiha Fugaku had a headache. He knew it. Those two items would definitely cause trouble. Clan leader, should we keep posting? Post. Uchiha Fugaku put down his hand, returning to seriousness. This is a task from the Advisor Council, we must execute it seriously. Understood. As the narrative unified, everything has been explained. Very good. Clan leader, some villagers said they are studying official documents, not spreading rumors, what should we do? Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a long time, let them study quietly. Yes. By the afternoon, all of Konoha exploded. There were people in front of every bulletin board. If you don't talk, others will drag you to talk. Talking means you care about village politics, not talking makes you seem behind on the news. Let me tell you, the second item is the key, chakra metal is very expensive. What do you know? The first item is more serious, frontline medicine concerns lives. Who spread the fourth item? Too vicious. Shish, keep it down, the Konoha military police force is nearby. What are you afraid of? We are studying official debunking. Makes sense, official documents must be studied carefully. The guarding Uchiha ninja's fists clenched. You call this studying? Yet he couldn't refute it. Hokage office. Minato Namikaze sat behind the desk, reviewing documents while listening to news from the Shadow Guard. The more he listened, the harder it was to suppress the corners of his mouth. The effect was better than he expected. The originally scattered rumors were unified by the Konoha military police force notice. From today on, the gossip level of Konoha villagers has completed an overall upgrade. Everyone has gossip to eat, no one is left behind. Even better, this notice was issued by the Konoha military police force. Why did they issue it? The Advisor Council requested clarification. So Uchiha Fugaku executed the word, clarification, on every single rumor. The procedure was fine. The attitude was very serious. The effect was fatal. Minato Namikaze picked up his teacup and took a sip. What Danzo Shimura wanted most was the qualification to stand on the stage. And now, the whole village is discussing whether he is qualified. Reputation is something you can't see or touch, but once it's dirty, it's hard to wash clean. Now with so much dirty water splashed on him, he definitely won't endure it for too long. Konoha Military Police Force Headquarters. Danzo sat opposite Uchiha Fugaku, his face so dark it looked like it could drip water. Clan leader Fugaku, I need an explanation. Uchiha Fugaku looked puzzled. An explanation for what? Pretending. Keep pretending. The Uchiha are truly the Uchiha, even when they lower their heads to do work, that innate defiance in their bones cannot be hidden. Before, it was blatant arrogance. Now, they've actually learned to play dumb. Danzo slammed the notice onto the table. Who told you to write this? Advisor Homura. Homura told you to write this. Uchiha Fugaku said seriously. Advisor Homura requested a clear clarification, leaving no room for misunderstanding. The Konoha military police force simply listed the most widely circulated rumors item by item, and then denied them one by one. After finishing, he added with confusion, "Is there a problem?" Danzo's eye twitched violently. From a procedural standpoint, there was indeed no problem. To clarify rumors, one must naturally write down what the rumors are. To leave no room for misunderstanding, one must naturally explain them item by item. The Konoha military police force was ordered to issue the notice and did not overstep its authority. Every step was fine. But the problem is, now the entire Konoha knows exactly what Danzo Shimura has been rumored to be. Those who didn't know were also informed by this notice. Thinking of this, his blood pressure surged. He said coldly, "Are you playing dumb with me? Advisor Danzo, we are only following orders." Uchiha Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, his tone neither humble nor pushy. Following whose orders? Advisor Homura's. Who told you to write them item by item? Advisor Homura requested a clear clarification. Who told you to post them all over the village? If we don't post a notice, how can we clarify it? After the rapid-fire Q&A, Danzo found himself unable to pin any blame on him. That was the most infuriating part. He knew the Uchiha didn't understand tact, but he didn't expect them to be this rigid. Rigid to the point of nausea, yet leaving no room for criticism. Danzo stood up slowly, his single eye glinting menacingly. You Uchiha had better stay this law-abiding. After speaking, he turned and left without waiting for a reply. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Uchiha Fugaku didn't look away for a long time. A certain blonde Hokage once said, "Once a dog rolls over to show its belly, it forgets that it has teeth." Today, he didn't bite anyone. He just showed his teeth a little. The feeling was actually quite good. After Danzo left, an Uchiha ninja entered and asked in a low voice, "Clan leader, what should we do next?" As usual. Yes. Leaving the Konoha military police force, Danzo headed straight for the advisor office. Pedestrians were coming and going along the road. Even though no one was paying attention to him, Danzo felt like everyone was looking at him. This is the most disgusting part of rumors. They don't need evidence. As long as they spread, they will sprout on their own. Danzo's pace grew faster and faster. Foolish Uchiha, foolish Homura Mitokado, foolish rumors, and that person hiding in the background. He had to get to the bottom of this. Advisor office. Homura Mitokado had just returned from the farm west of the village. He had spent the whole morning checking grain registers and tax accounts. The funding from the Land of Fire was delayed, and the village's finances were stretched thin by the war. If these detailed accounts weren't watched closely, even logistical supplies would be a problem by the end of the month. After working all morning, his back and waist ached. Just as he returned to his office, before he could even have a sip of hot tea, he saw Danzo standing at the door. Danzo. Homura Mitokado frowned. Why are you here? Look at the good work you've done. Danzo threw the notice onto his face without a word. Homura Mitokado caught the notice and took a look, his expression changed. What is this? Are you asking me? Wasn't it you who told the Konoha military police force to clarify it clearly? Wasn't it you who said not to leave room for misunderstanding? I told them to stop the rumors. They stopped them. Danzo's voice was chillingly cold. Now the whole village knows what the rumors are. Homura Mitokado gripped the notice, his face growing darker the more he read. Those Uchiha idiots, can't they use their brains for once? Idiots. They were acting according to your requirements. I told them to clarify, not to post these things all over the village. You didn't make the order clear, and now you're blaming the people executing it. Danzo, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? The person being laughed at by the whole village now is me. Homura Mitokado was already exhausted. Having spent the morning dealing with account books, grain bags, and tax registers at the farm, his brain felt like it was about to explode. Danzo came to accuse him the moment he arrived, and his temper flared up. Then what do you want? Root wanted to investigate, but you stopped it. Homura Mitokado said coldly, if we hadn't stopped it, tomorrow they would be saying you killed people to silence them. That would still be better than now. Just as Homura Mitokado was about to speak, a passing ninja suddenly slowed his pace. He glared, and the Chunin immediately looked up at the sky, his ears practically perking up. Homura Mitokado's expression darkened. This is not the place to talk. He opened the office door and pushed Danzo inside. As soon as the door closed, the footsteps outside immediately moved further away. Inside the office, Homura Mitokado suppressed his anger and said, "There is something complicated behind this matter." Danzo asked with a cold face, "Who do you suspect?" "I don't know." "If you don't know, what are you telling me for?" Homura Mitokado's temple twitched. "I am helping you analyze. The most important thing now is to clean up the aftermath. Are you telling me what to do?" Homura Mitokado took a deep breath. He kept telling himself not to get angry, that this was just how Danzo was. Stubborn, black-hearted, foul-tempered, and refuses to listen to reason. Thinking of this, he became even angrier. "Danzo, can you put your temper away for a moment? You don't care about your reputation, but the advisor council still needs to maintain its dignity." Danzo's face darkened further. "Dignity. My dignity has already been torn to shreds by that notice. That's not my fault. You were the one who gave the order. I am cleaning up your mess. Is this how you clean it up? At least I didn't throw people in jail. Spreading rumors deserves jail time. If you dare to arrest anyone, everyone will say you're guilty. If I don't arrest them, they'll still say I'm guilty." Homura Mitokado finally couldn't hold back. "That's because you usually act too excessively, and there has long been resentment in the village." Once the words were out, the office fell silent instantly. Danzo stared straight at Homura Mitokado. "Are you doubting me too?" Homura Mitokado's lips moved. He knew he had spoken too harshly, but the words were already out and couldn't be taken back. Besides, he had indeed been holding these words in for a long time. "I am not doubting you. I am saying that route bypasses various departments and interferes in too many things privately, which has long made people dissatisfied. The fact that these rumors spread so quickly shows that it's not just one person spreading them. It's that many people want to spread them." Danzo said coldly, "So you believe it too?" Homura Mitokado retorted, "Does it matter if I believe it? What matters is whether others believe it. Then investigate." "How do we investigate?" Homura Mitokado's temper flared again. "Arrest the whole village. You arrest one person, and tomorrow someone will say you're abusing your power." Homura Mitokado. Danzo slammed the table. "Danzo Shimura." Homura Mitokado also slammed the table. The two Konoha advisors stood across the table from each other, neither willing to back down, the dignity they usually maintained shattered by their argument. Several ninjas passing by outside silently quickened their pace. No one wanted to get dragged into this at this time. Inside the office, Homura Mitokado rubbed his temples. "You must be calm now. If this matter were just a normal rumor, it wouldn't be possible for it to spread so quickly. Someone must be pushing it from behind. Even a fool knows that." Danzo sneered. "I want a name." Homura Mitokado said in a low voice, "Who is the biggest beneficiary?" "Uchiha." Danzo answered without the slightest hesitation. "They are taking the opportunity to retaliate against me." Homura Mitokado shook his head. "The Uchiha are just the executors. The Fugaku of the past didn't have the guts, nor the brain to scheme like this. You also said it was the past. Have you changed in these decades?" Danzo frowned. "If it's not the Uchiha, then who could it be?" Homura Mitokado was silent, and a few figures quickly surfaced in his mind. Hiruzen. Impossible. He cherishes his reputation too much and would never use such dirty tactics. Then the rest. Homura Mitokado's brows furrowed even deeper. Danzo also thought of a name. Orochimaru. Homura Mitokado asked, "Why couldn't it be the fourth? You think the fourth is pushing it from behind?" Danzo sneered. "He just supported me in a strict investigation at the meeting yesterday." Homura Mitokado was also unsure. The possibility of Orochimaru is too small. Ever since Hiruzen gave up on Orochimaru, that snake has drifted outside the core of power, too lazy to reach into many things. Now he is even more focused on his research. The fourth. At yesterday's meeting, the fourth indeed stood clearly on Danzo's side. If something were really found, the fourth could say he had advocated for a strict investigation all along. But if he were pushing it from behind, then his performance yesterday was too clean. After a moment of silence, Homura Mitokado said in a low voice, "Could it be that we rejected him too many times, and he has resentment in his heart?" Danzo emphasized, "Where is the evidence?" Homura Mitokado was silent. This is the most disgusting part. The whole thing went in a circle. On the surface, all the processes pointed to him, Homura Mitokado, the Konoha military police force, and the villagers, spontaneous spreading. The people they suspected were clean from start to finish. On the contrary, he himself was the most suspicious. Danzo looked at his headache-inducing appearance, his tone cooling down. Since the notice was posted by the Konoha military police force, find a way in through the Uchiha. As long as they make one mistake, public opinion will naturally shift. Are you crazy? Homura Mitokado almost laughed in anger. Are you worried that others don't have enough imagination? Danzo said coldly, are we just going to let it go? Suppress the heat first. How? Divert attention. Homura Mitokado thought for a moment. Issue village administrative notices, such as war pensions, orphanage budget. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped. Orphanage budget. Isn't this something the fourth mentioned before, but they suppressed it? If they bring it out now to divert public opinion, it amounts to indirectly giving credit to the fourth. Since they suppressed it for so long, wouldn't it be in vain? Homura Mitokado immediately changed his words. No, change to another one. Danzo's eyes were gloomy. Border patrols. What is there to discuss about that? Hidden mist. Hidden mist is just conducting small-scale harassment now. Danzo lowered his voice. Then amplify the threat of the hidden mist. With external threats present, the villagers naturally won't have the heart to focus on this gossip. The office fell silent again. Homura Mitokado knew Danzo too well, he was preparing to shift the blame outward. As long as they throw out the threat of the hidden mist, the villagers' attention would indeed be diverted. But the war had just ended, and Konoha needed to recover. Making a fuss about external threats easily causes panic and could also send the wrong signal to other ninja villages. Homura Mitokado rubbed his throbbing temples. Danzo, don't make things complicated. You are the ones who are complicated. Danzo snorted coldly. If you had let me investigate yesterday, today wouldn't have happened. Homura Mitokado also hardened his face. If Root bypassed various departments less often, these rumors wouldn't be so easily believed. Homura. Did I say something wrong? The fire that the two had just suppressed flared up again. The sound of their argument drilled through the door. Outside the door, a ninja who came to deliver documents stood in place, not knowing whether to enter or retreat. After thinking it over, he decisively shoved the document to his companion. You go. His companion widened his eyes. Why don't you go? I'm afraid if I go in, I won't come out. So I'm not afraid. The two pushed each other back and forth at the door. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi walked over from the other end of the corridor. Seeing the third, the two ninjas immediately stood at attention. Lord Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, a kind smile hanging on his face as always. Just as he was about to ask, a roar suddenly came from the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately waved his hand, signaling the two to step back, and then raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock. It was quiet inside for a moment, and then Homura Mitokado's angry voice came through. Who is it? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. Me. The office fell completely silent. A moment later, the door was pulled open. Homura Mitokado stood behind the door, his face flushed, and his glasses a bit crooked. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him, then looked into the room. Danzo stood by the table, his face gloomy. The notice on the table was crumpled. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in and sighed. The thing he had done most in his life was probably cleaning up the messes for these old friends. Danzo, Homura. Is there anything you can't sit down and talk about properly? In the advisor office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, knowing what happened, looked at Danzo and asked, what do you intend to do? Danzo made his demand directly, hold the Uchiha accountable. Homura Mitokado frowned and reflexively retorted, do you think things aren't chaotic enough already? Chaotic. Can it be any more chaotic than it is now? Homura Mitokado's face twitched. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the table. Danzo, holding the Uchiha accountable will only escalate the situation. Danzo countered, then what do you suggest we do? First, calm the rumors, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. The village needs stability. Stability isn't achieved by pretending not to see things. Homura Mitokado added, and it's not achieved by the root arresting people either. Danzo's eyes turned cold, looking like he was about to erupt again. Hiruzen Sarutobi darkened his face first. Enough. Both men shut up again. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a moment, then spoke to the door, go ask the fourth Hokage to come over. The Anbu at the door acknowledged and left. Homura Mitokado glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi without saying a word. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Ask Minato. Perfect. He also wanted to see just how clean this fourth Hokage really was. In the Hokage office, while Konoha outside the window remained bustling, people inside the building were already unable to sit still. The sequence of intelligence, Danzo leaving the Konoha military police force, rushing into the advisor office, and arguing with Homura Mitokado, was quickly placed before Minato Namikaze. After reading it, Minato Namikaze felt a surge of secret delight. The effect was even better than expected. The rumors themselves were just the spark, the announcement was the oil, and Danzo was the dry kindling. Homura Mitokado had intended to be the one to extinguish the fire, but ended up kicking over the oil drum. Now the fire was raging. Yet everyone involved felt they were the ones putting it out. From lighting the fire to pouring oil, from passing the buck to infighting, nobody missed a step in the whole process. But this fire was burning at just the right time. Just then, Shiranui Genma suddenly appeared and whispered, Hokage-sama, the third has gone to the advisor office. Minato Namikaze wasn't surprised. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's temperament, if the two old partners really started fighting, it would be strange if he didn't go. And soon, they would come looking for him. These old seniors might argue, but in the end, they would always find someone to sit down and finish the process. It was like when departments in his previous life's company would tear each other apart, and the director would call him over to take meeting minutes, it felt pretty much the same. Same soup, different medicine. Understood. No need to keep scouting, return to your post. Yes. Sure enough. When Shiranui Genma appeared again, Minato Namikaze had already donned his haori. Is the third asking for me? Yes. Got it. Minato Namikaze immediately put down his pen, stood up, and went out. He arrived at the floor of the advisor office. In the hallway, quite a few ninja were secretly peeking over. He wore a gentle smile on his face as he walked along, as if he didn't know an argument had just taken place there. Pushing open the office door, Minato Namikaze walked in. Third, Advisor Danzo, Advisor Homura Mitokado. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. The fourth is here. Sit. Minato Namikaze sat down, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the three men without rushing to speak. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked him, what do you think of the announcement posted by the Konoha military police force today? Minato Namikaze's tone was calm. After the announcement was posted, the Shadow Guard sent me a copy. I have read the content. Danzo looked at him. Does the fourth Hokage think there is no problem? Minato Namikaze didn't answer directly but looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi instead. What is the third's opinion? Hiruzen Sarutobi said, stability is paramount. Rumors should not be allowed to expand further, and it is not appropriate to hold the Uchiha overly accountable. Homura Mitokado immediately followed up, that is also my opinion. Danzo snorted, obviously disagreeing. Minato Namikaze thought for a moment and nodded. I agree. Danzo asked, why? Homura Mitokado and Hiruzen Sarutobi also looked over. Minato Namikaze said, the problem this time is not just in the content of the announcement. It lies in the lack of a clear chain of responsibility between ordering, drafting, reviewing, and publishing. Everyone was thoughtful. Minato Namikaze continued. Advisor Homura Mitokado asked the Konoha military police force to clarify the rumors without leaving room for misunderstanding. The Konoha military police force listed them item by item and denied them one by one. Literally speaking, they were indeed executing the order. But everyone has seen the result. The villagers did not stop discussing because of the announcement. Instead, they treated the announcement as a new topic of conversation. Danzo's face turned ugly again. Homura Mitokado also felt a toothache. Every step seemed correct, yet the result was absurdly wrong. Minato Namikaze said, so I suggest establishing a village announcement review process. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him. What do you mean? Minato Namikaze said, any announcement involving village administration, high-level officials, ninja clans, war, finance, or logistics must have a unified stance before release. Relevant departments will draft them, the advisor council will provide review opinions, and finally, it will be submitted to the Hokage office for filing and stamping. The Konoha military police force will only be responsible for posting and maintaining order, and will no longer bear the responsibility of explanation. He spoke slowly and clearly. It did not look like an impulsive idea. In fact, Minato Namikaze had already drafted this resolution. Propaganda, whoever holds it has the power of interpretation. The power of interpretation might seem inconspicuous. But once something goes wrong, it is sharper than a kunai. At this point, he looked at Homura Mitokado and Danzo Shimura. This way, if there is a problem in the future, the chain of responsibility will be clear. It can also prevent anyone from using the excuse of executing orders to escalate misunderstandings. Finally, he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. The stability of the village requires a more perfect system. After he finished speaking, no one in the office spoke immediately. Homura Mitokado wanted to object. But this set of processes sounded too normal. And regarding today's matter, he had indeed suffered from the unclear process. If there had been an announcement review process, that Uchiha announcement would never have been posted. Danzo was also silent. An announcement review was not entirely a bad thing for him. At least in the future, there wouldn't be such an absurd scene where the official side helps organize a directory of rumors. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Minato silently for a moment. He certainly saw that once this process was established, the Hokage office would regain its grip on village affairs. But Minato had used the excuse of stability, making it impossible to refuse. After thinking carefully, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slowly. You have considered it very thoroughly. Minato Namikaze smiled gently. Learn from mistakes, the village cannot trip in the same place twice. Danzo said coldly, the process can be set, but the Uchiha cannot just let this slide this time. Minato Namikaze looked at him. How does advisor Danzo want to handle it? At the very least, hold Uchiha Fugaku accountable. The reason? Over-execution. Minato Namikaze directly opposed it. I disagree. Danzo's gaze darkened. Are you speaking for the Uchiha? I am speaking for the process. Minato Namikaze was unhurried. If we hold the executor accountable today because the result is bad, tomorrow, other departments will worry about whether they will also become scapegoats for following orders. If this continues, who will dare to do anything? Homura Mitokado's face looked ugly, but he couldn't refute it. What he feared most now was the phrase, becoming a scapegoat. He whispered, I think that is acceptable. Danzo glanced at him and suddenly changed the subject. The hidden mist has been moving frequently on the eastern front recently. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Danzo. Rumors within the village are essentially a sign of wavering hearts. Danzo continued, with external threats present, we cannot let the villagers indulge in these boring gossips. Homura Mitokado's expression changed slightly, he knew Danzo wouldn't give up. Do you want to issue an announcement about the hidden mist threat? Reminding the villagers to stay vigilant, what is wrong with that? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered, this could indeed divert attention. But if the timing wasn't right, it would cause panic. Minato Namikaze suddenly spoke, advisor Danzo makes sense. The three of them looked at him simultaneously. Minato Namikaze's expression was serious. With external threats, the village must be even more cautious. Especially the logistics on the Eastern Front. As soon as these words were spoken, Danzo's expression paused imperceptibly. Minato Namikaze acted as if he didn't see it. If the hidden mist threat needs to be publicly warned, then the frontline logistics must first self-audit. Medicines, ninja tools, explosive tags, sealing scrolls, and the allocation of special metal equipment must all have clear accounts. Otherwise, once the announcement is released, the people's hearts won't be stable, and the front line won't be stable either. Danzo immediately retorted, the route has been monitoring the Eastern Front intelligence. Logistics allocation also has established records, no need to make a big fuss. Since there are records, then it will be faster to verify. Danzo's face sank immediately. Minato Namikaze continued, war is not about shouting slogans, and supplies are also very important. If there is one less box of medicine on the front line, a Konoha ninja might die. If a batch of explosive tags is missing, a stronghold might be lost. This is being responsible for the safety of the village, not a personal vendetta. Danzo's gaze grew colder, but he didn't speak again. Homura Mitokado's look at him had already changed. The first and second items in the announcement happened to correspond to frontline medicine and chakra metal. Originally, it was just a rumor. But once the fourth brought it up, it was different. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, Danzo, there is no problem with the Eastern Front material accounts, right? Hiruzen, are you doubting me too? I am asking about the accounts. Danzo snorted and refused to answer. Minato Namikaze spoke at the right time. If Advisor Danzo feels that an audit at this time is likely to cause misunderstandings, then let us first set the announcement review process. The room was quiet again. Homura Mitokado and Hiruzen Sarutobi finally understood. This was a choice. Either audit the accounts or set the announcement process. Both choices would lead to bloodshed. It just depended on where Danzo was willing to cut. Danzo certainly knew which one to choose. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence through his teeth, set the announcement process first. Minato Namikaze nodded. I agree. Homura Mitokado immediately followed, I agree too. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the three of them and finally nodded. Then it is settled. The Hokage office will draft the announcement review system. The Advisor Council will review it. Execute within 3 days. Minato Namikaze stood up. The Hokage office will organize the draft first and send it to the third and the Advisor Council for review tomorrow. Danzo said coldly, Fourth Hokage, the process is for stability, not for expanding power. Of course. Minato Namikaze's smile remained unchanged. That is why the process will retain the review opinions of the Advisor Council. As soon as these words were spoken, the three people in the office were silent. It was too correct. So correct that it made people uncomfortable. The meeting ended, and Minato Namikaze said goodbye and left. After the door closed, Homura Mitokado looked at the announcement on the table, and a feeling of absurd relief suddenly arose in his heart. Losing face was better than having the ledgers exposed. Danzo walked out without saying a word. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi called him and asked for the second time, there is really no problem with the Eastern Front material accounts, right? Danzo didn't look back. Hiruzen, don't be led by the nose by the words of young people. After speaking, he pushed the door and left. The hallway was very quiet. Danzo's footsteps faded away. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi and Homura Mitokado remained in the office. Homura Mitokado took off his glasses and wiped the lenses slowly. Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage is better at doing things than we thought. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't speak. He picked up his pipe again, but still didn't light it. At the end of the hallway, Minato Namikaze's pace was steady. The system interface appeared silently. Konoha overall control, 15%. New village affairs permission. Announcement filing rights pending institutionalization. Village announcement review system, pending establishment. Minato Namikaze took a look and put away the panel. Propaganda. He had finally managed to reach a hand inside. In this way, he could minimize the occurrence of things like White Fang's suicide. Yeah. Plan successful. After returning to the Hokage office, Minato Namikaze picked up his brush and wrote the title. Provisional Regulations for the Review of Konoha Village Affairs Announcements. After writing these words, he paused for a moment. Provisional. This word is very good. What is called provisional is often the easiest to keep. Many of Konoha's old rules were initially just to cope with temporary needs. He told Hiruzen Sarutobi that he would submit the draft within 3 days, not because he couldn't write it. On the contrary, he had already drafted it in his mind. There weren't many things left from his life as a corporate slave in his previous life, but things like procedural systems, chains of responsibility, and approval nodes were engraved in his bones. How to assign responsibility, who takes the blame when things go wrong, these things had long been engraved in his instincts. He first wrote down the basic clauses regarding the drafting department of announcements, the scope of publication, and the division of responsibility. These were necessary foundations to plug procedural loopholes, boring but effective. The real sharpness was hidden behind. Article 3. The Advisor Council may submit review opinions. This clause was a lure that Minato Namikaze had deliberately released. The review power of the Advisor Council must, of course, be kept. They would not refuse any visible power. The more it is like this, the more one needs to give them a title they can hold in their hands. If not left, they would be truly vigilant. When submitting, he would actively ask for advice on the time limits and procedural details of the review. As long as the two advisors left their mark on the trivialities, it would be very difficult for them to oppose the entire set of regulations later. Immediately after, he wrote down the 5th article, sealing off the path for others to use execution loopholes to counter the Hokage office. The Konoha Military Police Force and all departments are only responsible for executing filed announcements and may not expand, delete, modify, or interpret them without authorization. Writing this, he thought of Uchiha Fugaku's serious face. Even though he was usually as dull as a rock, when he actually did things according to the process, he could choke people so they couldn't say a word. If he had understood this way of playing a few years earlier, the Uchiha would at least not have been suppressed so badly. Article after article fell onto the paper. But these were just the framework, the truly critical one was the last article. He dipped the brush in ink again, and the tip fell, writing very slowly. All announcements, notices, battle reports, and government explanations published to the inside and outside of the village must be filed and stamped by the Hokage office before they can take effect. This article is the core. Without the stamp, it would not take effect. If it didn't take effect, it couldn't be published. Out of the caution born from being tortured by countless approval opinions in his previous life, Minato Namikaze added a truly lethal clause at the very bottom. In case of ambiguity arising from the content of the announcement, the Hokage office shall be responsible for uniform adjudication and the release of the final interpretation. This is the final right of interpretation. It was just draped in the guise of a uniform interpretation. As long as it was described as a technical clause to avoid multiple interpretations and improve the efficiency of village orders, and then draped with a layer of responsibility, they would likely not hold onto it. As for Danzo, he would definitely target this article. But as long as the Eastern Front accounts were still weighing on him, he would have no qualification to say no. As for the Sandaime, given his character, he would not give Danzo a chance to flip the table. After writing this last sentence, Minato Namikaze finally put down his brush with satisfaction. From today on, whoever wants to use announcements, notices, battle reports, and village government documents to define something must first go through that stamp of the Hokage office. Even if someone wanted to exploit loopholes in the process and play word games, this clause on the final right of interpretation could completely block their path. Power is something that sometimes isn't snatched by slamming the table. It is hidden in a stamp, a piece of paper, and a process. Sticking a little bit, tightening a little bit. Minato Namikaze picked up the draft, blew the ink dry, and put it into the drawer. It cannot be submitted yet. Submitting it too quickly would make it seem like he had been prepared all along. So he deliberately left a few blank spaces, preparing to add a few strokes of new ink in 2 days. The first rule of the workplace: Work can be finished early, but it must never be submitted early. Otherwise, the people above will either think you are too idle or suspect that you had a premeditated plan. Minato Namikaze leaned back into his chair, and the system panel appeared silently. New Village Affairs Permission. Announcement filing right pending institutionalization. Village Affairs Announcement Review System. Draft completion 70%. Minato Namikaze looked at the completion of the draft and couldn't help but smile. It seems that even the system admits that this kind of thing cannot be written in one go. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow. This battle today did not involve drawing blades. But it was more tiring than drawing blades. The blade draws blood, and the winner and loser are judged instantly. When the system falls on paper, the wounds are often hidden in invisible places. Over the next 3 days, the discussion in the village continued. It just moved from the open to places like taverns. The Konoha military police force was still maintaining order. There were no new actions from the advisor council. Danzo seemed to have sunk down. Minato Namikaze acted as if nothing had happened, stamping, getting off work, and going home to eat as usual. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that he sent the draft into the conference room. There were a few newly modified ink marks on the scroll, looking as if they had been repeatedly deliberated over the past few days. He first characterized this loss of control over the rumors as vague orders and unclear power and responsibility. He emphasized that the original intention of advisor Homura Mitokado was good, and the execution of the Konoha military police force looked fine literally, but the result turned into a disaster. And this regulation was to prevent similar things from happening again, ensuring that any voice released by the high-level officials was unified, authoritative, and unquestionable. This was to maintain the common face of the advisor council and the Hokage office. Once these words were spoken, the expressions of Udatane Kaharu and Homura Mitokado visibly softened. This was what they cared about the most. Subsequently, Minato Namikaze continued to add weight, throwing out the bait of the review power again, and humbly asking for advice on the specific time limit for the review. The two advisors immediately took the bait, enthusiastically discussing the trivial details, completely immersed in the illusion that they were still leading the overall situation. Only Danzo keenly stared at the last article about the final right of interpretation, and with a cold face, he asked, "What does this mean?" Minato Namikaze was calm and unhurried. Responsibility. Responsibility. Once an ambiguity arises in the announcement, someone must stand up and give the villagers a unified explanation. Minato Namikaze's tone was steady. Do you want every department to say their own thing? Danzo stared at him. Then why is it the Hokage office? Because the Hokage office bears the final responsibility for village government. Minato Namikaze said, power and responsibility cannot be separated. Otherwise, when a problem arises, everyone can say they were just executing orders. Seeing that Danzo still wanted to speak, Minato Namikaze sighed slightly. If advisor Danzo feels it is inappropriate, the new regulations can be postponed. However, for the sake of the fairness of the village, I suggest that the Sandaime personally lead a team to openly and thoroughly investigate the Eastern Front supply accounts to quell the rumors from the source. He paused, ignoring Danzo's sinister gaze, and said in a gentle tone, process and accounts, one of them must be clear first. The conference room was instantly silent. This was already the second time. The last time, Danzo chose the process. This time, he still had no choice. Anger was suppressed in Danzo's single eye, and it took a long time before he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. The regulations can be implemented provisionally. Homura Mitokado immediately took over. I also think it can be tried out first. Udatane Kaharu nodded. 3 months, if there are no problems, then it will be formally implemented. Minato Namikaze looked at the silent Hiruzen Sarutobi. With Danzo's reactions these few times, it was impossible for the Sandaime not to see any problems. But he was very clear that what the Sandaime found hardest to face was never the darkness itself, but whether the stability on the surface of Konoha would collapse once the darkness was uncovered. This Sandaime had compassion, but also indulgence. Many times, he clearly saw the problems, but he always thought about waiting a little longer, suppressing it a little more, and giving one more chance. As expected, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, the village cannot be in chaos again because of such things. He looked at Minato Namikaze, the regulations will be implemented provisionally for 3 months. If there are no problems, then they will be formally implemented. The moment he walked out of the conference room, the crisp prompt of the system sounded in Minato Namikaze's mind. Village Affairs Announcement Review System successfully established. New core permission. Final right of interpretation for announcements. Overall control of Konoha. 15% right pointing arrow 20%. Daily luck value acquisition. 12,000 right pointing arrow 20000. Minato Namikaze's footsteps paused slightly. An increase of 8,000 at once. It seems that in the system's judgment, core village affairs permissions like the propaganda department are more valuable than single region control. The daily luck value jumped significantly, taking a big step closer to the cheapest primary chakra strengthening potion in the luck mall. Primary chakra strengthening potion. The effect is to increase the host's current total chakra by 5% after use. Price. 1 million luck value. As expected, holding real power in one's own hands is the fastest and most reliable way to cash in. He stood at the end of the corridor, looking at the distant Hokage rock, his fingertips lightly rubbing his cuffs, but in the end, he did not let his smile be too obvious. From today on, the key position of Konoha's mouthpiece is already in his hands. For the past 2 days, Orochimaru had not left his laboratory. Outside, a public notice had caused quite a stir, but in the underground laboratory, there was still only the sound of bubbling medicinal liquid. Beside the experimental table, several pieces of intelligence that had just arrived remained unopened. Even without leaving, news of what was happening in the village would be delivered to him layer by layer. Teacher. Enko's voice arrived before she did. She pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a large bag of dumplings. I bought you 3 color dumplings. Put them to the side. Oh. Enko placed the bag on the table nearby, but she didn't leave. Her eyes were so bright that she couldn't hide her excitement. Teacher, have you heard? Heard what? For the past 2 days, the whole village has been talking about that public notice. Enko immediately became energetic and started counting on her fingers. They say advisor Danzo didn't embezzle medicine, didn't sell chakra metal, and didn't keep women. Oh, right, the notice also specifically and seriously stated that he does not dress as a woman. The laboratory was quiet for a moment. Orochimaru finally looked up. Enko felt a little uneasy under his gaze, and her voice quieted down. The notice said at the end that these were all rumors. After finishing, she cleared her throat and imitated the tone of the notice to add, the above content has been verified and is entirely rumor. Orochimaru watched her quietly. Enko blinked. Teacher, what's wrong? Do you find it funny? It's pretty funny. Enko was very honest. The commercial street is going crazy with talk. The landlady of the dumpling shop said that business these past few days has been better than on holidays. A low chuckle escaped Orochimaru's throat. Enko shrank her neck. Having followed Orochimaru for so long, she had long since learned to distinguish when her teacher was being perfunctory and when he was genuinely interested in something. This was clearly the latter. Teacher. It's nothing. Orochimaru picked up a skewer of dumplings and took a slow bite. The sweetness spread on the tip of his tongue. He did not like things that were too sweet. It was just that every time Enko came, she would bring these. Anything else? Orochimaru asked. Enko immediately leaned in closer. There's more, there's more. The people in the Konoha military police force are about to have a breakdown from the villagers' questions. A kid asked what it meant when advisor Danzo had abnormal physical functions, and that Uchiha uncle's face turned green. At this point, Enko bent over laughing first. Orochimaru didn't interrupt her, a trace of indulgence flashing in his eyes. After Enko laughed enough, she suddenly tilted her head and asked, Teacher, why is it that even though the notice says it's all rumors, everyone wants to talk about it even more? Orochimaru slowly bit down on a dumpling. Because the act of refuting a rumor itself is just repeating the rumor all over again. Enko was stunned, a look of confusion on her face. Orochimaru glanced at her. Have you finished your toxicology notes? The smile on Anko's face vanished instantly. Ah, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'm leaving first, goodbye teacher. She grabbed 2 skewers of dumplings and turned to run. The door closed. The laboratory was quiet again. Orochimaru walked to the bookshelf and pressed the hidden catch on the third shelf. The wooden board slid open silently, revealing 2 black scrolls wrapped in sealing tags. Taking them out, he wiped his fingertips over the sealing runes, and with a gentle vibration of chakra, the ink lines on the surface of the scrolls lit up. Tsukumo Hatake. That night, when Minato mentioned White Fang, he thought the young Hokage wanted to reopen the old case from back then. At the time, he even thought the other party was young. After all, that incident involved too many people, forcing a retrial would only bring trouble upon himself. But now he understood that he had guessed completely wrong. Minato had no intention of touching that intricate old case at this time. He brought up Tsukumo Hatake simply to apply the same set of actions used against White Fang back then, exactly as they were, onto Danzo. Afterward, he used the refutation order issued by the upper management themselves to stir the situation into an unmanageable mess. Finally, he logically proposed a public notice review system. He grabbed the propaganda channel firmly. Even though he, the Hokage, benefited the most from it, there was no trace that could point to him. This type of person is harder to deal with than a simple idealist. Danzo was accustomed to dragging people into the underground, while Minato had already learned to use the sunlight to judge the darkness. Orochimaru suddenly laughed and muttered to himself, that guy Jiraiya can't teach such a student. If Jiraiya heard this, he would probably jump up and curse. But he was serious about this sentence. Jiraiya could teach kindness, could teach conviction, and could teach idiots willing to block blades for others. But he could not teach a Hokage who could wear a gentle smile while sticking his hands into the cracks of the rules. Before, everyone only saw the light of Minato. Yet no one saw the shadow beneath the light. Orochimaru picked up the 2 sealing scrolls and placed them on the experimental table. This item was much heavier than the previous account statement. It was the thing that could truly make Danzo the target of public criticism. Orochimaru originally didn't intend to hand it over so quickly. But now, Minato had proven that he wasn't just a young Hokage who only knew how to make empty promises. He could truly pry power from the hands of the Third and the Advisor Council. Based on this ability alone, it was enough for him to place his next heavy stake. Orochimaru resealed the scrolls and put them into his sleeve. Evening. Minato pushed open his front door. The sound of soup stewing came from the kitchen, and the enticing aroma of meat filled the living room. After so long of Makoto's instruction, Kushina was finally able to make decent food. Judging from the system status, Kushina was in a very good mood today. Uzumaki Kushina status, pleasant, expectant. Nine-tailed status, stable. I'm home. Wait a moment, the food isn't ready yet. Kushina's voice came from the kitchen. Minato changed his shoes and was about to walk to the living room when the sound of pots and pans colliding in the kitchen suddenly disappeared. The system map also unfolded in an instant. A pale yellow marker appeared. It was Orochimaru. The next moment, a very slight noise came from the window. Orochimaru's figure appeared silently on the windowsill, and then landed lightly inside the house. Minato glanced at him, this time not speaking to chase him away. Orochimaru walked over, his gaze stopping on his face, a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Why didn't you let me use the front door today? I've been making quite a stir lately, so there are plenty of people watching me. Minato sat down. Now is not the time for them to see you using the front door. The fourth Hokage is truly rarely considerate. Orochimaru smiled. I thought you had some special obsession with using the front door. Minato didn't pick up on that, just poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru put away his smile and took out 2 sealing scrolls from his sleeve. This is the second batch of information. Minato glanced at the scrolls without taking them immediately. Senior has recognized my ability then. You are worthy of me bringing out a heavier chip. Minato smiled, only then reaching out to pick up the scrolls. He pressed the edges of the seals on both scrolls separately. After confirming that there were no trigger-type seals or tracking techniques, he tucked the scrolls into his sleeve. Not going to open them and take a look. I trust that things sent by Senior personally won't be fake, and as for the content, it probably isn't very appetizing, and reading it might affect my appetite for soup. What a surprise, the fourth Hokage would actually rank a pot of soup above intelligence. Senior spends all year in the laboratory, so you probably aren't used to the feeling of someone waiting for you to eat. Orochimaru's expression stiffened for a moment. This sentence wasn't heavy, but it hit the mark accurately. Minato straightened his expression, preparing to discuss business. Since Senior sent this scroll over, have you already made a decision? Decision on what? Deciding that I am not someone who only knows how to make empty promises. Orochimaru did not deny it. Minato continued. The conditions remain the same. The research institute will have a name, the funding will have a source, and the Eastern Front will have a place for you. It sounds like you are already prepared. I have always been very sincere when dealing with partners. What do I need to do? Drag Danzo out from the underground and let him bask in the sun of Konoha. Orochimaru smiled, stood up, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he suddenly added, Fourth Hokage, once the scrolls are opened, you can no longer pretend you don't know anything. Minato's expression didn't change. From the day I put on the Hokage hat, I could no longer pretend. Orochimaru didn't say anything more, turned, and left through the window, blending into the night of Konoha silently. Minato put the two scrolls away. A line of small text appeared on the edge of the covers of the two scrolls. Root Battlefield Recovery Roster. Ninja Clan's Surveillance Plan. Minato only took one look before withdrawing his gaze. At this moment, the kitchen door pushed open. Kushina poked her head out, her red hair exceptionally warm under the light. Did he leave? Minato nodded, smiling as he asked, What? You don't want to see him? He didn't cause any trouble, did he? Kushina asked first. Afterward, she muttered in a low voice, I only cooked enough for the two of us, it wouldn't be enough if he really stayed. Ha ha ha. Minato was stunned and couldn't help but laugh out loud. So little Pepper was worried about that. No wonder there was suddenly no sound in the kitchen when Orochimaru arrived earlier. Don't laugh. Kushina glared at him. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Coming. Minato stood up and walked toward the kitchen. The propaganda channel had already been reached into. The second batch of evidence had arrived as well. Once the scrolls were opened, the things Danzo had hidden underground would see the light of day sooner or later. But tonight, let's enjoy the soup first. Dinner was delicious. Half a pot of soup remained. The room was filled with the aroma of meat broth, and even the night outside the window didn't seem quite as cold. After the meal, Uzumaki Kushina cleared the dishes. Just as Minato Namikaze started to get up to help, she stopped him. Sit down. I can do the dishes. You're in charge of finishing the meal today, and I'm in charge of washing. The division of labor is that clear. Of course. Uzumaki Kushina stacked the bowls, her tone very serious. Sister Makoto said that when you first learn to cook, you can't just let your husband eat, you also have to let your husband remember that I am improving every day. I've felt it quite thoroughly. That's more like it. She carried the bowls into the kitchen, and the sound of water soon followed. Minato Namikaze leaned against the doorframe, watching her busy figure, his heart finally finding a rare moment of peace. Such days were things he wouldn't have even dared to imagine before. As Uzumaki Kushina washed the dishes, she suddenly spoke up, Do you have something to do tonight? Yes. I knew it. Uzumaki Kushina didn't turn around, her tone quite relaxed. You were a bit distracted while we were eating earlier. Is it that obvious? Very obvious. Uzumaki Kushina wiped her hands and replied, Orochimaru wouldn't come all the way over in the middle of the night just to tell you what to eat tomorrow, right? Minato Namikaze couldn't help but chuckle. If he really did bring a menu, I might be even more afraid. That's true. Uzumaki Kushina laughed too, walked over, and naturally straightened his collar. Go get busy. Minato Namikaze looked down at her. Aren't you going to ask? No. Uzumaki Kushina answered decisively, When you want to say it, you'll definitely tell me. Besides, she paused, her tone carrying a hint of small pride. Anyway, even if you want to hide it, you won't be able to for long. Minato Namikaze chuckled, so confident. Of course. She lifted her chin. I am, after all, Uzumaki Kushina. But there is one condition. What? You aren't allowed to work too late. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to agree, Uzumaki Kushina narrowed her eyes. And you aren't allowed to brush me off. Then what counts as too late? Before I fall asleep. Uzumaki Kushina said righteously, don't ask for the criteria, the right of interpretation belongs to me. Minato Namikaze smiled helplessly, my lady is wise. Stop being cheeky. Uzumaki Kushina complained, but there was a smile in her eyes. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. It was very light, like a reward. After kissing him, she immediately stepped back, though her tone remained fierce. All right, go get busy. That's it. What else do you want? That one doesn't count. At most, it counts as an advance payment. No. Why? Because you have things to do tonight. Uzumaki Kushina pushed him away from the kitchen. Finish your official business first. Minato Namikaze let her push him, smiling as he turned his head. This is official business too. In your dreams. Uzumaki Kushina's face flushed even redder, and she added in a low voice, I'll see how you perform. Performance review again. Yes. She said righteously, this is the privilege of a newlywed wife. Minato Namikaze sighed, then I must at least get a deposit first. Uzumaki Kushina looked left and right, as if confirming there was no one else at home, then stood on tiptoe, hooked her arms around his neck, and kissed him earnestly on the lips. This time, it lasted longer than before. When she pulled away, her breathing was a bit ragged. Minato Namikaze looked down at her, his eyes clearly showing he didn't want to leave. Uzumaki Kushina immediately reached out and pressed against his chest. Don't push your luck. As you command. Minato Namikaze smiled and entered the study, gently closing the door. Outside the room, there was still the sound of little Pepper bustling about. He lit the lamp beside the desk, sat down, and took out the 2 scrolls Orochimaru had sent from his sleeve. The scrolls were very thin, not looking like they could hold much. Minato Namikaze didn't rush to open them. He had seen too many brief secret reports. Some scrolls were thin because the matter was trivial. Some scrolls were thin because the person writing them didn't dare to write any further. The 2 placed on the table now were clearly the latter. Minato Namikaze picked up the root battlefield recovery roster, gently vibrated his chakra, and released the sealing formula. The ink lines dispersed. The scroll unfurled. The dense records inside were spread out under the lamp. Just the first glance made him stop in his tracks. Hyuga branch family, Sosuke Hyuga. Kikyo mountain flank battlefield. Both eyes destroyed, right arm missing. Recovered by root group Wu. Sent to underground base No. 3. Minato Namikaze's gaze stopped on these lines of text. Why would the remains of a member of the Hyuga be recorded in the root's recovery roster? Could it be? Carrying his doubts, he continued to read down. Aburame clan, Shinsuke Aburame. Kikaichu nest intact. Abdomen pierced, brain well preserved. Used for insect swarm control experiments. Minato Namikaze's gaze stopped here, and he didn't turn the page for a long time. The facts were constantly drawing closer to his suspicions. Next page. Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Makoto. Mental secret technique aptitude good. Remains recovered. Consciousness residue observation. Snap. The scroll was slammed shut, and the paper at the edges was crumpled by his hand, which had suddenly clenched into a fist. Minato Namikaze closed his eyes and didn't move for a long while. He had previously thought this list was just a record of battlefield recoveries of root members. The focus should have been on the other document, the Ninja Clan surveillance plan. He hadn't expected this appetizer to be so heavy-hitting. He only knew before that Danzo had done many dirty deeds. But those things in his memories were just old news that had already happened. No matter how bad they were, it wasn't like this, where line after line of names were placed before him. He knew Danzo studied wood release and the Sharingan, and he knew Root was never a clean place. At least in his memories, the most striking sins were just that. Now it was different. These names were not symbols. They were Konoha ninja. They had surnames, clan emblems, companions, and names that should have been carved on the memorial stone and visited by family members bringing flowers. They went to the battlefield, bled for Konoha, and left their lives beneath the banner of Konoha. After they died, their families couldn't wait for their remains to return. The village would carve their names on the memorial stone and tell their families, "He is a hero." But the ones who ultimately took their remains were not the enemy. It was Root. It was the Konoha they had once protected. This made Minato Namikaze feel sick. He opened his eyes, and the temperature in his gaze sank bit by bit. Even if it was sickening, he had to finish reading it. He unfolded the scroll again. The names of one ninja clan after another appeared within it. Uchiha, Inuzuka, Akamichi, Nara, Kurama, Gekko, Yuhi. Konoha's ninja clans, both large and small, could all be found in this roster. Some were complete remains. Some were just severed limbs. Others had their eyes, blood, bone marrow, and nerves singled out, followed by cold, numbered codes for their uses. Behind these remains, everything was marked. Suitable for preservation. Can continue to be utilized. Low value, destroy. Minato Namikaze stared at the words, low value, and suddenly chuckled. Danzo, oh Danzo, what did you take them for? He continued to read further. The more he read, the quieter the study became. These records were detailed to the point of being nauseating. Detailed to the point that it was clearly not an impulsive act. This was a complete process. From battlefield reconnaissance to marking the remains. From recovery, sealing, and transport, to forging death records and assigning experimental uses. Every link had someone in charge. Every step was written down clearly. This was no longer just one person's transgression. Root had turned the remains of Konoha ninja into a process. A process meant it wasn't known by just one or two people, nor was it formed in a day or two. Minato Namikaze slowly closed the first scroll. The veins on his forehead tightened bit by bit. He could accept research that existed to save people. He could also tolerate that for survival, the ninja world sometimes had to make cold choices. He could even understand an enemy's unscrupulous methods. But no matter how cold, one cannot deceive companions. No matter how cruel, one cannot treat the remains of the war dead as unclaimed materials. And things like Root, this was no longer research. This was treating companions as materials. He really wanted to expose this list right now and thoroughly kill off the cancer that was Danzo. But he couldn't. Once this list was exposed, it wouldn't be as simple as Konoha just gossiping for a few days. All ninja clans would be furious. Those families who had lost clan members would storm into Root. Root would definitely fight back, and Danzo would definitely silence witnesses. By then, the ninja clans, Anbu, Konoha Military Police Force, and Advisor Council would all be dragged in, and if outside villages pushed just a little, Konoha would be torn apart from within. Handing it to the third wouldn't work either. Given Hiruzen Sarutobi's personality, his first reaction definitely wouldn't be a public trial, but rather to suppress the matter first and then handle Danzo privately. Imprisonment, stripping of power, or forcing Danzo to reflect behind closed doors. Yes. The third couldn't possibly execute Danzo with his own hands. That wouldn't just be killing an old friend, it would also be admitting that he had condoned this darkness for so many years. Could it be that this was the only way? The lamplight reflected in Minato Namikaze's blue eyes, chillingly cold. Impossible. I am not the third. I cannot pretend not to see. To kill Danzo, one cannot rely on anger alone. He needed to set a trap. A trap that even the third could not reach out to protect someone from. And this was only the first one. The light in the study was still on. Minato Namikaze did not open the second scroll immediately. He feared that if he continued reading, he would truly develop the urge to storm into Root right then and there. He needed to calm down. From outside the door came the soft sounds of Kushina clearing the table. Bowls and chopsticks clinked gently, and the sound of water came from the kitchen. These sounds were ordinary, yet they allowed his surging anger to be slowly suppressed. Minato Namikaze exhaled heavily, his eyes regaining their clarity. He could not lose control now. Especially not at home. This was his and Kushina's home, not route, and not a battlefield. A moment later, he picked up the second scroll. He injected chakra into it. The ceiling patterns dispersed. The scroll unfurled, and the general outline came into view. Minato Namikaze only read a few lines before his breathing slowed. If the root battlefield recovery roster desecrated the dead, then this ninja clan surveillance plan was enslaving the living. Overall assessment of Konoha ninja clans. The independence of each ninja clan is too strong. Loyalty cannot be judged solely by their statements. Long-term monitoring of their political leanings is required. Lineage, secret techniques, finances, marriages, and inheritance relationships must all be brought under control. Weaken them when necessary through division, support, intimidation, and absorption. Even though he was mentally prepared, Minato Namikaze's eyes darkened when he saw this general outline. Companions. Comrades in arms. In the eyes of Root, all these words had turned into risk levels, utilization value, and targets that must be eliminated when necessary. He continued reading. The scroll was categorized by clan. Each clan had an independent entry. At the very front was the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan. Current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Political leaning, restrained on the surface, but dissatisfaction is accumulating in reality. Weakness, values stability within the clan, concerned about the growth of his eldest son. Direction of pressure, Konoha military police force authority, public safety metrics, isolation of the clan compound. Heir, Uchiha Itachi. High talent, precocious. Significant emotional fluctuations after war trauma, possesses thinking ability beyond his peers. Confused about the relationship between the clan and the village. Suitable for long-term observation. Guide him to weaken his clan identity when necessary. Slap. Minato Namikaze's palm slammed down heavily. For a split second, his chakra lost control, and a crack appeared on the desk instantly. The sounds outside the door stopped for a moment. Soon, Kushina's voice came from behind the door. Minato. Is something wrong? Minato Namikaze looked at the crack and slowly withdrew his hand. I saw some dirty things, he said. I will handle it, don't worry. It was quiet outside for a few seconds. Kushina did not push the door open, but just said softly, every time you use that tone, it means things are very troublesome. Minato Namikaze was silent for a moment before saying, it is indeed a bit troublesome this time. Don't bottle it up alone. Her voice was not heavy, but very serious. Minato Namikaze looked at the door. The door was not thick, yet it separated the darkness in the study from the warmth outside. After a long while, he replied, yeah, I know. The footsteps outside the door faded away again. The sound of water resumed. Minato Namikaze exhaled slowly and looked back at the scroll. Uchiha Itachi. A child who was only 4 years old now, yet his name had already been written into Root's long-term observation list. Minato Namikaze knew what kind of path this child would be pushed onto in the future. On that path, there was the name of righteousness, the blood of loved ones, and the hatred a younger brother would be forced to bear. Previously, he had only regarded these as plot points he had read. He had even despised Uchiha Itachi, thinking he was nothing more than a cold-blooded ingrate who wore the cloak of righteousness while slaughtering his own clan members. But now, as this plan lay before him, those memories suddenly carried weight. It turned out that the tragedy was never an uncontrolled event that happened overnight, but had been written into the files long ago. The so-called weakening of clan identity, when peeled back, was nothing more than making a child doubt his own clan. Then, making him sever his blood ties. Finally, pushing him to a point of no return. Below was another name. Uchiha Shisui. Extremely high talent, gentle temperament, close to the Hokage faction. Can serve as a buffer pawn. When necessary, prioritize recovery of his dojutsu abilities. The light flickered gently. His gaze stopped on the words, recovery. Combining this with his memories, he already knew where this sentence would ultimately lead. An eye that was gouged out. A young ninja who fell into the Naka River. The last bit of hope for the Uchiha clan had been personally snuffed out by someone. Minato Namikaze muttered to himself, how to utilize them while alive, how to dispose of them after death. You actually wrote all of this into the procedure. The scroll continued to unfurl. List of hawks within the clan. List of doves within the clan. Events that can escalate conflict. Konoha military police force enforcement conflicts, civilian complaints, uneven task distribution. Recommendation. Maintain external pressure to cause them to consume themselves internally. No wonder the Uchiha clan was being pushed into an ever-narrowing corner. No wonder the Konoha military police force was always at the forefront of the villagers' resentment. No wonder even a clan leader like Fugaku, who desperately maintained appearances, was driven to the point of personally questioning whether his concessions still had any meaning. It turned out they had long been on the hunting list. Minato Namikaze flipped to the Hyuga clan. This section was not as explicit as the Uchiha clans. But between the lines, it focused on the rift between the main house and the branch house. Hyuga clan. Clan leader. Hyuga Hiyashi. Political leaning. Conservative and wait and see, prioritizes maintaining the main house's authority. Weakness. Main and branch house system. Exploitable conflicts. Branch house resentment. Caged bird seal. Main house inheritance sequence requires long-term observation. Promising branch house ninjas can be contacted secretly. Minato Namikaze's gaze tightened, and he continued reading. Hyuga Hizashi. Harbors repressed emotions regarding the main house system. Values blood relatives, easily restrained by clan responsibilities. Direction of pressure. Offspring, main house orders, missions. Can serve as a breakthrough point for main branch conflict. Hyuga Hizashi. Minato Namikaze recalled that face, which was almost identical to Hyuga Hiyashi's. He remembered the caged bird on the foreheads of branch house ninjas. He also remembered that in the original fate, that man ultimately died for his older brother. That incident was packaged as a sacrifice. For the village. For the clan. For peace. But now, after seeing this plan, Minato Namikaze only felt a heaviness in his heart. Because it wasn't that Root didn't know the branch house held resentment. They knew. Yet they broke down this resentment, familial affection, and sense of responsibility into parts that could be utilized. Below was another item. Young members of the Hyuga clan must have their Byakugan manifestation level and chakra aptitude recorded. Those with recovery value are to be listed separately. Minato Namikaze's gaze lingered on this line, and for a long time, he did not move it down. Because if he kept reading, he feared that the killing intent he had just suppressed would surge back up. The subsequent lists, like the Root Battlefield Recovery roster, covered almost every notable ninja clan in Konoha. Even the Sarutobi clan was listed on a separate page. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze confirmed that Root had never truly trusted any ninja clan. No clan was safe. Ino Shikacho was labeled as a traditional pillar of the Hokage faction, but in the subsequent recommendations, it was still written to guide the younger generation to question the clan leader's decisions. Minato Namikaze was no longer surprised. If even the Sarutobi clan was on the list, how could Ino Shikacho be an exception? In the eyes of Root, the so-called pillars of the Hokage faction were just risks that could still be used for the time being. The note for the Aburame clan was that they expressed little emotion, making them suitable for long-term infiltration, but difficult to turn against their allegiances. The Inuzuka clan, on the other hand, valued loyalty and affection, so pressure could be applied using companion casualties. Even the engagements, in-laws, and inheritance successions between these families were organized into a network of relationships that could be leveraged. Who was close to whom? Who was dissatisfied with their clan leader? Who could be won over? Who was suitable to be threatened? Everything was written clearly. Minato Namikaze became more silent the more he read. Until the last page. Overall assessment. Ninja clans naturally possess the attributes of independent armed forces. Cannot be completely trusted. Must maintain surveillance, division, and containment. When necessary, use the stability of the village as a pretext to prioritize weakening their organizational capabilities. Minato Namikaze slowly closed the scroll. He finally understood the weight of this document. The first roster would make the ninja clans angry, the second plan would make the ninja clans fearful. Anger would make people draw their blades. Fear would make people lose heart. If the various clans knew that Root was not just targeting the Uchiha clan, but managing the entire Konoha ninja clans as potential enemies, the trust Konoha had accumulated over decades would shatter on the spot. Minato Namikaze looked down at the crack on the table. Kushina's voice from earlier rang in his ears again. Don't bottle it up alone. His hand, which he hadn't realized he had clenched, slowly relaxed, and his gaze regained its calmness. Hiruzen Sarutobi. What kind of monster have you raised? Minato Namikaze looked at the pitch-black night outside the window, as if that monster were hiding out there. Hiruzen Sarutobi could manage to endure temporarily for the sake of the village's stability. He could too. But he would not be like Hiruzen Sarutobi, forever pretending not to see. He would drag this monster out into the sunlight and burn it away, bit by bit. The light was still on in the study. In front of Minato Namikaze, two scrolls lay open. One recorded the dead. The other recorded the living. With the two documents corroborating each other, the process Root hid underground was finally pieced together before his eyes. Monitored by Root while alive. Recycled by Root after death. Remains sent to underground strongholds. The research results, in turn, used to control their families. From enlistment to death in battle, from flesh and blood to secret techniques. Root squeezed every last drop out of the lives of Konoha ninja. Minato Namikaze stared at the scrolls, his blue eyes cold and devoid of any warmth. Danzo Shimura must die. This thought settled into the bottom of his heart with unprecedented clarity. Letting that man continue to sit in the position of advisor was an insult to the names on the memorial stone. It was an insult to those ninja who had entrusted their lives to Konoha. And an insult to everyone who still believed in the will of fire. Yet, at such a time, Minato Namikaze knew clearly that he could not let anger make decisions for him. He inhaled slowly, the surging killing intent in his eyes suppressed bit by bit. He could not release these two scrolls just yet. Once made public, all ninja clans would go mad. No clan would act as if nothing had happened. More troublesome was that those ninja clans might not immediately thank him, the fourth Hokage. They would first judge whether the fourth Hokage revealing this was truly seeking justice for the dead, or using the dead to vie for power and profit. This was the ninja village. Between the village and the ninja clans, the thing to fear most was not conflict. It was not knowing what the other side truly wanted. Even goodwill, when dropped into the arena of power, had to be weighed repeatedly. They might not be disloyal. But they would never entrust the future of their entire clan to empty words. Minato Namikaze lowered his eyes, his thoughts racing. His cooperation with Orochimaru had also begun with probing. These ninja clans had managed to survive from the Sengoku era to this day, and they never relied solely on hot-blooded passion. They believed in evidence. They also checked the costs. Therefore, these two scrolls could only point the way for him. They could not be placed directly on the table. Furthermore, the evidence came from Orochimaru. The source alone was enough for Danzo to bite back. As long as he claimed the scrolls were forged, the higher-ups could drag the matter into a lengthy investigation. By then, the truth would be ground to dust. The names of the dead would be dismissed as mere bargaining chips in a power struggle. Minato Namikaze would not allow such a thing to happen. The evidence that could truly nail Danzo to the cross had to be dug out from Konoha's own archives. Along with the old ledgers kept by each ninja clan. As long as these things did not match up, Danzo would have no way out. Let the ninja clans investigate themselves. Let them discover the discrepancies themselves. Let them unearth the suspicious points one by one with their own hands. When the truth slowly surfaced bit by bit. By then, all the anger would have a direction. All blades would point to the same person. Danzo Shimura. Minato Namikaze raised his hand to form seals, casting a seal to isolate the residual chakra onto the two scrolls. This was followed by an anti-peeping seal, an anti-tampering seal, and a sensory seal that would only trigger when the scrolls left the secret compartment. Finally, the Flying Thunder God mark. Several seals were cast in succession. Residual chakra, the scent of ink, even the aura of the scrolls themselves were sealed off by him. After confirming everything was correct, he placed the two scrolls into the secret compartment. The secret compartment closed. The oppressive feeling in the study that made it hard to breathe finally dissipated a little. But those names did not disappear. They had simply moved from the paper onto the shoulders of him, the Hokage. Must not rush, Minato Namikaze reminded himself in a low voice. The dirtier the thing, the more one must use methods that can withstand scrutiny to dig it out. As it happened, the war had basically ended. Konoha was currently conducting post-war relief work, and some old archives from the war period were also being organized. Reviewing old files at this time was reasonable and justifiable. Starting from these two aspects, he should be able to find some clues. The lamplight reflected in Minato Namikaze's eyes, his blue irises calm and unruffled. He checked the seals in the study once more. After confirming there was not a hint of chakra leakage, he withdrew his hand. These dirty things could not cross this door. Outside the door was his and Uzumaki Kushina's home. Minato Namikaze turned off the light. When the door was gently pulled open, the light in the hallway was still on. It was left on for him by Uzumaki Kushina. The warm yellow light spread across the floor, warming his heart. Returning to the bedroom, he had assumed Uzumaki Kushina would already be asleep. Just as he pushed the door open, he saw her lying on her side on the bed, red hair spread across the pillow, eyes still open. Not asleep yet. Minato Namikaze's voice was very soft. Waiting for you. Uzumaki Kushina moved aside to make room for him. He walked to the bedside and sat down. Just as he was about to speak, Uzumaki Kushina reached out and took his hand, her palm very warm. I won't ask what you saw, she said, but I know it definitely isn't anything good. Minato Namikaze was silent. Uzumaki Kushina sat up, her red hair draped over her shoulders, her face lacking its usual playfulness and carrying more seriousness. Minato, you're always like this. The more upset you are, the more you like to pretend everything is normal. I'm not stupid. She squeezed his hand, her tone gentle. If you can't say it now, then don't. If you want to think it through yourself, I won't stop you. But don't forget, I have always been here. She paused, her tone suddenly gaining a familiar ferocity. Whoever dares to drag you into the darkness, I'll drag you back, and then beat them to death. Minato Namikaze looked up at her. Uzumaki Kushina continued, I am not someone who only makes you worry, nor am I someone who can only be protected by you. I am your wife. If you're tired, just lean on me. If you need to move forward, I will guard the rear for you. If your heart feels heavy, I will stay with you. Anyway, you are not allowed to carry everything by yourself. As she finished speaking, she raised her fist. If you dare to tough it out, I really will beat you up. The room fell silent. Minato Namikaze looked at her for a long time, the chill in the bottom of his heart finally dissipating slowly. He held Uzumaki Kushina's hand in return and smiled softly. Uzumaki Kushina. I think I really married the best girl in the world. Uzumaki Kushina blushed and immediately turned her head away. Cut that out. She lifted the quilt and patted the spot beside her. Lie down. Minato Namikaze was stunned for a moment. Uzumaki Kushina glared at him. Don't look at me with that expression. Sleep for tonight. There will be tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Watching her pretend to be fierce, Minato Namikaze's heart completely softened. After lying down, Uzumaki Kushina naturally leaned over, her arms wrapping around his waist. Sleep, she whispered. I'm here. Minato Namikaze closed his eyes. The names in the study remained heavy. But at this moment, at least, he was not standing alone in the darkness. That night, Minato slept very lightly. Before dawn, he opened his eyes. Uzumaki Kushina was still leaning in his arms, her breathing very light. Early the next morning, Minato Namikaze appeared in the Hokage office as usual. Sunlight fell onto the desk. But the names in those two scrolls from last night had become a thorn in his heart. He did not rush into action, but instead sat in the Hokage chair, continuing to act as an emotionless stamping machine. The more he needed to move against Danzo, the less he could let anyone see that he wanted to move against Danzo. Halfway through, Hiruzen Sarutobi came by and flipped through a few documents. Seeing that he still submitted matters involving logistics, finance, and the like according to procedure, the smile on his face became a bit more gentle. Minato Namikaze smiled very gently as well. Both of them acted as if they knew nothing. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi left, satisfied. It wasn't until all the morning documents were stamped that he called out, Genma. Shiranui Genma appeared via body flicker. Minato Namikaze handed over a piece of paper. Go and invite those people from the pension review group over. I want to ask about post-war pensions and the organization of old files. Yes. After Shiranui Genma left, Minato Namikaze picked up the documents again. The secretariat at the door showed no unusual reaction. Post-war affairs were one of the few things the Hokage office could directly intervene in. It was reasonable and appropriate for the Hokage to want to inquire about them personally. 10 minutes later, 3 Chunin and 1 special Jonin walked into the office. Hokage-sama. The 4 of them saluted at the same time. No need to be reserved, sit. The 4 of them sat down in turn. Special Jonin Aoki Makoto sat at the front. Ritsu Kawakami, Aya Hayami, and Gen Kojima sat on both sides. They were all ninjas from civilian backgrounds, with no connections and no factions. In the eyes of outsiders, they were transparent people with unclear political leanings who only knew how to execute missions. No one knew that these 4 were already Minato Namikaze's most die-hard supporters. During the late stages of the Third Ninja World War, they had been temporarily assigned to a mobile support team by Minato. During one retreat mission, the 4 of them were cut off by an Iwagakure squad, and it was Minato Namikaze who brought them out from a pile of dead bodies. The outside world did not know of this connection. More importantly, on the system map, the 4 people's light spots were always stable in green. Their war merits were solid, their mission records were clean enough, and each of them had mastered at least one chakra nature transformation, already possessing the qualifications to be promoted to Jonin. Yet they had always been stuck on recommendations, assessments, and seniority evaluations. Aoki Makoto only attained the title of Special Jonin. The other 3 had also been stuck in the Chunin rank for a long time. For those without a background, wanting to move up was always a bit slower. After the 4 sat down, Minato Namikaze said, pension files involve the privacy of the families of the fallen. According to regulations, this is a confidential discussion. As he spoke, he stood up and closed the door. The door was closed, and a soundproof barrier fell into place. Faint chakra lines flashed across the door crack and vanished. The 4 people's eyes swept over the barrier simultaneously. Aoki Makoto whispered, a soundproof barrier, concealing chakra leakage. Ritsu Kawakami added, the duration should ideally be kept within half an hour, otherwise the secretariat outside the door will record an abnormal stay. Aya Hayami continued, if anyone asks, it can be attributed to the Hokage inquiring about post-war pensions. Gen Kojima grinned but did not speak. Before even stating the specific mission, they were able to autonomously check for and patch loopholes. These were useful people. The following is a secret mission. The 4 bowed their heads simultaneously. Please, Hokage-sama, give your orders. He did not state the mission immediately, this matter might be deadly. Aoki Makoto's expression did not change, risk level. S rank. Ritsu Kawakami's eyelids lifted slightly, does it involve the village's upper echelons? It does. Aya Hayami lowered her voice, is it necessary to avoid the gaze of the Anbu en route? It is. Gen Kojima flexed his fingers, his tone becoming more relaxed. Understood. No traces of action can be left. The mission target cannot be exposed, and the source of the mission cannot point to the Hokage office. The 4 bowed their heads again. Please, Hokage-sama, give your orders. No one asked for the reason. Nor did anyone ask who to investigate. The Hokage gives orders, and they execute them. This calmness was very useful. But Minato Namikaze would never treat them as tools that could be discarded at will. What he wanted to settle was never about who had the qualification to use tools, but rather who had turned comrades into materials that could be embezzled, consumed, and left nameless. He said, I want you to investigate the files. The four showed no confusion. Aoki Makoto asked directly, is there a limit to the scope? Logistics, the pension office, the medical team, the mission office. Minato Namikaze said, frontline transport, battlefield cleanup, old files in the Hokage office, and Anbu collaborative mission records. For every department mentioned, the contemplation in Ritsu Kawakami's eyes deepened by a fraction. When the Hokage finished speaking, Ritsu Kawakami said, the scope is too large, reviewing it all at once will definitely alert the archives. Aya Hayami continued, the consumption of materials by the medical team can be audited under the name of post-war statistics. Gen Kojima said, I can access the cleanup squad, but I cannot take the originals. Aoki Makoto summarized, the mission needs to be broken down, we will only bring back indices, reference numbers, and re-examination paths each day. A touch of satisfaction finally appeared in Minato Namikaze's eyes. Do not investigate the targets, investigate the contradictions. Ritsu Kawakami understood immediately. Check the discrepancies between the records of various departments. Correct. Aya Hayami asked, list only facts. List only facts. Is inference allowed? No. Is it allowed to write down suspected targets? No. Is it allowed to record abnormal codenames? Allowed, but you cannot explain the meaning of the codenames. After a few questions and answers, the four completely understood the mission boundaries. Gen Kojima summarized, understood, the list serves only as a fuse, not the blade. You can understand it that way. Aoki Makoto asked, how long is the mission duration? None, but be quick. Ritsu Kawakami said, it can be divided into 7 days, too fast looks like it was prepared in advance, too slow makes it easy for traces to be erased. Aya Hayami added, bring back a small amount of information each day, disguised as asking for guidance from Hokage-sama. Gen Kojima chuckled, if anyone asks, just say Hokage-sama thought the old files were too messy and called us in to be reprimanded. This reason was excellent, and Minato Namikaze did not refute it. A young Hokage takes office, wants to organize old files, and wants to appear diligent. Hiruzen Sarutobi would like it. The advisor council would also be reassured. Because in their eyes, this kind of thing was trivial, troublesome, and had no real power. But they forgot one thing. In these files, there might be hidden blades pointed at them. Minato Namikaze's voice dropped a few notches, this matter is to be kept S-rank confidential. Aoki Makoto responded directly, understood, I will not tell anyone, not even family. Gen Kojima's tone was calm, if traces of Anbu or root are discovered during the mission, we must also avoid them. Ritsu Kawakami said, we can record the traces, but we cannot make contact. Aoki Makoto asked again, if we are being monitored, should we abort the mission for the day? Minato Namikaze said, abort, and change the route the next day. Aya Hayami asked, what if they attack? Minato Namikaze looked at them, come back alive. This time, the expressions of the four finally had a subtle change. But they quickly suppressed their emotions and nodded in unison, understood. Minato Namikaze continued, you might uncover very dirty things, remains, secret techniques, ninja clans data, etc., might all be implicated. A bit of coldness appeared in General Kojima's eyes, ninjas are tools to begin with. Minato Namikaze looked at him, not agreeing, but for the time being, he had no intention of correcting this view. Then he heard General Kojima add another sentence, but tools should also be under the command of the village and the Hokage. They cannot fall into the hands of those who operate in the shadows for private gain. Aoki Makoto said in a steady voice, if anyone bypasses the Hokage system and uses Konoha ninja privately, that is overstepping their authority. Ritsu Kawakami said calmly, if the cleanup records and pension files do not match, the problem will be more serious than just overstepping authority. Aya Hayami added, if all the above scopes are involved, it indicates that this is not a temporary action. A bit of coldness appeared in General Kojima's eyes, this is someone using your blade without authorization to cut their own flesh. Minato Namikaze did not correct them. These four people were different from many other ninjas. They were not good at shouting slogans, nor would they be incited by a few pretty words. They only recognized missions, orders, and the attribution of responsibility. This was precisely the reason Minato Namikaze chose them. Put your emotions away. Minato Namikaze said, "This time, we only bring back evidence." The four bowed their heads simultaneously, yes. Minato Namikaze released the seal. The door opened. The sounds from outside the office flooded back in. When the few of them left, their faces wore a feigned sense of reservation. The people from the secretariat at the door glanced over and quickly withdrew their gaze. No abnormalities. Minato Namikaze sat down again. In the afternoon, he continued processing official documents and continued stamping. Everything was the same as usual. Until the next day. Aoki Makoto and the others brought back the first index. On the morning of the second day after Minato Namikaze issued his secret order, the first anomaly was brought into the Hokage office. Ritsu Kawakami took out a folded transcript page and pushed it across the table with both hands. The corner of the page only had a reference number written on it. Relief Department, Volume 7, Postwar Addendum. Minato Namikaze lowered his eyes to look at it. Sosuke Hyuga, Branch House Ninja. Died in battle on the flank of Mount Kikyo. Relief Department Record. Body lost. Aoki Makoto opened another file. In the record of returned personal effects, there is only a damaged forehead protector and blood-stained clothing, there is no identity tag. Aya Hayami continued, the medical team has no record of receiving the body. Gen Kojima placed a transcript page from the old cleanup squad records next to it. On the same battlefield, 1 hour later, a sealing box entered the village. The box number is incomplete, and the sign-off column was added separately. Minato Namikaze immediately caught the information and asked, who was the signatory? Gen Kojima replied, the signatory died in battle 3 months later. The death record is complete, so we cannot track down any living witnesses for now. Ritsu Kawakami said calmly, a single record can be explained, but when combined, an anomaly exists. Aya Hayami nodded, I suggest adding it to the review list. Minato Namikaze picked up his pen and wrote, Sosuke Hyuga, body record anomaly. He only wrote the anomaly record, without naming any suspected parties. This list would eventually be brought into the light. It could not afford any emotional wording. Continue. After the first clue was sealed, the second list of anomalies was delivered to the Hokage office the next day. This time, the name Aoki Makoto brought back was Uchiha. The duty roster of the Konoha military police force has been accessed multiple times by non-police systems. Ritsu Kawakami asked, frequency. 17 times in 1 month. Aya Hayami frowned, for normal mutual defense access, 3 times a month is already on the high side. What is the reason? Aoki Makoto said, wartime mutual defense. He paused and added, all of them. Gen Kojima sneered, they couldn't even be bothered to change the reason. It works, but the frequency will give them away. Aoki Makoto pushed over another directory of old files. There are anomalous duplicate copies of some Konoha military police force members' mission files, which have no record in the Hokage office. Gen Kojima lowered his voice, this record trail ends outside the Hokage office. Aya Hayami said, access permissions were intercepted by an external party. Minato Namikaze wrote, Uchiha Konoha Military Police Force, duty roster access anomaly. Some mission files have unrecorded duplicates. As the pen tip touched the paper, he thought of Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo. If this clan leader were to see this record, he would likely be even more silent than that day. When the third set of materials was delivered, Aya Hayami's expression was colder than it had been the previous 2 days. The first sentence she spoke upon entering made the office grow cold. Yamanaka Makoto. Ritsu Kawakami immediately opened the relief index, official record. The body could not be recovered in its entirety. Aoki Makoto asked, medical team receiving record. None. Aya Hayami pushed the documents over. On the same day, the medical team had an abnormal consumption of sealing fluid, the amount was sufficient to preserve a sample. The office fell into a brief silence. Minato Namikaze's hand gripping the pen slowly tightened. Yamanaka clan. Mental secret techniques. Sealing fluid, sample. Putting these words together was enough to explain the situation. Gen Kojima lowered his voice, sign-off number. Not the medical team. Aya Hayami continued, nor the intelligence division. Ritsu Kawakami placed another paper beside it. Yamanaka Makoto's psychological evaluation file was accessed by a non-intelligence system, citing personnel risk review as the reason. Aoki Makoto's eyes grew even colder. Non-intelligence systems have no authority to access Yamanaka clan data independently. The corner of General Kojima's mouth, which had been curled up, slowly straightened. Someone has touched the bottom line of the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, the four-person team clearly felt a momentary burst of killing intent from Hokage-sama. Then it was forcibly suppressed. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath and wrote, Yamanaka Makoto, abnormalities in body record, sealing fluid consumption, and psychological file access. The moment his pen stopped, he said, next. Over the next 3 days, the anomalies began to spread. The Akamichi clan's battlefield supply manifests had extra blank sign-offs. The Aburame clan's insect hive sample records were accessed by someone under the pretext of post-war risk assessment. The Inuzuka clan's fallen ninja dog registration numbers appeared in the cleanup squad's archival directory. The Nara clan's mission review duplicates had no record in the Hokage office. Aburame, Inuzuka, Gecko, Yuhi. Linking these names together was enough to make any ninja clan in Konoha shudder. These anomalies did not explicitly write the word root. Yet they all could not bypass the same set of covert access permissions. On the 7th day, the four did not bring back any new materials. They began to cross-check all the records from the previous 6 days. Minato Namikaze had only one requirement. Every word must be able to withstand re-examination. Aoki Makoto read, body not recovered. Minato Namikaze said, add the file number. Ritsu Kawakami added, Relief Department, Volume 7, Postwar Addendum 32. Write it. Aya Hayami read, medical team did not receive the body. Add the date and corresponding battlefield. Gen Kojima said, on the same day, a sealing box entered the village. Minato Namikaze looked up. Do not write, on the same day, write the specific time. Gen Kojima immediately understood, if it's off by a minute, the other party could sever the connection. Minato Namikaze nodded. Aya Hayami suddenly asked, Hokage-sama, if the relevant families learn the truth in the future, do we need to formulate a pacification plan in advance? Yes. Aoki Makoto said, I suggest informing them in batches to avoid a concentrated outburst. Ritsu Kawakami said, let the clan leaders discover the facts first, then have the Hokage office provide a unified statement. Gen Kojima asked, if someone loses control on the spot, how should we handle it? Minato Namikaze looked at them, it is not the families who need to be handled. His voice was not loud, but everyone could feel the anger within it. Someone must bear the family's fury. Gen Kojima lowered his head, understood. They have the right to be angry. Minato Namikaze's voice deepened, the ones who should pay the price are en route. The four were silent at the same time. A moment later, Aoki Makoto responded in a low voice. Yes. At dusk. All lists of anomalies were compiled. A mere 17-page list, but the weight was enough to overturn root. It only contained numbers, paths, dates, and conflicting file records. Every item inside could be explained individually. But stacked together, they formed a noose around Root's neck. Aoki Makoto stood before the desk. Hokage-sama, the list is complete. Ritsu Kawakami said, all original documents remain in their places, we only recorded the numbers and re-examination paths. Aya Hayami said, the medical team did not notice. Gen Kojima said, the cleanup squad was not exposed. Thank you for your hard work. It is our duty. Aoki Makoto said, if you need to dig deeper in the future, please issue the order directly. Aya Hayami said, I can continue to keep an eye on the medical team line. Ritsu Kawakami said, the relief department as well. Gen Kojima grinned, I should be able to pry a bit more out of the cleanup squad. Stop for now. Yes. Starting tonight, you have investigated nothing. Aoki Makoto responded, understood. If anyone asks, why have you been frequently entering and leaving the Hokage office for these 7 days? Ritsu Kawakami said, post-war relief review. Aya Hayami added, the old files were in chaos, and we were reprimanded by Hokage-sama. Gen Kojima said, I will make the people in the archives believe that I've been scolded so badly these 7 days that I couldn't even enjoy my dinner. Minato Namikaze finally smiled. Go. The four saluted and left. The office became quiet again. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and lights began to turn on one by one in Konoha. Minato Namikaze sat behind the desk, his gaze falling on those 17 pages of the list. In the hidden compartment of his home study, the 2 scrolls sent by Orochimaru were still pressed down by layers of seals. These 2 scrolls were blades hidden in the dark. The list on the table was the hilt of the sword passed into the hands of the ninja clans. Next, it only remained to let those who should hold the sword pull it out themselves. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.